Sorry about that false start, everybody. I don't know why the music started early. It's okay. We're doing the Avatar stream. My God, it's May. This movie came out fucking 5 months ago. Finally saw it. Christ, time sure flies in the 2020s, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this was a big deal. This movie, love it or hate it, gotta talk about it. I also just want to talk about the man, the myth, the legend, the James Cameron, all of his failed marriages and crazy workaholicism, his ability to abuse and mistreat employees, whether they be crew members or actors. Also, yeah, talk about the future. We're almost at the middle of the year, which means I'm going to start promoting the hell out of this dumb channel. Anyway, I guess without further ado, we'll just go ahead and get started. Have a blue collar loser here. We got, of course, myself, Stupenzo. We got blue collar. We got Ben. We got Mr. Litflix himself, and of course, we've got the Lord of Toxicity. Oh my God! Woo! It's Nelson. I need to remove that video from that playlist. How's everybody doing?
Song.
Good.
It's got Nelson Muntz laughing instead, though. It's like the Nelson version.
I love it. I love it. I love it even more now.
Yeah. You guys having a good Monday?
Yeah.
Not really. It's been pretty shit so far. So hopefully this picks it up a little bit. Now I've started drinking, so it can only improve from there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
No, so off the bat, I love the Lord Toxicity, the new picture. I like that.
Thanks.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Ben, how you been? How was your weekend?
I'm good. I've been had some kind of fucked up sinuses for the past week. Like I can barely hear out of my left ear. It's finally. It's like,
wow.
like like you try to pop your ears and it's just nothing. No chance. But it's finally clearing up. So.
Okay, it could have been the new. I heard the new strain of COVID is making everyone's ears get all stuffed up.
That's what I heard too. Have you tried meth?
That one is on the list. I hadn't gotten there yet.
All right.
Does meth clear up your sinuses?
I mean, not really, but you're so high you don't notice.
Oh, right,
so
right,
it doesn't
right,
even
right.
Matter.
Good point.
I think you just shift into a new reality tunnel, and then all other maladies are gone.
I gotta do like the Flonase spray, the steroid spray, and the Zyrtec sometimes.
Oh yeah, I've been doing the neti pot.
Yeah, like they're earlier in the year when I started doing these streams, like I would re-listen to them and I realized like, God, I'm all mouth breathing. I'm like all congested, you can just hear me like, like in the mic, Yeah, I had a good weekend. I watched Avatar actually a second time with Mother, and I was extra critical this time around to make sure I wasn't just all razzle-dazzled by the special effects. And, just like the John Wick movies and all, I mean, it was satisfactory. It was good. I did think it was an improvement on the first one. But I know I'm glad Wes is here because Wes has been very vocal about his hatred of this movie.
God, I hate it so much.
And you hated the first one too, right?
I did.
Now,
but
I did.
I have children, so I had to go.
Right. And this was 2009 when that first one came out, right? And
right.
I remember 2010, I was like gauging people's personalities based on like what movie you liked more, Avatar or District 9. I liked District 9 way more than Avatar.
I would hope so.
Yeah. My cousin hated District 9. He was like, he hated how like nothing was going right for like the main character, and he kept fucking making terrible decisions. And I was like, that's kind of like the appeal of it, honestly, for me. How grimy it was and how disgusting, and like the prawn. Like, could you imagine having sex with a prawn?
Yeah.
Like the Na'vi.
It's exactly like that's like the District 9 is like the realistic version. Like Avatar is like the Disney version, and then District 9 is like what Avatar would be if the Nazis had won World War II.
Well, District 9 was more like the aliens or refugees coming here. Whereas Avatar is like us going to
Colonizing.
colonizing Earth.
Colonizing like the white supremacists that we are.
I gotta say though, like the MacGuffin in this movie was much better because like unobtainium, they don't even explain what the hell it does.
Oh,
Yeah.
unobtainium! What a great
mine.
Oh,
And it's got a terrible name too, unobtainium.
What a wonderful! Oh my God, that writer! How did he not win an Oscar for coming up with that unobtainium?
Here's what I gotta say, James Cameron. He did write. I watched Piranha 2, by the way, just so I can like know. I've seen all of his movies, including Ghost of the Abyss, which I should rewatch. But every one of his movies starts with the letter A or T, except for Piranha 2. It's fucking weird. Also, Piranha 2, he technically didn't really direct because he was fired like a week into the production because he went over budget like a week into the movie. Keep in mind, he went to Jamaica, right, to film. He shows up on a week before the shooting's supposed to happen. He's find out that there's no scout locations have been done. No sets have been built. So like he just fucking pays a cab driver to drive him around Jamaica, and he just starts like filling out paper contracts and with his own money paying for spots to film the movie, including like the morgue scene, which is like one of the only scenes he actually directed. It was fascinating how much of like even from an early age he was very hands-on. And then of course he was fired for going over budget very quickly. The producer kind of directed most of the movie himself, but James Cameron, being a perfectionist, went to Italy during post-production to be on hand with the editing. He spent all of his money, okay, just to fly there. So he's broke as hell in Italy. He's like eating like random dinner rolls off of like hotel trays just to like stay alive. And he eats something that gives him incredible food poisoning. And this is how he has the fever dream of the metal skeleton coming out of the wreckage after him. And this is how he comes up with the idea of the Terminator. So that was very cool trivia right there. But as far as like Piranha 2, like even then from an early age, like he's obsessed with the ocean. I don't know what his deal is.
He's into it.
This movie had like what I liked about Avatar 2 was it had everything James Cameron loves. It's got, first of all, those like fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Like industrial type of like settings, like factories. They're always like steel type of factories that manufacture sparks. I've always joked. Like that's all they seem to manufacture, like sparks or lava or whatever. And he loves, obviously militaristic grunt work, jarhead lingo. But I got to say his dialogue's very utilitarian, and he does put some great jokes in the movie. I did notice, like in this new movie, there's some great lines that they could be in any movie. Like the part where the younger brother's like, "I'm so sorry I hit you." I was like, "I'm sorry I hit you so many times." like that's a great line. There's some great lines in the movie throughout, but
can I just point out that when Chris is on a stream, you wouldn't even have to listen to him or see him, but you can hear him pouring gallons of shit and mixing up his cocktails.
Dude, the sound of ice clinking in a glass is one of my favorite sounds.
Well, for this stream for Wes, I got Mr. Boston. It's blue liqueur.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I'm all blued out.
That and some Dr. Pepper Zero. So
the karaoke people yesterday gave me a free shirt, and it happens to be blue. So I was like, cool, thanks.
I actually am wearing a blue shirt right now, as a matter of just as a coincidence.
I didn't try to do it, I tell you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just saying, I just kind of would love to just talk about this movie and the other movie as well. So again, Wes, back to like, your opinions on Avatar. Like did you have like a bad taste in your mouth? Like you saw it when it was brand new or it had been out for a while?
Yeah, no, the new one or the original?
The old one.
The old one, I think we went and saw it like an opening weekend because, like I said, I had my kids.
Okay.
So like I had all four of my kids, and they all wanted to see it. But they were very young.
Were you excited about it, or were you already?
No. At that point, they had already established that the main character, the Jake Sully, what's his name, Sam something.
Sam Worthington. There you go.
Yeah, at that point, he had already shit the bed with being the next big thing, and he was already like,
Yeah,
just
thank God
tank.
he signed on to multiple of these movies. Because
Yeah.
otherwise he'd
Yeah.
be in
Just
nothing right
tanking. Yeah, just
And
tanking movies left and
There's
right.
nothing wrong with him personally, but yeah, Clash of the
I
Titans
mean,
remake was not good, and
yeah, he'd already had like 3 stinkers in a row, and I was like,
Terminator, that was the bad one. Yeah. The
yeah,
Terminator.
and I was
Salvation.
like, this guy, because you know how Hollywood tries to like make somebody happen, and
Yeah.
at the same time they were like trying to make that's my daughter, by the way.
We're not in Kansas anymore. They brought back a lot of good stuff. I like how they still say that we're not in Kansas anymore, like 400 years in the future.
Yeah, because that's something that would totally, if you wanted to have unobtainium.
In the first movie, there's a lot of like 1950s lingo that people are using inappropriately, like jujubes. They'll eat your eyes for jujubes.
Yeah.
Who the fuck knows what a jujube is today?
I remember. Well, see, here's another thing too. It was going through that craze where they were making every fucking thing 3D.
Yeah.
And I can't see 3D because my right eye doesn't translate to it. So I can't 3D does nothing for me. Like I can't see it. So that was the big thing. Everybody, my ex-wife and the kids were all like, "Oh wow, look at this is so spellbinding," and it just looked a big mess to me. So there was that, and then the story was terrible. I was
you saw the 3D cut, but unable to use the 3D
Oh yeah,
glasses?
no, I don't blame you why you hated it then.
Yeah,
you're watching like
you're probably like
overlay.
feeling you're probably like not only like not enjoying the movie, but also like subconsciously like getting your feelings hurt and shit. Because like definitely like with one eye,
too, I think.
like because I know when you take the glasses off, like you see like. The problem with 3D is like it's got lower resolution and the brightness is way lower. And that's something I picked up early on with the 3D craze. But Avatar was supposed to be like the first like big 3D movie. James Cameron was trying to do new technology. And in its defense, it was one of the best looking live action 3D movies just because it was filmed in 3D. Because I don't know if you know how they do it, but they basically have 2 cameras for your right eye, your left eye. The farther apart the cameras are, the more distance the frame will have. But like I remember seeing Avatar 2 and loving it in terms of like thinking the Avatar the 3D stuff's only going to get better is what I thought foolishly. Here's Devin. I saw the first one and didn't care, but then rewatched it like 5 years later with my son on LSD, and it was magical that time. Oh, I bet.
I mean,
damn, his son's only like 9 years old. Giving him LSD at that age seems like really super young.
Hear the lying.
They're gone.
It didn't say son. It said with my on.
With my blank on. Yeah, you're right. Oh, yeah. Okay. That was a typo. Thank God.
I swear, I thought it said son too.
Probably said my friend or my buddy or my girlfriend or whatever, my wife. I don't know.
I thought
but yeah, I mean, maybe if I'd have had some good acid or something but again, it's one of those things. It's like what me and Dark Hour had said on another stream. There's certain stuff that is just like, we got it, Devin, we got it. There's some stuff that's just like they're just okay. No one's calling. Child.
It wasn't a
services
son.
on you.
It wasn't a
Calm down.
son. We
It's
cleared
fine.
that
We're
up.
kidding. These are jokes. These are
jokes.
jokes.
That was a funny typo.
These are jokes. But yeah, it's this. Dark Hour and I had this discussion, I think, on it, and it was just like one of those things. It's a screensaver. It's just like a big screensaver movie. And my kids had all the toys, and we got the DVD, and they watched it again, and at home, and it didn't make it any better or worse. Just having it. It's just such a shit story. I mean, I'm rooting for the military guys, the military contractors that are in there. I'm rooting for them.
Honestly, they're not like they are technically bad guys, but especially in the second movie, like with the Avatar Na'vi jarheads, like I love them. I unironically like them, and I'm sad when they all die. I mean, I don't really root for them per se, but like they have like a moral gray area, and also like what's his name, the bad guy, he's back from the dead. He's got to doing the classic movie trope where you avenge your own death. Like that's so cool. Like some of the like RoboCop and some of these other great movies where you avenge your own death. That's always fun. But he's literally doing that. But like he's got his own personal motivation. I thought this movie was cool, the sequel, because just like X-Men 2 and Spider-Man 2 and The Godfather 2, like we're done with the exposition of the first movie, which is all the fucking world building. So the second movie, we can kind of just drop you in and just like breakneck pace. But what I did like about it, especially watching a second time, is I realized even though the story itself is much like smaller, like they're not trying to save the whole village from being destroyed, or they're not having like a full out war, like in the first movie. It's like more like one little skirmish off of a coastline over like, hostages and shit, and one whale. That's basically the whole like, final act of the movie. But even though like the story itself is like much more contained and smaller, I thought the stakes were a lot higher because it's like this Jake Sully's like kid, Jake Sully's son, Jake Sully's daughters, and it's just like, that personal, this time it's personal fucking trope. James Cameron just knows how to do a sequel, I think.
Yeah, that's the fact that you need to get, you obviously don't get drug tested at work because the fact that you brought up Avatar 2, the abomination, in the same sentence, in the same breath as Godfather 2.
But just in terms of like sequels being better than the original, like X-Men 2 was better than the first one. I think Avatar 2 was better than the first one, even if you don't like the first one, I think you could maybe agree the second one was better. Definitely visual effects.
I was actually out on Bond. This is the first movie I saw of this year. I was out on Bond. I saw it at Dark Hour's request because we were going to be talking about it on the next stream.
Oh, right.
I had just got out of my little jail stint, and
I was on that stream, right? And I hadn't seen it yet, right?
No, I don't think you were on that one.
Okay.
Or maybe you were. I don't know. I don't remember. But while me and Amber were watching it, I actually considered violating my probation and bond so I could go back to jail.
Jesus.
Like that's how bad it was.
Jesus Christ.
It was so bad. God, and we were drunk. Like we went and got drunk at the bar that they have we have a little mini bar at the movie theater, and we had alcoholic drinks, but it just wasn't enough.
I was drunk too.
Ben, I was gonna say, Ben Blue, do you guys hate this movie with such animosity?
I absolutely loved both Avatar movies.
I'm glad we have
I'm here as a James Cameron supporter.
Well, I think everyone likes James Cameron. I
love all just the Hollywood bullshit, and I'm also a big VFX nerd.
Right.
I like that side of it. So just the technological, I would watch a 2-hour reel of just James Cameron making nonsensical effects.
Yeah,
did it with no story. I'd be thrilled about it. I don't think that the story was like some big deep thing, but it didn't need to be for me. It was about the spectacle of this whole other world, and then keep it simple with the moral stuff. They didn't make it overly complicated.
Right. You got good guys, you got bad guys, you got obvious problems.
It's maybe a little bit full of Hollywood
are in danger.
Tropes, but they're also universal storytelling, and he's got a great score with it. He's got the visuals are all very tight, and he's able to just tell the story effortlessly and let you focus on what you're looking at, which is like a 45-minute battle that's like 90% CGI or more, but it looks completely real.
Dude, that's the thing I think I noticed on the third viewing. I did take a bunch of screenshots, like slap-hastardly and like 40. I watched the movie at quadruple speed just now before the stream started and took a shitload of screenshots. But on that third viewing, half-ass viewing, blurring through it at lightning speed, I noticed James Cameron is so good at like setups and payoffs, definitely especially with that final battle, he establishes that one helicopter fucking frizzles out and crashes on top of the big boat ship. So then later when Jake Sully's sneaking onto the wreckage, there's the crash ship with the missiles, and he takes a grenade and drops it in there. And just little things like that modern movies do not do. Modern movies are terrible at setups and payoffs.
If you watch this compared to one of the high-end Marvel movies, where you've got tons and tons of CGI, and it's impressive. It's well done.
Yeah.
But they don't have the same level of pre-planning this vision of this whole storyboard. And that's why you get all these shots of you can tell it's just a guy against a green screen doing a pose, and there's that over and over again. The continuity you get where I find it's very immersion breaking when you have just this. It doesn't feel like you're there because you can tell that it's these people weren't even in the same room together.
Yeah.
Whereas this movie, it's very immersive. You can just really settle in and like, yeah, maybe you need to eat a couple of edibles or something like that. But I was able to get immersed and be like, I walked out of there being like, I want to fucking go to Pandora, dude. Like,
Yeah, maybe that is the code. Like, if you're high, you really like Avatar,
think
and
that
if you're
that is
not, you like it less. That could make sense. I mean,
I think that's
believe it.
probably a pretty fair assessment. But like, yeah, I enjoyed it for that alone. Just like it transports you in a way that you can just like see this other world. Like that to me is the whole point of this. Is like James Cameron has spent his whole career doing all these different movies. Like, he's proven that he's a competent person. I don't think he feels the need to like prove himself.
Nah, after
so what is
Titanic,
this? Is like,
he's
yeah,
gets so
this is like
ego-driven
even
now.
Titanic. He fucking gets the studio to send him to the Titanic, so he's like, no, I'll get it on a submarine, and we're going down and looking at it. And you're
before
paying
Titanic,
for it.
like he was like, before Titanic came out, he knew that this was gonna make him or break him. You know what I mean? Like,
for sure.
If it didn't work,
yeah,
like he would never.
I feel like at this point, it's more of just like he's got this ocean water world in his head and wants to make it real. And then
I really think it's
give
also
me $1 billion
partially,
and I'll do it.
I really think it's also partially fueled by spite. Like, a lot of it is just to fucking piss off the naysayers. I swear to God. Because, like, for instance, here's a great example. So a lot of the problems that I noticed criticism wise with the first one is it's basically 100% computer animated, right? That was like a common it's pro tip. It's hard to dislike a movie on drugs. Yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, watch Climax on acid. As far as like what he did this time, like rewatching a third time, I definitely noticed there was a way more like practical effects, like seamlessly put into the special effects. Like, for instance, like when the younger son is on the flipper of the Tulkun, like that is a real flipper prop underwater with a motion capture actor sitting on it. And the prop of the whale is real too, but the eyeball is computer animated. But like, for instance, Spider, the character of Spider, this character probably not
only for the sole purpose of making people feel like,
so there's a real human right next to the Na'vi, and you can't fucking tell constantly, like the fact that that's exactly why he's in every scene. They pepper a real human in every scene just so he can say fuck you. It's 100% computer animated. It's not. Look how real this shit looks.
A lot of the shots, the kid is fully computer animated.
Oh. They just like animate his fucking.
That's how fucking good. That's how good
it's gotten. Wow.
So the VFX studio who does
now that is
these
impressive,
movies,
if that's true,
is Weta Digital. They did Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
So like, they've been at this shit for a while, and like part of what makes me excited from that angle of this is like they have figured out completely how to like simulate water now.
Oh yeah.
Like if you look at through time, like that's a really hard effect. You can notice, like water looking fake in a lot of different movies.
Yeah. I mean, as far as that was like something I definitely got screenshots of, is like when they first, let me pull it up a separate window so we don't like go into the nonsense. But yeah, like when they first jump in the water, all the bubbles, like just the bubbles were like, because the bubbles are going in and around behind computer animated characters. And the bubbles are probably 100% CGI, but they look fucking real as hell.
Oh yeah, they have like multiple layers of different systems of bubbles, and like the fucking light coming through the water looks so real. The atmospheric effects on it, and then we even got like I noticed seeing it. I went and saw it at the Bullock IMAX, biggest screen possible. The wasn't the best resolution, but it did let you get like really, it was huge. You could see like individual beads of sweat dripping down, and like they would like form back into each other. Like it would like pick up water droplets on the way. Just absolutely insane levels of detail. Even if you just put Avatar 1 and 2 screenshot next to each other, like it has gotten so much.
Oh no, for sure. Like, I remember watching the trailer a few times, just being like, "What the fuck?" There was like a specific shot, which I got a screenshot of that later, but it's the one where Jake Sully like ties his hand to that fucking flying alligator guard. That shit looked real as hell. And it turns out it is a real.
A lot of it is real, yeah.
A real hand painted blue.
It's basically both, and then they composite them together.
It is not 100%
CG scene.
And also the fact that it is like motion capture, like really breaking the grounds of like And obviously, like, yeah, it's the of the first movie because like the glow in the dark forest was pretty, it was pretty easy appeal. But this one, they kind of don't even really. They just kind of don't really gloss over it so quick, like a lot quicker. They kind of gloss over it a lot quicker and just be like, yeah, they're in the ocean. Get it? There's a bunch of fish. There's a bunch of crazy fish. And if you rewatch it, like definitely the detail. There's like one specific like little fucking mantis looking crab that you see and for like half a frame, and it's just like something that I specifically noticed. Also, all the creature designs. The cool thing about James Cameron is he's at the point where he can just get, actual like concept artists, someone like myself and 6 other people, and they just show him like drawings of animals and he just checks what he likes. He's like, take this, combine it with this one. Like the Akula, the fucking killer shark thing that was in this movie for half a second. Granted, that was the big killer jaguar scene from the first one. What was that thing called? A Thanapod or Thanador? The Thanador chase scene. They do that again.
That's literally you know what? You're right. That's the exact same sequence.
They do it again in the water, but the Akula itself is a fucking giant like shark creature with a snake mouth. It looked badass. It was
tight, yeah.
It looked awesome. And that's just like one crazy guy's like design, and if it wasn't going to be put in this movie, he put it in another fucking monster movie later. Who knows?
For sure. I feel like at this point it's more just about like having an insane vision.
I don't
realize it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to hear some more of
Blue and Wes. Yeah.
Because I'll let Wes go first.
I can't even believe how much. I mean, I'm sorry that I don't do acid.
Well,
and I could not care less. Like, listen, Aliens and Terminator 2, and just so that you understand, I went and saw Terminator 2 in the movie theater 13 times when I was a kid. I was so in love with that movie. And I've probably seen Aliens, the director's cut, at least 30 or 40 times. I can quote the whole thing. So
can't blame
lest you think I'm some kind of Cameron hater. I am not.
No, of course not.
But at these, I don't care how visually stunning a movie is. If the story is shit and it's putting me to sleep and the dialogue is wooden as fuck, I just don't care. Like I can one of my favorite movies is Glengarry Glen Ross. I can just watch guys in a room talking, and that's, great to me. Like having a bunch of stunning special effects. Again, like I said, the first movie, the whole thing with the 3D threw me off. But again, I didn't like it on any rewatches. And this thing, I mean, I just kept checking my phone every 5 minutes. Like, please, I almost started yelling fire in the theater so that we could just get out of there and I could get my money back. Like, it's so boring. If you put a gun to my head right now, I couldn't tell you anything that happened in Avatar 2.
Okay.
Nothing. I have no. Well, the only thing that sticks out in my mind is they had Sigourney Weaver voicing the young girl, and
she's like literally acting as the young girl, which I thought was very crazy, but
creepy.
Yeah.
Creepy.
Also,
the fact you wouldn't read the novelization of Avatar.
Well, let me go. I could go ahead and well, what's so crazy is like, there's definitely I didn't take any pictures or screenshots of this shit, but like there are definitely some like weird like furry type kids. There's definitely a lot of like fucking gross like rule what is it? Rule 38, rule 48. What is it? What's the rule? The porn rule?
43?
I don't know.
Rule 43. Anyway, there's a lot of rule
34,
43 stuff out there
like
about Kiri, which is disturbing. This new, she's like, all the furries are like in love with Sigourney Weaver's adolescent fucking character.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's disgusting. There are literally like kids on Twitter talking about how much they're in love with her and how they want to be with her and shit.
Yeah, I mean, this, the Avatar, there's a whole thing that I had forgotten about, but till the drinker brought it up in his Avatar 2 review, when he was saying how, that there was when Avatar, the first one after it had been out and it wasn't in theaters anymore, people were going to therapy because they were so upset,
right?
Because they wanted to live on Naboo or what?
Pandora.
Naboo.
I remember seeing that too. What did they call it? Pandora,
Avatar syndrome.
Yeah, they had like Pandora withdrawals or some shit like that. Well, like people were so upset with that. And you know what? I I do know. I worked at a movie theater before I joined the army. I knew a guy that saw Titanic at least 20 times, so I get it. But I mean, I'm just saying, man, this is just like, it is just a dart to my neck. I can't even believe
Post Avatar depression syndrome.
Yeah.
So
There
there was one thing I remember specifically sticking out that was annoying me with the story.
Thank God.
Because there were plenty. There's no
yeah.
disagreement for me.
I had lots of
I was
problems
just
with the
there
plot,
for
but
enough
I feel
for
like,
the other part.
I feel like most of the problems I had with the plot, like mostly specifically like Kiri and some other theories I had, they could be probably figured out in a sequel, maybe, but I'm not going to count that. If Avatar 3 sucks, then Avatar 2 will also subsequently suck. But yeah, you were saying, Ben, you had problems with what?
So like the kid, like the whole plot with all the conflict basically centered around the teenagers all bickering with each other.
Pretty much.
Which
Getting
is just
the teenagers getting fucking going where they're not supposed to and getting caught. That happens twice in the movie, and both times it happens under
or like
eclipse.
him being like, you gotta not get in a fight with them, and then it's just like picking a fight. Where
Yeah.
it's not even that it's just been done so many times, and like can you give me a little bit more than that? Because it just felt like it was there just to get him to the next spot where they could show off more cool whale things.
I don't want to sound like a damn conservative or nothing, but I think these movies do need to make a damn return to family values. These simple stories about a man protecting his youngins. I mean, I remember Wes really loving the Last of Us specifically for those reasons.
I do love the Last of Us.
I thought,
you know why? Because they didn't play the game.
Oh, okay.
That's why I liked it.
God, I love callback humor. Anyway, Blue, I want to hear your thoughts. I know you like the movie too, right?
Yeah, well, I'm listening to everybody like 100% like Wes said. That's why I like the fact that we can I understand the criticisms. If you go back to Avatar 1, I wasn't the same time as Wes, but I was in prison when it came out, so I missed the 3D. And since I've had LASIK surgery, I can't see 3D neither. So I saw Avatar 2 twice in the theaters, and I can't see 3D. I guess it's a side effect of LASIK. I think what made Avatar the first one do $3 billion is because, yes, it's Ferngully, it's Dances with Wolves, it could be Last Samurai, however. But even my sister's like, Chris, to this day, except for Avatar 2, she's like, I've never seen anything in my life that was that perfect in 3D. So I understand people would go back and see the film 4 or 5 times because for people who could see 3D, it was the most beautiful thing. Like my dad said, he goes, Chris, in 1977, you may think Star Wars today looks like shit. He goes, buddy, I was 16 years old. In 1977, that was our Avatar when it came out. With Avatar 2, I'm Super Chad the Critical Drinker. Much like Top Gun Maverick, I'm not saying they're the same, but all 4 of us can agree that Top Gun Maverick, in terms of the screenplay and the storyline, guys, it's weak as fuck. But I've watched Top Gun Maverick 5 times. I fucking love it. I also understand the fact that if it came out a decade ago, it would not have done fucking $1.5 billion. And like people from Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers to Nerd Rod to all these guys said that most of us are so starved for it. Okay, we have a main character, Jake Sully, not a Mary Sue. He fucks up constantly during the film. He's a strong father figure. Again, that's something Marvel, Doctor Who, Star Trek's destroying. You have a nuclear family, which they've been destroying. It is a simple fucking plot, but then again,
one of the parents doesn't die like in every other Disney movie.
And it's like even a pissed off mother, because everyone knows this. As soon as a kid fucking dies, what you got from Natiri was one pissed off mom. And it's like, it is a simple storyline, but then again, some people that they're so used to the wokeism that they want such a simple fucking story that they'll go watch it 2 or 3 or 4 times. And like I Super Chad the Critical Drinker, you just showed a screenshot of their Stupenzo of Sigourney Weaver underwater. Let anybody go look at the Little Mermaid trailer and then look at the trailer for Avatar. Right. It's like every one of these actors, they were actually underwater. Like Kate Winslet held her fucking breath. She broke Tom Cruise's record.
See, I don't know what scene that was. They say Kate Winslet held her breath for 7 minutes, and just like how Devin says.
It was she was just doing it like
for
in
training,
the pool with her training,
just for training. Wow, that's pretty impressive that she
held
her breath for 7 minutes.
There's a clip of her like coming out of the water, man. Like,
okay, I thought
how long do you think you were under? She's like, like 6 minutes. She's like 7:15. You just broke the record. Like,
but me and Sabine said this beforehand. I'm not sure if Wes saw, but like everyone with Mario's breaking $1 billion, guys. A fucking 3-year-old could have penciled the script for Mario, and a lot of people now were so tired of all the woke shit that something simple and stupid. I agree with Wes that a lot of things are cliched. They've been done to fucking death. But maybe that's the point, is because I think Avatar 2 wouldn't have did this much money 5 or 6 years ago. But this is the aftermath of making everything the message.
Was doing all of woke screenwriting just like a Hollywood conspiracy so they could just go back to churning out bullshit and
I don't
everybody would
know.
actually be happy about it?
No, it was so they can get
No,
they can get easy
no.
tax ESG money in their shares.
No,
and stuff, so.
that's actually a really good question. And I get what you're saying, blue collar. I understand. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I mean, dude, you're talking about, I know Top Gun Maverick doesn't have the greatest story or whatever, but when you compare the screenplay between Top Gun Maverick and Avatar 2, I mean, Jesus, that makes Avatar 2 makes Top Gun Maverick look like fucking The Godfather. I mean, come on, man.
But I mean, both films are predictable. Both films have strong.
Also John Wick too. The John Wick movies.
Technically, I know Jake's a blue character now, but Jake Sully and Maverick are look. The main character is a straight white male. How often does that happen nowadays? And the main character is a father that actually doesn't shit on his fucking kids. Which
all right, I'll give you that. All right, I'll give you that. I'll concede that.
I do understand Wes's criticism and even Benjamin. I'm not saying I just watched Avatar 2 recently. Yes, I mean the script is as cliche as fuck, but because we're so used to, like, besides Avatar 2 and Top Gun Maverick, the past 5, 6, 7 fucking years, what has been our big budget film besides Marvel? And ever since Endgame, we've seen what happened to Marvel. Like, everything is, it's like the whole, I mean, said for the first time, 2022, the fucking in Top Gun Maverick, the two biggest box office draws in the past 2 years are led by two straight white males. Like, oh shit, Hollywood, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing is like not that that's a problem, but I just thought it's so funny how like Blue and Toxic, like it's like Avatar 2. I don't know why, especially on the drinker page. Like I remember Toxic made a post about this stream, and I remember like maybe it's only the people that commented, but it's just like thoughts on the Avatar, and most people were like, "It's awful. I hate it. I don't."
Oh yeah,
but
it's
so funny because like. You guys have no
problem,
but also you guys have no problem like jerking off John Wick 4 for 3 hours, which is like also a cool movie. It's also a cool movie. You know what I mean? But
I would be honored. I would be honored to jerk off John Wick.
Oh yeah, the film itself. But I do gotta say, I gotta shout out to Devin right here with this one because this is something I didn't notice. I mean, obviously all the military people die at the end of the movie, but like, where are all the other Na'vi with their fucking alligator gar people? They all disappear at the end of the movie.
Yeah, because the plot needed to happen.
Yeah, straight white male lead is still pretty common. I mean,
sure it is, Devin.
Not in the major heroic films. Not in action adventure.
Have you seen the trailers for the Marvels?
Yeah.
I mean,
are you asking him or are you asking me?
Yeah, it's definitely still common in a lot of comedies, which there are no more comedies because comedy is just fucking dead now. But there still are a lot of white leads in like indies and dramas and stuff. But like when it comes to like superhero movies and action hero movies, we're definitely like trying to pushes them aside, which is fine.
They could have done a much. I mean, I hate to say this because it's easy for me to say, and it sounds very, very condescending and whatever. But I'm a condescending asshole, so I'm going to say it anyway. Yeah. I could have shit a better script than this. Like they could have, instead of just bringing back Quidditch into an Avatar body, or whatever his name is, Courage. Sorry. Yeah. They could have done something else. They could have had some other alien come onto the planet and dealt with it that way. Why are they just rehash the same story over and over again? And then, this movie is so tone deaf. You got fucking Carmela Soprano is the new Colonel. And just like, what is she gonna get Tony in here on us? And is that what's gonna? I mean, it's just the same exact story over again. Like they could have done so much other stuff. Like there's no other aliens or there's no other government or something like that wanted to come in.
I definitely got like sequel bait vibe from this movie. That is like one of the criticisms. Like it was a smaller plot because they're building to like 3, 4, 5, and 6. But you can kind of even see where it's going. Like, okay, I'm predicting there's going to be fire Na'vi.
So Mike's fucking up.
Your mic's fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I turned my mic. Oh, I turned my mic off. Sorry, because I had to answer the phone. But I was saying, the thing about the second movie's definitely got like sequel bait vibes. That is a criticism I'll have. It was a smaller plot because they can build up to the 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
isn't he
and
making
6.
5 of them or some shit?
But they're like
or-
3 hours long
yeah,
each.
5.
And it's like, okay, but I can already see where they're going. Like the Fire Na'vi are coming up. They're going to be evil. They're going to betray the other Na'vi. You know, they're the Fire Na'vi are outcasts. You know, they live in the Magma Islands. You know,
if James Cameron really wanted to blow my skirt up, he could have had the government so pissed off at the Na'vi that they went and got some eggs from the fucking xenomorphs and dropped them on the planet. That would have been. They could have taken my money on that one.
That would have been a good movie.
All right, how about this? This is how I salvage Avatar for you. Okay, the third one we get the Fire Na'vi. The fourth one we get some like wind Na'vi, whatever.
Yeah.
But then it all builds up to like some secret super like Kiri is somehow linked to like breeding with Spider Boy, and they create some kind of interbreed species, and that baby becomes, are you ready for this? Captain Planet. And he goes to Earth to help the humans clean up their world. This would be amazing if this was all just like a giant multiverse prequel to Captain Planet. Fuck.
I mean, Cameron has the rights to most of this stuff, wouldn't he? How hard would it have been to have the government send some Terminator machines in there to take on?
Devin, Italians don't count as white people.
Well, to
unless
be
they're
fair,
Northern Italians.
And we all know too. Yeah, Paul Rudd maybe put down his Ant-Man. Ant-Man is the fuck. He's a side character in his own movie. And Shazam, we've already seen the fucking box office for Shazam.
guys, don't get in the argument with Devin. He's so pro liberal Democrat.
Oh, it's fine.
It's crazy.
Oh no,
I'm just crazy.
I'm from Austin. You missed the chance to call the kid the last Avatar. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But I gotta say, I was proud of myself. Not secretly, but in hindsight, I'm glad I didn't go see it in theaters because I realized, like, we did the fucking 2 Disney streams in a row where I did the Disney part 2. I re-uploaded part 1. And then I was like, I'm glad to not talk about Disney next week. And fucking Avatar's owned by Disney because 20th Century Fox is owned by Disney.
Well, I mean, Avatar is like
failed.
The Vought. Is like the Vought corporate of the real world.
But I do like how James Cameron was like, Disney's not coming in here and fucking up the trajectory of what I have. If you're already,
I mean, they don't need to.
Yeah,
it's still terrible.
I would say, James Cameron making some pretty Canadian statements recently about like, not talking about how he doesn't like guns anymore, and talking about how. What else did he say? Oh, you definitely like flipping off fans who they're upset they didn't get his autograph or whatever. Like, I mean, James Cameron, I've said it before, but he's entitled to his ego because he's a fucking asshole.
Well, let me ask Weston about that because since there's some things we disagree on, agree on. Now, bring courage back from a military standpoint. Obviously, like I said, with the first film,
I
these guys,
him.
It's like, well, these guys are there to essentially, I'm sure from a military standpoint, the first film they're there to mine minerals, so they send a very small military base, but they're not sending their full force. The second film, he died in the first one, but he's also fighting fucking 8-foot blue aliens. By giving him the avatar, essentially, like he said, we have all their powers now, their strengths and stuff, we can be as strong as them. And the second film, they come back now with the fucking full military. I mean, he was a good technically like soldier, right? I mean, wouldn't it make sense to give him the avatar's powers? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it was all technically foreshadowed in the first one where he's like, oh, GI and an avatar body. It's potent mix, but now we got like a whole like crew of them. And dude, honestly, like the Jarhead Na'vi were so hilarious. Like just like images,
Dude,
the images of them like terrorizing, other civilians and shit. Like, I mean, I found it funny. I'm sorry. It's like I know it's fucked up, but like. I gotta find the picture of my favorite one. He's the Jarhead with like the long sleeves and the sunglasses.
Well, that's what premise for the second film is like.
I mean, granted, they're also fucking 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta say, like, just like this freeze frame. I know it's computer animated, but like, I mean, there's just like so much detail in his skin. But like I said, I like Edie from The Sopranos coming back. She was fun, even though she was only in the movie for like half a second. But this little
point, like the
little fucking machine she uses to
from a military
standpoint,
giving these guys,
they're so tall.
Now the humans they're on an evil.
I was gonna say like there's this one specific dude. Where is he? He's coming up. This guy. He's the fucking funniest looking dude. He just looks like a classic Jarhead.
Click my link in the chat.
He's ready to fucking blow up shit. I like it. Hello?
You there?
Yeah, can you hear us, Enzo?
Mhm.
Oh,
I don't think he can hear us.
why can't I hear anything?
I don't think he can because he keeps talking over us.
Oh, I
Yeah.
muted my fucking speakers.
Yep, there you go.
Sorry.
Jesus, you fucking amateur! What are
I
you
don't know
doing
how I
tonight?
did that. I don't know how I did that.
I knew you had because you kept talking over Chris.
Yeah.
The whole
Sorry, Chris.
time.
What were you trying to say?
No,
My
so,
bad.
so I just did want Wes's opinion that, like, from at least a military standpoint, did you think it made sense to now give the
No.
humans the avatars'
No.
bodies?
No,
Okay.
no. That's ridiculous. The only thing that made any kind of sense was them having those walker endo machines and stuff like that. That made
Mhm.
sense. They would just get another
Well,
soldier. They're
I
not
don't
gonna like this guy wasn't. He was just another soldier. He's just like he's a badass colonel. But there'd be no point in spending quadrillion dollars for a maybe in case he gets killed we can bring it back as an avatar. That's so
Okay.
contrived.
But
That is so contrived.
Oh, I thought that was, a clever way to keep, the main bad guy back in. Because, like, I was kind of skeptical of him coming back, but I actually didn't mind it because he wasn't a 60-year-old man like he is in real life,
Yeah.
I mean, also,
I wouldn't fuck with him.
I do like the scene. Like, this could be in like a, an actual Earth scene where you got soldiers and a native, and the native says in the language, I don't speak English to buttholes. And then the GI responds with pulling his hair and saying in his language, like, who the fuck is your father? That's creepy. I mean, not creepy, but it's effective. And then I don't know. I like the whole
So this the part there. Let me see your fingers. He's like,
yeah. they got demon blood, but this whole idea of like holding your own skull in your head. I mean,
and as you said, the detail watching it again, you see the skull. The skull has a scars. It actually indented into the bone that he had.
Yeah, little attention to detail. That's the thing about these movies that really supersedes every current movie I've seen in the last since the first one, really. And that was the thing I liked about the first one too, was like they didn't spend all the money on like CG. Like I remember seeing those weird avatar beds that they lay in. Like you could tell that it was expensive. Yeah. Oh, I bet here's private chat where. Oh, never mind. It's bed with
there's a good.
Oh hell yeah. This guy right here. Just this image alone.
Hilarious, dude. Absolutely hilarious.
I love
with their
it.
ear, with their ears sticking out and like the fucking.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry,
when you compare this to Aliens, what I mean? Like you had when you compare this, and that movie got a lot of shit.
Why would you compare this to Aliens, though? I mean,
because it's a
totally
different
director.
It's a Cameron sequel. It's a part
military.
2. But like
I never bother ranking shit. It's just like I enjoy it for different reasons. And no, I mean it's not as good as fucking Alien. Of course, it's not.
Aliens rules. I mean, I gotta say, definitely, I agree. Aliens is better than Avatar and Avatar 2 for sure. Aliens.
Well, like, what do you? It's also what do you?
Well, no, my point.
Totally different vision being realized.
No, but his point with the military stuff.
Well, my point is actually more as far as sci-fi special effects and things like that. They managed to have these mind-blowing special effects. I mean, that movie came out when I was a kid, and we were all playing Colonial Marines when I was a kid, and Cameron was a god, and Terminator had been on HBO for a little bit, and then we get Aliens, and but the stuff, the special effects worked in service of the story. Like like say for example, like the motion trackers, that was a way of showing like this high-tech thing that they had, which now wouldn't be that high-tech, but back in 86 it was. Totally. And that was a way like you can't see the enemy, but you can see that it's kind of swarming in on you. If they made Avatar a little bit darker, where like there was like an offshoot group of cannibal of Na'vi, like they have in 13th Warrior or something like that. Like that I could get behind that.
So you think if like one of the later installments are building more towards like R ratings and stuff, you would be more receptive of it, you think?
I mean, yeah, when I'm not watching,
I would be too. I would think that'd be best.
A kid-friendly screensaver for 3 hours. Like I need a little bit more bite in my story.
I gotta say, one thing about this movie. First of all, it was a good choice to have the Na'vi have red blood. That's always a good choice because green blood, fucking that blue blood, that shit doesn't hit as hard as red blood. But the death scene of spoilers, the older son, that was one of the more realistic gunshot deaths on screen I've seen.
I won't lie, just because I had a whole bottle of this. That part I started tearing up, but
I mean,
I was
not
drunk
necessarily
as fuck.
tearing up, but definitely like the realism of like when you get shot, you fucking limp out, you bleed out, you start like struggling to bleed. You don't fall down and die instantly like in every other action movies. Like getting shot in the torso, it's like a slow, agonizing death. You start having like, I mean, obviously the kid didn't start like death rattling or anything like that, but yeah, I mean, as far as like when they lean him over and you can see the exit wound, and Jake Sully's like, oh god, this is bad, you know. It's just like Saving Private Ryan when Wade gets killed. It was kind of like that kind of when they take Wade's shirt off and he's got all the blood like dripping out of those entry wounds. Like that shit is like scarring, haunting, you know. It's so visceral.
Bro, if you keep comparing this movie to fucking great,
I'm not saying
I'm gonna come hunt you down. I cannot believe you keep using these movies because I've watched your other streams. I've watched your other stuff that I've not been involved in. You didn't put on Blank Check and go, you know, Blank Check so much like Schindler's List. In the way that
the
he
lighting
writes a check.
I'll say, Enzo, Jake Sully, just like Jack Reacher. There's different comparison.
Oh, fuck you. I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
I gotta say, I was simply comparing gunshot wounds, you know, in movies. You know, I was comparing the Avatar 2 scene. It was up there with like the visceralness of the Saving Private Ryan Wade scene. Yeah, like the blood coming out, and obviously it's easier to do because everything's fucking computer animated. But
you know, it's like Drinker said this, and I hate to say it because I did it with my son recently with Titanic, and I admit when I was 15, couldn't stand Titanic, and over time, and Drinker even said it, if you look at the first hour, the Jack and Rose love story, even I'll admit, is pretty fucking thin, but goddamn, once that fucker hits the iceberg, though, holy shit, and that's I was like, I can see Avatar being like that, where I see Wes makes a lot of good points, but also Benjamin's both sides are right, and I'm kind of in the middle with it. Like,
Have you seen the Mr. Plinkett review of Titanic, right? From Red Letter Media, where they talk about like, you know, Titanic's interesting because it's like one of the best movies and one of the worst movies ever, you know, at the same time, concurrently, and because like in terms of like the one-dimensional characters and dialogue that simply moves the plot forward, that's like Cameron's like weaker points. But in terms of like, again, attention to detail, setups and payoffs, you know, all that stuff is where he fucking excels like no one's business. But what's interesting about Titanic was you know, basically what you were saying with it started out, they were going to market it as an action movie. It's an action movie. It was going to come out in May. The fucking original poster was like just a metal hull of the ship with Titanic big letters, and the catchphrase was like summer 95, James Cameron collide with destiny. Like that was how it was marketed. And then they realized it was going over budget. It was going to be $200 million, the most expensive movie ever, and they weren't going to be able to release it until December. And then it was around that time that James Newton Howard, or John Newton, the composer, who also did the music for this new movie, which, you know, it wasn't anything special, but he's definitely like doing the same horn licks from Aliens throughout Avatar 2, which is interesting. But
James Horner,
I guess that's the one. James Newton Howard's dead. James Horner's the other one. But James Horner and Celine Dion recorded the fucking Titanic song in secret to kind of just like, yeah, let's just do it, you know, and we'll show James when it's done. And James Cameron's like, yeah, sure, this will work on the end credits. And I feel like that song was like a huge reason why so many people fucking saw that movie of like ladies. Because like when guys,
it wasn't just ladies. Insane. It wasn't just.
Well, yeah, they drag the dudes. They drag their dudes.
Well, yes, that's true. My first wife did drag me to that. But like I said, I worked at a movie theater, and the head usher, he was a guy, and he swore up and down he watched that movie 20 times in the theater because, you know, we could go see movies for free, and he swore he saw it 20 times. I was like, I actually had him convinced because he was kind of a little bit on the spectrum, although back then we didn't call it that. We had a different word for it that we can't say now. But he was a little. I convinced him that they were going to make a Titanic 2, and it was going to be James Cameron. Because they had that Alien Resurrection movie had come out, and I was gonna say that the when they land on planet Earth, they land on the Titanic husk, and that's where the next battle's gonna be.
I would,
go ahead.
I would say Ghost of the Abyss was technically Titanic too. You know,
yeah,
man.
Listen, I'm not going to do. Titanic is another dog shit movie from Cameron. I'm sorry, that's a big L for Cameron. There's only two good things about.
What do you like?
Titanic.
Avatar. If you had to choose between Avatar 2, or Titanic, which one do you think is better? The best.
Oh, geez. Well, Titanic.
Okay. You like Titanic more than the Avatar movies? Okay. All right.
I mean, I liked Prison more than the Avatar movies. So, I mean, if you
really,
if you told me I had to do another 30 days in jail or watch both Avatar movies, it would be a tough call. I'd be fuck.
Jesus.
It is just fascinating because, like, the hatred you have for the film, but also, like, I know what the movies like you love, so I'm like, hey, if he likes this action shit, why wouldn't he like this action shit?
I'm a Cameron fanboy. That's again, like I said, I'm not exaggerating. I literally went and saw Terminator 2 at least 15, 20 times myself in the theater when it came out. I was obsessed with that movie.
Right.
And I've liked most of what he's done. I'm glad you brought up Piranha 2: The Spawning. That's a great movie.
I'm gonna try to bring that up. We watched it and it was fun. It's definitely fun.
That's a fun. Cameron's super talented, and I've watched the documentary on how he made Aliens and how the British were all fucking with them, and
he basically had to deal with the same kind of shit with the Piranha 2, and then imagine you make Terminator, and then the movie right after that is Aliens, and you have to deal with the same nightmarish. The English studio people, like, they have this strict tea time rule in there. They constantly have to stop filming because of the sanctioned ordered.
They have to have their tea. They have to have their tea
breaks.
Yeah, and Cameron don't play that shit. Yeah, Cameron don't play that shit. He made the people in the abyss piss in their fucking swimsuits and stand there till they got hypothermia.
Production hell.
God bless him. God bless him.
He did the same thing for Terminator, Titanic. I mean, and keeping everyone floating out in the fucking water forever. But actors are props. They're tools. You use them.
Exactly.
That's how Cameron.
Exactly. I agree. No, the only two good things about Titanic is Kate Winslet showing her tits, and the fan theory that Jack wasn't really there and it was just a fucking figment of her imagination.
I've never heard that. Please explain.
You've never heard
this.
that?
No, explain this.
Me neither. Holy shit! Really?
You've never heard that?
That's awesome.
What about you?
How does it explain the drawing? How does the drawing exist?
It didn't happen. She just sat there and fucking looked at herself in the mirror. Like there was no like, that was just some other fucking drawing, and like that, like nothing happened. That's why there's no evidence.
Episode of Dementia.
That's like my that's like the Donnie isn't real fan theory for Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Donnie's a figment of
pretty
Walter's.
similar. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Because like she's up there trying to kill herself, and she comes back. Or shit, I shouldn't have said that on YouTube. She's up there trying to unalive herself.
Don't worry about
it. And she comes back down, and nobody's really there. Like, all that stuff is just like stuff in her mind, and that's why he didn't exist. There's like 2 or 3 YouTube videos on it. I find that stuff really fascinating.
I love it.
And the other theory of like, so at the end so let's assume he was real. She dies and she goes to heaven to be with him. What about that husband that she had like 6 kids with? Like, he just has to go fuck off for eternity. And Jack, that she knew for a weekend and blew her back out inside that fucking Model T car.
I also sympathize for Billy Zane's character too, because even though
I love Billy Zane.
I love him.
You know what would be a great rewatch is Tales from the Crypt Demon Night with Billy Zane.
Seriously, he is so good in that movie.
I think what would be better for
Oscar for that.
I think what would be better for the rewatch, because I mean Tales from the Crypt Demon Night is one of my favorites, but I would like to watch like The Phantom. Like, what the fuck, dude? That'd be more like.
That's what I love West for. As much as like we might disagree in Avatar West, he mentioned Demon Knight. I fucking love that movie.
I love that movie so much, and that movie. Yeah. But Billy Zane, I've always contended like, we're gonna bring back Lex Luthor. Billy Zane should fucking play Lex Luthor.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah.
He would nail that.
He should be handsome and commanding and threatening and bald, fucking bald. Yeah, famously bald.
God, Billy Zane is so good.
I don't want to see an actor that famously has hair shave his head. I want to be like Professor X, where like everyone was like, Patrick Stewart has to play Professor X, because he's bald. It's got to be the same thing.
Well, I know that like Benjamin and Enzo obviously liked Avatar, and like one thing I do want to ask Wes that we can debate about the plot and stuff, but I mean, in terms of what is your opinion, I guess overall, it comes down to Avatar 1 and Avatar 2. They're not exactly box office bombs, you
No,
know.
I
So
know,
I
yeah.
mean, and
But-
I'd say,
Yeah. Well, I mean, so what do you want? You want me to justify the fact that
People like
millions
pretty
of
pictures.
people went and millions of
Yeah.
people went. I mean, 82 million people voted for Biden.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know
Allegedly.
what allegedly, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, look how many people got the fucking Pfizer shot. People do stupid shit because people are stupid.
Yeah. I think with
You know, I mean-
Titanic, that was like a big example for like other studios. Like you get guys like us to rewatch Jurassic Park 10 times at the theater, or
Do
like
you
you
know I
said,
got kicked? I
Terminator
got
2.
kicked out of Jurassic Park 2. I got escorted out of the theater.
The Lost
Because-
World.
Because I was yelling at the screen so much. My ex-wife got up and left. She was like, "I'm not sitting in here listening." And then finally, the usher was like, "Sir, you need to leave." And I'm like, "No, go get the cops." And they came back with the
What
cops.
were you yelling?
I was yelling at them to shoot the fucking dinosaurs.
Oh, right,
I was
right,
like,
yeah,
"Why
to
won't you
shoot
guys
'em."
shoot the dinosaurs? Like they're not bulletproof." Shoot
Yeah.
everybody in Jurassic Park 2 had guns and they
I think-
wouldn't shoot them.
Yeah, I think that was like a firm, like Steven Spielberg had a firm thing. Like he didn't want any dinosaurs to actually be shot. And it's like, why? Especially in the first one when the fucking raptors are running around. I would love to have seen a fucking kill
in the
one
first
of the
one
raptors with a shotgun.
they used the shotguns to block the door. Oh, that's a good idea. You know what works better? Unloading some buckshot into the fucking raptor's face.
It works. It works in the arcade game.
I think they had established that he had already run out of shells because of the No, you're right.
No, my friend. I'm. You know what? I talk a lot of shit about people watching stupid shit for no reason, but I have literally paid cash money to go see every single Jurassic Park movie in the movie theater.
Wow.
I have literally done for one reason or another, and you know what? I have no one to blame but myself. Each and every time I've done it, I've been like, why did I do this?
Right.
You know, I mean, I can kind of blame Avatar 2 on Dark Hour because he said we had to watch it for the stream me, him, and Chris were doing. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I'll do it for the upcoming stream. And Amber wanted to see it anyway. But I mean, with the Jurassic Park movies, I can only blame myself.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you guys were already on an Avatar stream like months ago. I'm sorry to just rehash the old nonsense.
No, I think it wasn't an Avatar stream. I think it was just
Okay.
What
one
was
of
it,
the
Chris?
topics,
It was like one of
a topic. On
yeah,
the
it was like
thing.
one of the 5 or 6 topics we did or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I would ask you, because I know that I'm sure Benjamin and Enzo have this, but everybody, you would agree that a lot of people have their guilty pleasure films, and I would say that and there's plenty of films that we understand they're not the best, they're kind of cheesy and stupid, but we love them.
Mystery Men.
I think for a lot of people, Avatar and Avatar 2, like I said, for me, I 100% agree with all your criticisms, but I also agree with the praises. But I do admit that the first and second film, the script is pretty fucking weak, but something about these films, I don't know. It's just I do enjoy them, but I also understand why people don't enjoy them because it's guilty pleasure.
I mean, I don't have any guilt. I don't have any guilt about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think shitty, stupid movies all the time, and sometimes I enjoy them way more than really, really good movies. You know, like it just depends what kind of mood you're in, and like, do you want to be entertained or do you want to be moved? You know,
I get that. I get that. I'm not made of stone. I got that. Yeah, I got that.
I don't always want to be moved, and
did you
guys
guys
want to watch some pretty pictures on the screen? You know?
Yeah, I got it.
I would say Avatar 2. I give it. I'm sorry. I'm going to say I just give Avatar 2 like a good 2.5 stars. Like it's good, and then because of the special effects, I could bump it up to 3 stars. It's
out
good.
Of what?
It's great.
100 out of 100?
No, 3 out of like 4 to 5 stars is what are like the masterpieces, right? 3 stars is.
You are
two. So I'm going to say it's 2.5 stars.
Yeah, I'm
be
worried about. You need a CAT scan. You need a CAT scan.
I could say
something.
Avatar 1 would be more of like the 2 stars getting bumped up to 2.5.
I mean, is there a minus star like division that we can go into? Like negative stars?
I mean, obviously, like I hate like the movie that I hate without no ends is obviously Last Jedi. I'm famous for it. I'm infamous for hating that movie.
You will get no disagreement on
no
this
disagreement
stream,
from most people. But yeah, I just think you're being a little hard on the blue people, Wes. But
No,
you're
no.
allowed to though. You're allowed to.
Fuck them. Fuck
You
all
should
the-
be. Yeah, you would be one of those jarheads that never converts to the Navi because you're like
never
pure blood.
I would pull an aliens. I would pull.
If I was in Star Trek, I would refuse to get on a beam. I would refuse to be beamed up anywhere. I firmly believe that when you get beamed places, you die.
If you watch the most recent season of Picard, that's actually extremely smart.
I just finished it yesterday, and holy shit!
Was it addressed? Was this theory addressed?
I mean,
that's the whole plot point of the show. I don't know if we want to.
No, go for it. I don't really give a shit. But
I'm not going to spoil it.
But basically, I've always contended, just like teleporters, all teleporters, like you're being killed and replaced by a clone. So
I mean,
just like the prestige, like you don't realize that you're getting in the box. You're never going to step out. You're never going to step out.
Benjamin, are you a Trekkie?
No, never got into it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but Ben's into the Prestige though.
I do love the Prestige.
I have watched the Prestige 97 times.
I gotta say, I think that's my favorite Nolan movie. I gotta say, I think it is.
Just three more.
It's my top 5. Yep, 3 more. I'll make.
I'm excited about Oppenheimer. I am excited about that fucking movie.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely the best mind fuck of his because he always is trying to do some little trick thing.
Yeah,
and
gimmick.
To me, Inception worked for me because I've had multiple layered lucid dreams before. So I was able to follow that weird shit, and I rewatched Tenet a second time, and it actually
I have yet to rewatch it.
Understand it,
so you liked it more the second time?
You have to watch it twice. Honestly, it makes the first time you watch it makes no fucking sense. Yeah, it's so confusing. But rewatching it a second time, you can since you already know what's going to happen, it's like you're watching it from both directions.
So since you've seen it twice,
when you understand what the other end of it and all the backwards time shit that's just confusing the first time around, you start to see the way they're interplaying with each other, and actually makes.
So since you've seen it twice and have a firmer opinion, what are your thoughts rating wise on Tenet? How good or great?
So if I were to rate what I basically
just more did you like it or love it?
Was saying compared to the Prestige, the Prestige is much better at tricking you and into this whole twist that you don't really see coming because there's a bunch of different kind of mysteries in this, right? I mean, honestly, I think the Christian Bale side of it is even better than the Hugh Jackman side of it.
Yeah,
with his whole double thing, I did not fucking see that coming. And you go back and watch that movie again and again, and you start picking out more and more details of they're totally two different guys. You can really see it, once you know.
Yeah,
but I think that was the most effective by far. He always tries to do those tricks.
Yeah,
and I'm personally really like that kind of that whole style of shit. That's my favorite type of movie to watch, where it's
rewarding multiple viewings.
There's a bunch of crazy sci-fi type shit going on, and it's more about exploring some kind of weird headspace than it is about telling a really beautiful love story or something like that.
Right.
The other things, elements to kind of flavor it, but it's about this weird concept shit. I really dig that. I see why people don't though, or why people criticize it. If you're gonna,
Inception and Tenet are just nothing but expository dialogue,
moving and this and that.
Are they though?
I get it.
Well, I mean, for the most part, it's just every plot is just kind of every dialogue line is especially
in my
Inception.
Mind, I'll die on this hill. Nolan can do no wrong in my mind. I've not seen bad Nolan.
I mean, the thing is, Nolan hasn't made a bad movie, but one of the criticisms I would say with Nolan, and sometimes it works out in his favor, sometimes it doesn't, but his style of shooting, he shoots first and asks questions later. He shoots and shoots and shoots and thinks we'll fix it in editing. We'll just that's his style of directing, and a lot of directors have that kind of rapid shoot style for the acting purposes. And sometimes it works.
I don't know
a lot, but there has been a few times where, if you watch Batman Begins, there isn't a shot that's longer than 2 seconds long. Every shot is bam. There's not a single shot that's longer than 5 seconds.
We definitely, Chris, we got to do a stream on Prestige sometime because I'm gonna tell you what. And you know what? You want me to totally bake you guys' noodle?
Yes.
Read the book or listen to the audiobook like I did.
Okay.
He took the story of the Prestige from Thomas Priest,
and
he completely hollowed it out and redid it and did the whole thing because I was on my way.
Improved it.
He improved it so much it's
Yeah.
unrecognizable.
Cool.
It's not even, you can't even recognize it. It is as different from that book as the Running Man movie is from the Running Man
Total
book.
Recall. Total Recall.
As different,
and,
as different, but better.
right.
Like the book is
Blade Runner.
Is entertaining, but it has nothing on the movie. Like if you read that book or listen to the audiobook, you will be blown. You'll be like, what the fuck is this? It's like all the characters are there and the basic premise of the story is there, but none of the nuance, none of the twists, none of the turns, none of that stuff is there. You're just like, what is this? This is almost like, it's almost like if somebody did a fan fiction of the movie Prestige and turned it into a book of fan fiction. That's what they did. They completely hollow when everyone's like the book is always better. And you know me, I'm an author. So when everyone says the book is better, I always go, nope, look at the Prestige because the movie is 20 times better than the book. It's amazing.
Is it a full length book or is it a short story? It's full.
No,
book,
it's a full length book. Yeah, it's a full length.
This is a little bit of tangent, but like this coffee mug is technically like this big. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I want a coffee cup just like this, like a big black coffee cup. That cup is probably like 5 pints of coffee.
Yeah.
So
So you're telling me
big and black.
there was a whole system of people making Navi coffee
Right.
cups in case
that
the
is one of the
military-
plot holes is like all the special gear they have that's sized for them. And dude, the dragon, even his dragon towards the end is all decked out with like camo and fucking
Dude, yeah, I
pockets and shit.
loved all the Navi size.
I loved all that
gear. I thought
stuff,
that
even
was
though
really
it makes
funny,
no
like-
sense. Yes, you're right.
But
But
like
I just
they gloss over it in like the transition between when they talk or some point there's some little exposition dump
well, they
about
explain
what's
how
been
Edie-
happening in between.
they're
1 and
building a
2.
city. They've built
And
a city in a few
the
months
humans
because
have
of these
come
little
in
hive machine.
full
Those,
force, and they have like
Yeah.
fabricators basically, right?
yeah,
so, like,
yeah.
they've got some kind of little nanotech assemblers or whatever it is. It seems to me that like they just have basically an unlimited ability to make custom shit.
Yeah,
think
they
when
don't really
whatever
Just like
the
go
Star
plot
in.
Wars.
demands.
It's just like Star Wars. Like it doesn't matter what the fucking ships run on. It doesn't matter. It's just
There you go again. And now you're bringing Star Wars into it. How many
Yeah.
great movies are you going to shit on and bring them down to Avatar's level?
What
Like,
what I
wrong?
find funny is like, why would the humans finally set up big Bridgehead City, right? And what did we do? We just destroy all the trees and just build like a freeway. Like I don't understand. Like you think we'd leave like some plant life or
I
just
mean,
for
have you been New York?
decorative purposes?
Have you been to New York City? Like,
No, of course, but it's like you'd think we'd like have learned, I guess.
Who the hell would live in New York?
I do agree. Like that
I
is,
know,
I
kinda
agree with all.
asshole.
I agree with most of Wes's criticisms, especially like when you talk about how like humans bad, Navi good, and like the humans are just like fucking pollution machines. We have our Earth is dying, so let's go to Pandora and fuck this planet up too. Like we haven't learned, I will say the MacGuffin was better though, because it's like it's got a better name, Amrita. It comes from a gland of the whale, and it stops aging. So it's like, okay, I obviously like billionaires are sending these trillionaires are sending these people to get this.
I mean,
so, like,
that's another leap. That's another leap of logic. Like what the billionaires on Earth have run out of little children. To
I'm
sacrifice?
exactly. I am hoping like the sequel is like, okay, the Fire Navi are evil, but now they're good guys, and they've joined forces with the other Navi to fight the space vampire people from Earth that are coming to Earth for their precious Amrita because they've run out of adrenochrome. That'd be amazing. And then, of course, like I said, back to
just
you know
send
what?
some
When you said
send some androids
Amrita,
in.
go ahead.
It just made me think of something
Androids,
that pissed me off really bad about this movie.
Go
Why
for
the
it.
fuck?
Thank
did they
God.
have-
Thank God.
I mean,
Why did they have an Australian boat captain, harpoon
yeah.
guy, right? And
Yeah.
then
New
they've got
Zealand. New
fucking
Zealand.
Jermaine Clement or
Right.
whatever,
Yeah.
doing the
Flight of
weirdest
Conchords,
American accent.
doing an American accent. Not only is he doing a pretty bad American accent, but they got the other guy doing an Australian accent, so you have to hear them next to each other. It makes
Right.
no sense. Why would he do that?
That sounded like the
Why?
actors just like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if I did the American accent and you did the Australian accent?
Jermaine, hey, listen, I am a
love him.
hardcore. Yeah,
I
I
love
love him
Jermaine.
too. I am a
he's great.
hardcore Flight of the Conchords fan from way back. So
yeah, I love it.
I'm still a fan of theirs.
Yeah.
Brett McKenzie.
You look like Jermaine Clement, Enzo. Did you know that?
Oh,
like if Jermaine Clement, put on 50 pounds, you look like his fucking twin.
My mother, we watched Flight of the Conchords, and she just only comment on his lip size. He's got huge lips. She'd always say, he's got these big lips. Jermaine, he's got those big lips. It's like, okay,
that's such a good show. That's such a good show.
I love, dude. Brett McKenzie has a new album. It's called Songs That Aren't Funny or something like that. Serious songs, some shit like that. It's a pretty good album. It's very show tuney kind of vibes. And Brett McKenzie won an Oscar for his Muppet song that he won an Oscar. Yeah, so he's an Academy Award winner. Jermaine needs to win one for something, So I'm glad James Cameron's probably just a fan of Flight of Conchords too. It was like, let's put him in.
That's the Since like most of the stuff that he has is like 2009-ish. Like you see Edie Falco is in the movie, so I'm just like,
I love seeing comedians in roles like that.
I was thinking that
you ever see Jermaine in that Men in Black sequel?
Yeah, he was great.
He was good. He was
the only
great.
good part of that movie.
He was the bad guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, and
he was excellent.
You didn't you didn't think Josh Brolin was good? I thought Josh Brolin.
Honestly,
did a really
I don't
good
know.
job in that.
I didn't.
I thought he was good as. Yeah, no, it wasn't the better one. But I mean, he does do a good young Tommy Lee Jones. Like I see
he
that.
Did. Yeah, he did a really good young Tommy Lee Jones.
I see the resemblance. But as far as back to Jermaine, like. All of his roles, as far as like comedians in these weird roles like that, like I love for instance, like in that Contagion movie everyone rewatched after the pandemic, Dimitri Martin as one of the fucking virologists, like trying to crack the code, or when you see Jack Black,
I totally get behind that.
Jack Black as Sean Penn's brother in Dead Man Walking, and this is like when Tenacious D was still fairly a thing, a new thing, I love seeing like these comedians in like these random serious roles. Like I showed my chick Heat. Dude, we watched Heat, and like Henry Rollins and Hank Azaria just popping in randomly, and God, I love
it. Robin Williams as the serial killer in Insomnia, Christopher Nolan movie.
That's a good movie. I like that.
But more like what I'm telling. Well, I guess it was a comedy role, but one of my favorite Robin Williams cameos is in Shakes the Clown when he's the mime school teacher. Do you ever see that movie?
No, I didn't catch that one.
Bobcat Goldthwait is wrote and directed that one. He's like an alcoholic clown, and he's got a serious drinking problem. And it's one of the more hardcore. It's one of the more hardcore movies about alcoholism I've seen. I know people talk about like Leaving Las Vegas and some of these other really depressing movies. Shakes the Clown's also pretty fucked up, but it's funny too. And you got Tom Kenny, SpongeBob. He's like the evil clown.
Hey, Chris, I like how Enzo makes that underhanded, left-handed comment to the critical drinker fucking moderator admin team, who are both alcoholics. When he says shit like that.
No, I mean I'm drinking too, man. Yeah.
Well, before we get too drunk, because I wanted to ask Wes, because he has author, he reads a lot of books. I remember I was a teenager. I did actually read in high school the Jurassic Park book. Did you ever read the Jurassic Park book?
I did.
And another example, it's so much different than that fucking movie. I think the movie's better. I think the movie's better.
You know what? I will agree. The movie's better.
The one thing the book has is the visceral dinosaur attack scenes. Like definitely people being dismembered alive by dinosaurs. Like how
Michael Crichton is one of those authors that can come up with really good concepts. But he has a problem. He has like high concept stuff, and it doesn't translate well.
Yeah.
Disclosure. Sometimes you have an author like Elmore Leonard, and if you take it verbatim and put it in, you come up with this beautiful
great movie
TV show like Justified or Jackie Brown, and they're just out of sight,
and they're very grounded in reality, and crime,
and then
cops and robbers, shit like that.
Yeah. Then if you have high concept
tech stuff, like Crichton's obsessed with the tech stuff, like cloning like Disclosure. Disclosure has this. We rewatched Disclosure, by the way, which was a great movie. But there's this great subplot about the fucking virtual reality databases that and this was groundbreaking shit at the time, but now it seems pretty standard, like cloud storage, although it's all VR operated. It's so silly. There's like a whole third act that takes place inside cyberspace or whatever. It's weird.
He wrote Westworld.
I'll actually say this right now. Every one of Michael Crichton's ideas has been better in film version than what he wrote in the book. Like I think we were just talking about this in the group the other day. Somebody brought up, it wasn't me, but somebody brought up 13th Warrior, aka Eaters of the Dead.
Yeah,
and
I like that
that's just a much better movie than the stupid book. The book is not very good. But the concept is great. And someone with some talent turned it into, they turned it into a movie, and it's just amazing.
I remember being a kid and having a huge problem with him like learning the language scene. That was like very like, really? That seemed very
Really?
easy. As I got older, I was like, whatever. I was a kid.
Okay. All right. Well,
I was just like, it makes no sense. But I guess, yeah, you can learn a language hanging out. With
well,
people
you do realize he was a linguist, right? That was
Right.
That was one of his main
Right.
jobs.
Yes.
So,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, like, okay.
One of those movies
All
you rewatch as an older person, you're like, yeah, it is good. It is good.
I fucking love that
Michael
movie.
Crichton wrote Congo.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Congo was one of the first
Good,
rewatches we did that we never recorded.
Fucking
We
Bruce
watched
Campbell gets killed.
Yeah. We watched Congo and we were like, we need to start recording these on Discord, man. So
Congo
West-
makes me think just because it's filed next to it in monkey movies in my brain. What's the one with I think it's Peter Jackson or like the rat monkey?
That's
Dead
evil,
Alive.
Dead Alive.
Alive.
Oh my
Brain Dead,
god.
depending on where you're from.
Yeah, Dead Alive. It's amazing. I love that one.
Yes, that's good.
What the hell?
Oh, thank you, Avatar, and your lack of fucking good plot and thing that we can come talk about all these other movies that are far superior to you in this stream.
Well,
All right,
Instead of-
I want to know like what would you like? What would you have liked to see for the plot? Like, how far off base was it for you? Because like, I mean, to me, it had like the pacing of like it had bone. There were some bones there. There's a pretty bare bones story, but there's like at least the bones there. What would you have like added onto it to make it from just a visual spectacle and an excuse to make a bunch of CGI and bullshit?
for the
Change
sequel or
random
for the
lives.
for the
Just or for this one, like
for the sequel?
yeah, like what do you think it needs?
What would make you happy?
I would have liked.
I hear all your criticisms, and you're not wrong, but like
I would have liked to have seen a really darker story. I would have liked to have had almost John Wick type story where, like, in the very first few minutes, we establish, or not few minutes, but the first act. We show Jake Sully, he's super happy, everything's all good, and then the humans
Terminator Genesis style.
No, not even that.
Yeah.
Just everything is great. He's hunky dory. Give a good like 15, 20 minutes even of that, and then out of the blue, the humans come in and like wipe out.
I mean, that's kind of what happened.
All of the Na'vi, and he survived. Well, his kids and his wife too, and he survives. And then he goes on this guerrilla campaign, like the Patriot, and like just comes in and just starts like murking these guys, and
so another like a revenge style.
Yeah, like I would have liked to have seen that, like him using all of that, the skills he has as a.
They cut off.
Oh, I can't tell if that's me or Wes ever, but
Yeah,
that's kind of like with the
that's
murder
off.
scene when the what's her name, Homegirl
Yeah.
goes ape shit on the ship and she becomes
that's
like
eerie.
a fucking monster, like literally like a monster, like a scary, like if this was like an alien slasher film about an alien hunting people, like her design would work as a fucking creepy knife hunting vampire bitch or something.
Yeah.
But she's just like slaying people left and right with her bow and arrow. Oh, sorry, you cut out for a while there.
You're back, Wes?
back.
You're back though.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So, yeah.
It's kind of again.
You're cutting out again. Your roommate might be playing Minecraft again.
Probably.
It's okay.
That's probably
no-
what it is.
it's no
Can you hear
worries.
me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hear me now?
Yep.
It's
Okay.
every
So
stream.
yeah, Jake and I gotta get a new computer. So Jake and the wife live, and all their kids get killed, and all their people get killed, and they go on a
Well, that's
revenge
something that they could technically do in a sequel, because like that is what I was saying earlier. Is like all the criticisms I had with the actual plot, like Kiri Kiri, where the fuck has she come from? You know, how did Sigourney Weaver's Avatar get pregnant? You know, they're obviously saving that for a sequel. So that could be bad. That could be good, depending on what the answer is. And then also other questions I have.
Creepy.
Other questions I have.
I mean,
yeah. Also, the creepiest thing about the movie is like the aftermath. Hands down, the creepiest thing of this movie is the fans of Kiri. It is the new Kylo shit. It is like gross. It's like ew. Also, shipping the two brothers together or the two village boys together. That's another thing. These Avatar fucking Tumblr fans are doing.
I've not seen any of this.
It's all. I was looking it up. I was just looking up memes earlier, and I wish I hadn't. Because I wouldn't have known about any of that stuff. But yeah, I was saying
Stupenzo is on a. Stupenzo looked up all this stuff, and he's on a watch list now. Just so that
I was like, oh no, I was just on Twitter looking up Avatar memes.
Hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I'm on a watch list, but I was just looking up Avatar memes, and I saw some okay ones, but what I did see was just like, oh my god, this is awful. But yeah, like when I was saying when Homegirl goes apeshit and kills everybody, that was a great scene, and also especially because like little Spider Boy is now like. That's like your friend's mom. That's like Mrs. Navi from down the street, and you see her like kill everybody.
He's never seen her like that.
And then she's like covered in blood, and he's like hiding from her. And then I did like this whole, he calls her she calls his bluff. Like I did like that shit. That was cool. Like I don't give a fuck about that boy. I mean, he does have several scenes where he's like, I don't care, but I gotta say I did like Stephen Lang's performance. And
so do you think they're trying to like I had this feeling like they're trying to rehabilitate his character?
Oh, 100%.
You know, so like
maybe he'll end up fighting with the Navi eventually.
Yeah, he's gonna join up with them or
the critical drinker said
like
that.
Because otherwise why else would he have a soft spot for is it his kid? What does he
or the little kid like betrays them all, and he's responsible for the red wedding. That's the other thing. Like if Wes is saying like if like Avatar had more of a Game of Thrones style like violence and nudity content, I would definitely like it more for sure.
I never said I wanted to see blue naked people. I never said that.
But in just terms of like
said that, Enzo.
The red wedding,
Game of Thrones, like visceral murder and
I did say that, but you had to throw in. I'm not trying to get on a watch list with you.
Look,
I never.
We need to understand why Jake Sully betrayed his whole race of people for this alien pussy.
I mean, to be honest. Can't blame him. Like,
it has to be like Quest for Fire, where she fucks his brains out like he's never been fucked before, and now he's like, all right, I'm gonna keep her around.
What's Quest?
Would you rather be
Quest
in a
for Fire?
wheelchair?
Quest for Fire was my father's favorite movie. It's a 80s Ron Perlman movie about cavemen fighting fire.
Okay.
We're saying Benjamin. I heard you something.
So, would you rather be stuck in a wheelchair or be a 8-foot tall blue alien?
Definitely.
I feel like for him, it's a pretty easy call. Plus, like he was just basically a nerd.
That was something I kind of forgot about the first movie.
If you watch the very beginning of the first one, I remember he had no choice. He's like really like his life sucks.
It wasn't like no choice, but it was an easy choice. Yeah,
exactly. I feel like he was already so on the fringe that like. It didn't take much for him.
What would have made the plot more complicated with the sequels is if he wasn't like permanently in his avatar body magically. If he still had to do the cycling. Because that was something that doesn't really make sense. Is like they do show like the human guys from the first movie. They're still like hanging out in the main cave base.
Deus Ex Awa.
Helping the that's the other thing. They got the ocean Awa, which is obviously convenient. Now and obviously Kira, I want to say Kira, her father, Kiri, her father is probably Awa somehow. Sigourney Weaver was doing secret experiments with the tree life, and one of the trees fucked her, and that's how she had to.
Oh shit! So like Kiri is like Jesus, basically.
Yeah, Kiri would have she's gonna give birth to Jesus eventually.
Well, if Sigourney Weaver banged
Blue
Awa,
Space Jesus,
because she's the
Virgin Mary.
Yeah, so
Kiri would be Jesus.
Yeah, she's Jesus, but then she's going to breed with Spider, and they're going to have a human Navi offspring baby that'll be even more Jesus-like, and that'll be my theory. That's my theoretical.
Quaritch will have.
That's my Captain Planet
holy
character.
Grandchild, and
that's my Captain Planet character.
Hey,
right there.
how funny would it have been if fucking Jake was still in a wheelchair as an avatar, like they do on Family Guy with
Oh,
every iteration of Joe.
Joe.
Every Joe is always in a wheelchair.
Oh my
Every-
god.
Yes, everything to do with Shawshank Redemption or
That-
any kind of Stephen King, Joe is always in a fucking wheel every time.
Dude, could you imagine like that's how your brain works? So even if you were like in a Navi body, like your Navi body's legs don't work, like that would be fucked up. That'd be like, damn it. Now we got to build him a giant wheelchair that's like all terrain. That wouldn't work at all.
I did think it
Just
was
give him
kind
bionic
of
legs.
interesting that they had the technology to like basically completely clone an alien race,
but not
but like they
repair.
couldn't fix paralysis.
They said in one line, like, sure, you could get a spinal, but it
science for
costs
you.
a fortune. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
that's
but we're
cheaper
gonna,
than this, though.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank
Or
you.
that's just a
Thank
commentary on VA benefits. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
definitely a
wanna
lot of
Hey,
plot holes in these movies.
Whoa, shots fired. Shots fired. Shots fired.
I did want to ask Wes something because obviously, like a lot of details for part 3. Do you think, at least for the third film, it's at least an interesting concept where Cameron did say that? Listen, even Cameron's like, I can't keep having humans fight Na'vi. It's kind of cliche. The
Yeah.
point of the third film is he is making the Fire Na'vi actually fight Jake Sully and these guys.
Yeah.
He wants to make the Fire Na'vi the bad guys of the third film. So is
Sure.
that do you at least find that kind of interesting, where he's not going to keep rehashing humans bad, aliens good?
I think at this point, if you gave me the choice between watching Avatar 3 and any of its subsequent sequels or me going into a wheelchair, I'll take the wheelchair.
So,
Wait,
but if Avatar 3 was like had a hard R rating, you would be interested, though, right?
Yeah.
He's
That
not going to do that. He's not going to do that. That's not going to happen.
Man,
No,
That's
but he said the Fire Na'vi are the villains of the third film.
So you know,
I-
who knows?
No, he's not gonna backpedal and go back to 1984 or 1991 James Cameron and risk billions of dollars so people can't bring their kids to go see
That
Avatar 3. That's
PG-13
not gonna
rating
happen.
is pretty fucking coveted.
That's
you know?
set in
That's
stone.
100%. They're not going to go R on this. Like, there's
No,
no
yeah.
way. But
Well, I'm just saying, but the concept
it
is,
would
but
be
he-
cool.
but-
I'm
but Cam-
thinking of like Jake Sully as being like like you said, everybody's been murdered, and then he has to infiltrate.
I wouldn't be
human-
surprised if
human
Jake
base
Sully.
and go back to Earth, and I don't know something.
I wouldn't be
crazy
surprised
like
if Jake
that.
Sully himself gets killed, and we have to. One
I
of the son.
guarantee you Jake Sully gets killed in the next movie,
Cool.
and Zoe Saldana is the main character. I guarantee you that's going to happen.
Yeah, and then the son will take the reins. He'll be the new hero. I mean, whatever.
Let's see.
Or
But he
no,
did,
no, the son, no, the daughter will. The
yeah.
girl will be the.
Yeah, she is.
big
She
hero.
is like a little like Ben said. She is like the Jesus
Mm.
of the Avatar movies.
All right, guys, I'm grabbing a beer. You guys want
Ooh.
one? You want me to grab
Yeah,
you one?
sure. Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Absolutely.
I'll be right
Thanks.
back.
All right, man.
but to his credit, but he did say that he's not making all Na'vi good. He's like, there is some
Oh, right.
good and bad, like anything. He's like, so the fire Na'vi. He's like, I'm not going to make the cliche where just like Native Americans, because people say, well, Na'vi are Native Americans. Okay, let's be honest. The Apaches and the Algonquin, whatever. Not every Native American was peaceful, tree loving, great people. A lot of Native Americans did a lot of horrible shit that people tend to gloss over.
Oh yeah, that was like a huge history class lesson. Was like, a big part of like the Native Americans. Long battles with the settlers was like them fighting with each other, and if they they hadn't done that.
100%. But yeah,
But
before the quote unquote white man got there, but it's, guys, read a history book. The Indians, I don't care. I call them that because I'm from
Yeah.
Mohawk Reservation. There's a reason said Mohawks. Like, I don't have the hairstyle, but Mohawk wasn't the actual term of the hairstyle. And these guys did a lot of horrible shit to each other. Like,
I found out that my great grandmother was 100% Apache. I was like, whoa, that's pretty fucking hardcore.
yeah. But no, I mean, I definitely agree with what Wes is saying, but like Benjamin said too, the thing is, and Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers talked about this, but also Nerdrotic and even Mullet the Drinker. The biggest thing with Avatar 2, and especially the first one, but now more the second one, is it was so fucking family oriented and family friendly. Besides a couple, like, obviously some violent scenes, but yeah, people were bringing their kids and kids from 5 years old to 15 because it didn't have a hard R rating.
Right.
While I do admit that, I think what Wes is saying that it would be a better film with the R rating. A third Avatar film being rated R is not going to do too fucking.
What if like 4 or 5? What if like number 5 is rated R? What if we?
They're not going to walk that back, Enzo.
Well,
They're not
remember
going to do that.
I agree with
Remember how
that.
Return of the Sith was rated PG-13. Now, granted, that's not nearly the same. But James Cameron is such a cocky asshole Like he was gonna be one of those motherfuckers that's gonna be like, no, I want to beat the Passion of the Christ. I want to beat like highest grossing R-rated movie. You know, like
Listen,
I want to
this
beat
is
it.
gonna
Just
run at this is gonna run out of steam, and he's gonna pass away, and before these are done, and this is gonna turn into like a cable TV series.
yeah.
There's James Cameron's old as fuck. So, you know,
He's also like he's
He is,
not
like,
old.
70,
He's
yeah.
not that old, but yeah, he definitely is like a super like hard work. I would not be
Yeah.
surprised if James Cameron keeled over of a massive coronary because like
Yeah.
the dude's been married 3 times. He works like a son of a bitch. He goes down in the fucking bottom of the ocean like every month for some reason.
yeah.
It's not good for you, you know.
I think he's trying to find aliens.
He's very stressed out, I imagine. I joked about this on another stream, but I bet you like his assistant director is the nicest motherfucking guy in the world because he has to be, because James Cameron, I've heard stories about how that guy, you know, there's video of him like barking orders at people and telling them where they should be and what this should be. Why isn't this like this? This doesn't make any sense because there's like a clip of him in the Titanic and he's like, why would this character be standing right here if at 10:13 he was over on this side of the ship during the, and it's just like, Jesus Christ.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what? I am a big believer in, I think it's perfectly fine to be, I don't know why Joss Whedon got canceled. I think it's perfectly fine to be a total cocksucker.
As a director, you gotta hand it to
as a
him, right?
director.
Yeah.
I agree.
You know what I
Russ.
mean? I don't think yeah, go ahead.
He knows how
go
to
ahead.
bark orders. But I was gonna say that's where the assistant director comes in. He's like, "Hey, man, sorry, Jim. He's just, you know, just
You know how
great.
Jim is.
It'd be better
Hey,
if you
know
could
what?
stand there."
Yeah, Jim, I got a keto cookie for you. Do you want to sit down for a little bit and
Yeah.
have a little time out? You know, it's okay. It's okay. You know,
His
I
name's
think
Travis
every
or something.
I think every director should be like that Tom Cruise character in Tropic Thunder.
Les
You know what I mean?
Grossman.
Like-
Les Grossman.
Les
Yeah.
Grossman. And I'm fine with that. I hate the fact that Joss Whedon got canceled. And I love the fact that Jim Cameron is a cocksucker and he
Yeah.
put it to those limey turds during
Yeah.
Aliens. And you
What's-
know what I mean? I love that. I love that he stuck. Yeah.
What did Joss Whedon even get canceled for? You got who was creepy
For
with the
being
ladies or
mean.
just
For
being a
being
dick?
mean. For being mean.
Yes.
Yeah, he's supposed to be mean.
Yeah, because one of the things Justice League was like one scene he wanted where it's like Barry passed out and like Ezra had his face like buried in Gal Gadot's chest and she got offended by that, and it's, but for a comedy aspect it's like, well, and of course I mean what guy doesn't want to have his face buried in Gal Gadot's chest? Like
I
Yeah.
mean, that's the thing is like director. I think it's like, oh, you see Buffy the Vampire Slayer and you see the funny Avengers movies, so you think whoever makes these movies must be the nicest guy. It's like that's
I
not
never
necessarily
thought that.
true.
Hey,
Some people,
I was,
yeah.
I was
Yeah.
in the military. The best military commanders, the best colonels, the best first sergeants and sergeant majors were all dickheads. You ever seen We Were Soldiers with Sam Elliott?
yes, dude,
They're
yeah.
all like that. The best
good.
leaders are all like that.
James Cameron himself is very funny. Like that guy is funny. And dude, when you watch
Mm.
True Lies, like can we talk about True Lies for a second?
Oh my god, I love True
that
Lies.
is-
it into
I
a
love
TV
True
show.
Lies.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
terrible. It's
Wes
terrible.
loves
It's already out. It's already out. Yeah, I've heard bad
Wes-
things.
Wes, how-
the movie's
terrible.
great.
Wes recommends it.
I want to
No,
talk
I
about
do
the
not.
movie.
Don't put that on me. Don't put that on me.
Or did you recommend it when it first came out and then you got burned? I mean, it's fine if that
No,
happens. I mean,
I watched it because
they always rope you in with the first 2 episodes, you know?
No,
It's like,
because I run a TV and movie group under the name of the Critical Drinker. It is my
Oh, wow.
responsibility to take one for the team for
Yeah.
my group so that they do not have to sit through shit like that.
okay.
So I will try a show out, and it was I mean, you know what? I will sit and wait overnight for tickets for the next Avatar before I'll watch another episode of the True Lies
Oh,
TV
okay.
show.
Yeah,
You know what
so
I mean?
it's always
I'll-
good.
and-
It's always good to gauge like what you like things or hate things
Yeah.
in relation to other things.
Oh, it's so bad.
So it's worse than
so
Avatar
bad.
2 and Avatar 1 for sure.
It's worse than
Yeah.
I once
Well,
broke my ankle.
We've all
playing
seen
football.
the movie. Like we've all seen the movie. How is it different
Oh.
from the how's the show
It's
different?
So
or is it
bad.
similar?
It's so woke. It's so woke, and it's so bad.
Mhm.
It
Can you
hurts
give
your
specifics?
I feel like it
Any-
can't work
any
without
specifics?
Arnold Schwarzenegger because, like,
No,
him
yeah,
being a
he's
goofy,
great.
brain.
like,
Well, number one, the Helen Tasker is the main character of the show.
Oh, she's the
she is-
hero.
Yep, she's a Mary Sue that's better at everything
Is she the
automatically.
spy?
She's
Or
a
the
spy.
husband's- Okay.
He's the spy. But they go through the whole thing where, like, in the first episode, where she finds out that he's the spy. So they ramp up the plot, and then like
in the
she
first
like
episode.
in the first episode, and then
That's a
she's
different
like,
story. You should just call it a different movie at this point. It shouldn't even have
I
the title
mean,
True Lies.
yeah, and then
You've already
because it's a
strayed
TV
so
show. Yeah, she does everything better than him. She knows languages. She already took kung fu classes.
Man.
Their kids are both of different ethnicities, and they never address that. She's Hispanic, he's white, and they have 2 half-black kids. They don't address it at all. It makes no sense. The Tom what's his name character? Tom Arnold character is black. Of course. They are fighting.
But is he like black, or is he just kind of like African American?
No, he's black. No, he's black.
Is he like fucking Chris Rock? Like, oh shit, man, we need to get the fuck out of here.
He was the guy that played.
How
the
black
friend.
are we talking?
All right, well, let me answer, motherfucker.
I'm sorry.
He's the friend. He was the best friend in 8 Mile.
Okay. I like him as an actor, but yeah. I mean, that's fine.
Not the guy with the dreads, the fat guy that would drive him around and stuff.
Right. Yeah. I want. But this thing is like Harry Tasker's sidekick as Tom Arnold. It's not the fact that he's a comedy sidekick. It's also the fact that he's fat and old. That was part of the appeal of Tom Arnold.
Right.
That's definitely Tom Arnold's best movie. Tom Arnold's best role. Tom Arnold's best performance.
For sure.
It was like his peak.
Yeah.
And I like the movie Carpool, but
yeah, it's I watched 3 episodes, and then I warned everybody off in the group about it. I'm like, please stay away.
Okay. Well,
I was like, I will pay for your cable subscription if you do not watch this movie. Please don't do it.
As far as the movie itself, like I remember, I think it was you.
The movie's amazing.
I think it was you had made that poll about best spy. And of course, James Bond's gonna win, obviously. So I just like commented.
I forgot. I was gonna give you shit about that.
I commented. My favorite spy is Harry Tasker and his sidekick.
Chris.
He's my.
Yeah.
Enzo pulled that thing that when we do the weekly polls.
I made my own choice.
He pulled that thing. Yeah, he brought up his own choice that had nothing to do with the poll of the choices we had.
Harry Tasker is a spy.
I know, but we already had the established
choices.
The choices you just like bring up. It's like, hey, what's your favorite pie for Thanksgiving? I like cheesecake. Wait, what?
No, that's not what was happening. That was be like if you
had
saying,
5 choices.
Yeah, right. What's your favorite pie?
Choices.
What's your favorite pie? Apple, blackberry, raspberry, or cherry? And I'm like, my favorite is gingerberry pie. And you'd be like, nope, doesn't count. I'd be like, what? It's a pie, Harry Tasker and his friend are spies.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah,
okay.
I never thought that my choice would win the poll. I would just say if you're going to ask me. Favorite of those choices,
Enzo, you got no votes. Nobody voted on Harry Tasker. You got
no. It wasn't
votes.
even really Harry Tasker. It was Tom Arnold's character because he's my favorite spy. Because
neither
if you ever
one.
watched that dumb
0
movie,
votes.
that dumb movie Spy with Melissa McCartney.
Yes,
that's one of her better movies.
That's because Jason Statham made that movie.
Jason Statham rules in that movie.
Fucking right, man.
But to be fair, like Jason Statham, like his character is what like the movie idea of a spy is. But like Melissa McCarthy and the tall, unattractive English woman. That is what a real spy actually looks like. Unassuming and under the radar, normal looking, like kind of unattractive. The idea that James Bond would be like the most handsome man, dashing man in the room, getting all eyes on him. Yeah. All eyes on me. I'm a fucking spy. Like I don't want anyone noticing me. I should be operating like covertly in the shadows, like a spy.
Who was that? Was that the same chick from Tenet? Benjamin?
In the
wife in the spy movie, was that the same one as the Russian guy's wife in Tenet?
Oh,
I don't know.
What spy movie were we talking about? True Lies?
The one you were just talking about. The Melissa McCarthy movie.
Oh, Spy. Oh, no. Yeah. The bad guy girl was the hot Australian chick from Neighbors and
Rose Byrne.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Rose Byrne.
She was very funny in that movie too. She was very funny. Sorry, Elizabeth who?
Benjamin.
Elizabeth
That chick.
Debicki in Tenet.
Yeah. And Tenet, she is like, did you know she's like super fucking tall? She's like
Yes.
6'5" or something.
She's
Yeah.
She's 6'3".
She,
Oh,
I think,
shit.
was in one of the
Wow.
Guardians.
I got her
Guardians
IMDb
2.
up. I'm looking right now.
She was in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I think. She's
she
that
was
gold
in
bitch.
she was in
that
this
gold
movie
chick.
called Widows. There's a author out here my way
Oh.
called Gillian Flynn, a female author who writes crime novels, and she wrote a screenplay for a movie called Widows, and she
Oh.
was in it, and she's really good. And she's so hot. She gets naked in
Yeah.
it. She's
Yeah.
so hot.
Is that movie
I like
good?
those. I like
Got a
those
great
big tall
cast.
Amazons.
I remember watching Widows. Yeah.
I've never heard of it. It sounds.
Is that the one where they go rob the bank and avenge
Yeah.
their husband's deaths or whatever?
Well, they don't. Well, that's not the point of what they're trying. What they're just trying to make money to survive. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they wind up doing that. But yeah,
Something.
there's very few, like there's regional authors, and out here in Kansas, like Gillian Flynn is like the big noise out here. Like she's what everybody out here where I am aspires to be, because she wrote Gone Girl, Sharp Objects, Dark Places, like
I
that.
like Gone Girl, the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, you do the test. You show a chick Gone Girl, and does she think the Gone Girl was a crazy psychopathic bitch, or does she think she was like a yes queen boss girl?
Yeah.
Like, that's the litmus test. You just see how they react to that movie, and if she's like, "Oh my god, this chick is crazy," you're like, oh, "Okay, you passed. You passed."
No, opposite. I say if she thinks if she's like, oh hell yeah, because when she keeps fucking him to get the semen inside of her in order to
Oh my god.
like frame him. Like,
So you're
even
saying
after-
if she is all about it, then that's a pass.
perfect. Yep,
Wow.
that's the damage.
You're
That's the
asking for
damage.
trouble. You're just asking for trouble.
Well, I mean,
You
yeah,
like
I
it.
used to
I got it.
I used to kill people for money, so I mean,
Lord
like
of toxicity.
obviously, yeah, like I didn't get this name because I sing too loudly in church, buddy. Just so you know.
Yeah, that is one thing I appreciate you about you, Toxic.
It's always entertaining.
If someone's gonna be like shitting all over this movie like a crazy person, it should be you. It's like, let's do
I
it.
did have a question for all three of you guys, because we mentioned Cameron and other directors as well. Do you think Michael Bay is in the same vein where I think Michael Bay can do some fantastic films, but I recognize Transformers for being how fucking dumb they are, but like Avatar, you can't deny the box office of the Transformers films.
Yeah, but no, I mean, definitely Cameron over Michael Bay. But Michael Bay,
Ambulance was sick though. I don't know
Really?
if you guys watched
Ambulance was amazing.
I fucking loved it. I thought it was
good.
super cool.
I didn't like
Yeah.
Ambulance that
I
much.
liked it.
No, I really enjoyed it. I had me at like it had
Bad
me on the
Boys
edge of my
2.
seat. I thought it was
Bad
bad.
Boys and Bad Boys 2 are
Remember,
great.
I like the
West-
first
Four
Bad
was,
Boys a
the
lot.
first- the first one's all right.
Remember West though,
They
you
get-
first gave me shit for Ambulance, but then you came around watching again because
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
Maybe
listen,
I'll
I'm
watch
not
it a second time and like it
I'm
more.
not-
and I respected
Blue
West for that.
collar. Yeah, I'm not always right. I'm not always right. I got you. Like, I've recommended stuff to Blue Collar, and he's always game. That's what I love about him. He's always like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. And 9 times out of 10, he usually likes it. And then with the Ambulance, I was like, nah, fuck that movie.
Yeah.
That movie's dog shit. And he was like, no, Wes, give it another chance. Give it another chance. Take a look at it. And I watched it again. I'm like, you know what? It's pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. It's a pretty good movie. I can't lie. I can't find any real fault with it at all. So yeah.
But to be fair, but Bay's done stuff like The Rock. He's obviously done like.
What's
Bay-
your favorite
Oh, yeah.
Bay movie? What's your favorite Michael Bay movie? I think mine's The Island. Honestly, I like that
The
one.
Island is, I think, underrated.
Yeah,
Bad
I like
Boys
The Island a
2.
lot.
Bad Boys 2.
Bad Boys
That's a good
2.
movie.
I think I like the first Bad Boys the best, just because of the '90s like sunset vibe it had. That look. Everything was very gold and amber and pink. And a lot of great colors.
No, Bad Boys 2 is kind of ruined for me because I don't like Tay Leone.
first Bad, yeah.
Pain and Gain.
I
I like Pain and Gain. I get a lot.
I liked Pain and Gain, but I hated the characters. They were the worst.
Because the biggest thing, because especially
They're real guys though.
Because the
That's
part,
part of it.
like the part with The Rock, he's fucking barbecuing a hand, and they stop the movie and say this really happened in real life.
Right,
That's
but
what made it so fucking good.
They're trying to do
this guy was barbecuing a hand.
But they're trying to do what the Martin Scorsese does so well, which is take these terrible characters and make you like them. But with Pain and Gain, like I did not like the characters. I mean, I liked the movie.
Fair.
Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
I get you.
But like I fucking hated these fuckers.
You're not actually on their side.
I
though,
was
like-
not
Yeah,
on
but
their side at all.
That was the point. But no, I don't
Everything
like,
they were doing was
I didn't like
100%
the characters
wrong.
neither. I think there were three assholes. I think that was the point, though. It's like because these were three terrible human beings, which is why they got caught for,
But-
and they're fucking stupid.
I guess
Blue
that's
collar-
why. Go ahead.
Blue Collar, didn't you do a thing on talking about in one of your streams? Didn't you talk about how that scene from the first Transformers movie when the Special Forces team is getting attacked and they call in the airstrike and stuff like that? Didn't you? Am I getting that confused, or was that Dark Hour? Or didn't you have like a whole thing where you talked about how like that was such fucking military porn and it was so good and it was like heart stopping and stuff like that? Didn't you? Or am I getting that wrong?
Well,
I
was actually asking you because I rewatched it because remember Yumi talked about it's been my son just turned 15. It's been 15 years since Transformers came out, and rewatching it, I'm like, you said that I'm like, and I wanted to ask the military guy that I've known over the years reading articles that the U.S. military, like if Michael Bay wants an actual F-15, he will get an actual fucking F-15. Because military love or hate Michael Bay. Michael Bay loves the military, and when you watch the first Transformers film, I'm not a military man, but I'm watching this shit and I'm like, this seems like actual military dialogue, tactics.
It is. There's no flaw.
13 Hours, the other Mark Wahlberg one.
So that's what
I'm saying. That's a Benghazi movie, right?
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The thing with Michael Bay is Michael Bay can direct some really good actual fucking films. So we recognize Transformers can be stupid or Six Underground, but Michael Bay can direct when he wants to some good shit. But you can't blame him for making it. I mean, Transformers may be stupid, but look at the $4 billion he's made.
The first Transformers movies is great. I mean, for what it is, for a Hasbro movie, you know, a movie based on a toy, they did what they could. And I gotta say, I've seen the first three Transformers movies a shitload of times because I got the riff tracks of all three of them, dude. They're hilarious, and the first movie is fun. The first movie is a great one.
Would you guys believe in Baghdad in 2010, 11, and 13, 12, or excuse me, 10, 11, 12, and 13? They had in the Chow Hall, they have a big screen and they have they have the Transformers movies playing on a constant loop. Would you believe that if I told you that?
I believe it. Yeah. I mean, was it the movie had just come out or?
They played them like in 2010 they had the 2007 one playing, and in 2011 they had like whenever the DVD came out they had it playing. So like I remember I saw Transformers 3 for the first time. I was like eating lunch and I'm like, what is this? Which one's this one? And my partner was like, oh, that's Transformers 3. I was like, oh wow, okay, cool. But yeah, that scene that Chris was talking or Blue Collar was talking about in the first Transformers movie that Michael Bay did. I mean, yeah, man, that's fucking right on the money.
Because as soon as they called in the airstrike scene was fucking amazing. When he first killed the Scorpion Transformer, that shit gave me goosebumps watching that in theaters. Like, fuck, dude. Like,
it still gives me goosebumps. It still gives me goosebumps to this day.
Before we move on, I have to ask you this, Wes, because I heard controversial things. The second film, when they used the rail gun, was there any realism to that? Do you know?
Remind me what scene we're talking about.
Remember the last 45 minutes was with the whole Egypt scene and stuff in the sand. At one point they call in, they say, guys, call in the rail gun, and they fired the rail gun from the back of the ship and it hit the fucking Remember the one? Remember because the part where it took fucking 5 different Transformers turned into the big one. And they called in the fucking rail gun. That rail gun tore his ass in half, and you're like, oh shit! Like,
have you ever seen Black Hawk Down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when they say like we don't have any gunships or air support, that's what they're talking about. Like if you don't have that, if you don't have a gunship or an air support, like you're out there on your own with like whatever stuff you can, and like maybe a helicopter or a little bird will come in and do some work for you. But they have that shit from like far away, the field artillery, and they like fire that shit. They dial in the coordinates, or you dial it in, or like in the Transformers movie, you lays the target and they just can fucking hit it from so far away. But that's pretty accurate, man. You know,
because I was
pretty
read
amazing.
I was reading articles online. It's the railgun's so big where they had to put it on the back of a fucking a big ass military ship, and then again, yeah, it could hit a target from like whatever 200 fucking miles away on point. You're like,
dude,
holy shit!
remember the end of the Iron Giant? That fucking gunship scene where it's like firing at the Iron Giant from like across the way.
Yeah.
Fucking shoots that big green plasma cannon, misses, and then what does the gunship do? Fires a fucking nuke at him.
Have you guys seen the Jackal in '97?
I love that one.
Okay.
Classic.
The accuracy of that 50 cal blowing Jack Black's arm off is that's exactly what that would do.
I was going to talk
You know what I mean?
specifically about that scene because, like, you know, growing up, especially when I was like younger and fatter, I'd get Jack Black a lot, you know, comparisons. And my mother, you know, she thought I looked like Jack Black too. But what was funny is like she calls me randomly and she's like, "Hey, guess what?" This is what when I wasn't living with her. But she's like, "I'm watching that movie, The Jackal, with Bruce Willis," because she loves Bruce Willis. Die Hard's her favorite movie. And I'm like, "Oh yeah,
I love Bruce Willis too."
Yeah, and she's like, I've never seen The Jackal. I'm loving it. And he's like, "Oh yeah, what part are you at?" She's like, "I'm at the part where Jack Black, he's showing Bruce Willis that gun." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, call me back in 10 minutes." And I hang up. And then she calls me back and she's like crying. She's like, "They killed him. Oh, they killed my baby." Yeah. I was like, yeah. Anyway,
but yeah, that's what that stuff does to meat.
Oh yeah,
that's what it. You know, like I've loaded those weapons and I've seen what they do to targets. You know,
What
they
about,
just like they just eviscerate them.
Depleted like uranium or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Yeah.
I remember in they were using the saber tip rounds, whatever the hell that means.
Yeah.
Saber rounds.
Yeah, saber rounds. It's just basically saying like they hollow out. It's almost like hollow point, but like hollow point
metal
on steroids. Right.
Metal point.
Yeah, and
a hollow point for metal.
Yeah, and it does
to a tank what a hollow point does to a human. You know.
There you go.
Yeah,
you couldn't have said it. You couldn't have said it any better than me.
Cool. As far as back to like other James Cameron movies like The Abyss and Titanic. Back to Titanic, you know James Cameron wanted to sink a ship. I gotta give it to Avatar 2 for having one of the best like sinking ship scenes. Like the inside of this ship, like the fucking seamlessly how like everything's flipping around and these people are going around. I love the disorientingness of it, but that was kind of like The Abyss when they did that kind of shit. True Lies, The Abyss. I don't know. What are your other favorite Cameron movies?
I love True Lies. I love T2. I love Aliens. You know, like that.
True Lies was so funny.
Yes.
That's one of the things that's so understated.
Bill Paxton, holy shit!
Oh my god, he's my favorite part of that movie. That's one of the best subplots of any movie ever. Is the
agree,
whole
100%.
You should see how they rape that rape in the TV show. In the TV show, the TV show totally shits on. Oh god, you know what?
Christ.
I'm not going to subject you to it.
No, but as far as like
so
because that's one thing I like about what Dark Hour was saying was like I don't want to spend all day once a week just bitching about what I don't like. I love to just like let's just talk about what we do like. Like
speaking of Enzo, like okay, think about James Cameron. How many times did he cast Bill Paxton? How many films?
He's in. Let's see. He's in Terminator 1.
Yep.
He's in The Abyss. No, he's not in The Abyss. He's in Titanic. He's in Aliens.
Yep.
He's in True Lies.
Yep.
So that's half of the movies right there.
Yeah.
What else is he in? Does he make an appearance in Ghost of the Abyss? Isn't he like? No, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. What else? Am I missing any?
Yeah. I don't know. Michael Biehn is in Terminator.
So check us out.
Go ahead.
Not only is every Michael Biehn movie that he's in with James Cameron, Michael Biehn at some points gets bitten somewhere. Someone bites him in every movie he's in too.
Yes.
So I want to say he's in 3 or 4 also.
Yeah. He's in Terminator. He's in who's got a helicopter going by their house?
That's probably Ben.
No. Ben,
it's
do you
blue.
get the helicopter?
Yeah,
no,
get some ass on back on a motorcycle, you know.
Oh, it's a motorcycle. I thought La Migra's coming. Oh my god.
La Migra.
I grew up in El Paso. As far as like Michael Biehn, technically he was in Terminator 2 if you count the weird deleted scene that I'm glad was deleted.
I like that scene. It was too the fact that like
you know, she's getting premonitions from beyond the grave, like warning
know,
her. Like,
you may see me as a cynical dick as much as I've been shitting on the Avatar movies, but I will tell you that I can find no wrong with Terminator 2.
no,
Terminator 2
rules.
was
Theatrical cut. I do think the theatrical cut is perfect. I don't like the director's cut very much of that movie.
Really?
In fact, there's few director's cuts that I think are superior to the original. I think Blade Runner is one of the few. Blade Runner is one of the few director's cuts that I think is, because a lot of times like deleted scenes are deleted for a good reason, you know. And
I don't agree. I do not agree.
I prefer to watch.
Aliens
or not.
The director's cut is
that director's cut is better. That director's cut is better for sure. I agree. Aliens is way better as a director's cut for sure.
Superman versus Batman. Batman
the
versus
Donner
Superman.
cut. Donner cut. Superman 2.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think it's hit or miss. No, because I do I mean, I think for me to this day, if we had to do we actually poll for tomorrow, I think so far in my lifetime, the underrated one was Kingdom of Heaven, because they cut out that she had a kid.
I haven't seen either version of Kingdom of Heaven. I remember.
Neither have I.
God, yeah, that director's cut was it like?
That's Ridley Scott,
good
right?
Call.
Yeah,
that's Ridley Scott. Good call, Blue Collar.
I'll give it
that's what we're gonna do for the. That's what we'll do for the weekly poll tomorrow. Good for you. Good job. Good job, buddy.
But I do think Terminator 2, though, I did like the extra scene with between Sarah and John, because how the fact she wanted to turn off the Terminator, and John's like, no, we should like kill it, and that was a very powerful scene.
And they reset the chip so that he.
I did like that scene where they cut his head open and they use Sarah Connor's twin behind the ear, and you look inside his head. That is such a great practical effect shot for sure, and that scene should have. I think that specific scene, I wouldn't have mind that being in the movie.
Benjamin, what is your favorite James Cameron movie? If I had to put it to you,
I had a list earlier. Let me see.
I mean, Aliens, and then
good for you. Good answer.
I mean, I really enjoyed the Avatar a lot, but I don't know if it's not in the same way as I would like, rate a different movie, because like it is just about the visuals, and that's what that does it for me, particularly just because of what I like. But if we're gonna try to be analytical about it, I mean, it doesn't necessarily stack up to like even like
go with what your heart
Terminator
says.
Movies have so much. There's just so much more there, than like just the actual visuals. And then I also really I love The Abyss. I think that The Abyss is fucking tight.
Do you like the director's cut of that or not? Because I do.
I don't know. I think I've only seen the director's cut, or like I saw the original probably like on VHS forever ago, and I don't really remember it.
The original doesn't have the big wave scene at the end where the aliens like make contact.
Okay, so I have the extended cut on like that I've seen most recently, and I like that because like I mean I love alien shit, and I think
you guys want to talk about aliens. You guys were talking about earlier, like some scenes that were like getting you teared up or whatever. Man, fucking Abyss, when he's trying to revive his wife, and then later when he goes, I knew when he's texting her via the thing or whatever, and he's like, I knew this was a one-way trip when I went to go do it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, oh hey, Nerdy Film Girl's here. Nerdy Film Girl's here.
Oh hey, hi, hello,
hell yeah.
How you doing, girl? Yeah, that's a great emotional scene. The when she's like unconscious for like she's like technically dead for like 2 whole minutes or whatever. You never given up on anything in your life, you bitch. Yeah. She's like slapping
Ed Harris. Dude, people sleep on Ed Harris, and I think he's one of the best actors in the world, easily.
Especially Westworld season 1.
The Rock, Westworld, Milk Money, even. That's a weird ass
movie.
Fucking
Milk Money, man. Good deep cut.
Ed Harris is good in it. God damn it.
You know what? Ed Harris is the white Denzel Washington. He's never done a bad movie.
Dude,
he's never done a bad movie.
That weird ass movie, Mother. That was like the most recent thing I saw him in besides Westworld. Yeah. But he's good in that too, even though that's a weird ass movie. Ed Harris, I love him. What's the other ones where he's just so commanding? Apollo 13. That's the one where he's just like the guy in the control center. God damn it. We gotta get those boys back.
It's like Wes was saying. I remember Abyss, but that came on VHS when I was like 8 years old. My father, my aunt, my mother, everyone was
watching yourself. Go
And
fuck yourself.
remember all my parents watching that scene. They were just like talking about it. They were discussing it. Remember the days when you would, well, we're doing it now, but they would discuss films. I'm listening to my parents all discuss this one scene with Ed Harris in The Abyss, like how powerful that was.
Yeah. As far as like other scenes, like especially with Cameron movies that get you teared up, I mean, I like the part where, obviously, I mean, yeah, it's so hokey, but Terminator 2, like with like first you got John Connor like kind of crying in the back seat of the car, like, what's wrong with your eyes? Because like the mother's like,
what's wrong with your eyes?
What's wrong with your eyes? Like,
what's
nothing,
the matter?
Nothing. And then later he asked him like, why do people cry? He's like,
why do you cry?
He explains it.
Why do you cry?
And then at the end when he's like, I now know why you cry. It's like, oh, God damn it, Arnold. Still so good.
I go with Wes. Yeah, Terminator 2. I seen that. I'll never forget watching it in the fucking drive-ins and shit. And the last scene was just like this. Fucking 10 years old, cry my eyes. Seen Arnold die. Yeah.
Don't cry for me. Don't cry tears for me. I'm a cyborg.
I know. With the two things in Terminator 2 that I love so much is when Sarah shakes the Terminator's hand, like grudgingly accepts it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I love
that's great.
I love that. And then the other scene where when the Terminator
breaks her out.
No, the scene where he is going on a one-way death mission to go fight the T-1000 when he's like, John, you got to go now. And it's just like he knows that he go now. Yeah. And it's just him and the T-1000 and he's so outmatched.
Oh,
he goes up against the
Spark
anyway.
Refinery. That's where another fucking big mechanical monstrosity of a setting that James Cameron loves. Iron grating and metal bars and rails and steam and sparks. Every movie he's got one of those.
It's funny Wes said it because my dad got me into films and the films I watch nowadays. And even my dad was a Chris. I was like 10. He's like, just the level. My dad was the whole level of respect. And after everything Sarah's been through, at the very end, for her to fucking shake a Terminator's hand, like that's so fucking deep, man. Like, Well,
like I was saying, I love the mental asylum scene because especially when he comes out of the fucking elevator and she's like, no, she screams like a girl too. No.
Yeah.
And then he's like, come with me if you want to live, That's such a great.
That's why when fucking Wes says, like, I watch, if everyone's like Terminator 2, I watch it 50 times or it's my favorite film of all time. I'm not gonna fight you on that.
Yeah, man. I mean, Terminator 2, Aliens, those are the top ones, and then Terminator would be probably, I don't know, number 3 or 4, and then I think True Lies would be number 3, I think, or 2. I don't know. True Lies, goddamn, it's so good. And also, I appreciate about True Lies is it is a standalone film, which are so fucking rare, and it's original, which Terminator was too. But I mean, just the fact that it's a one-off.
It's sad for that. It's sad we never got a sequel to that just because he said 9/11 happened and then he said terrorism wasn't funny anymore.
That was one of those movies that got better after 9/11. I remember watching it in the theaters in 1996 as a kid, loving it. I was like 11 years old. It was a great Arnold movie. But then I watched it again as a teenager, like in 2002, and I just liked it even more. I was like, this movie rocks.
Yeah, we used to watch that when I worked in Guantanamo Bay. We used to watch that, and we would drink every time that Arnold said, "I'm sorry." He was like, "Sorry." Every time he said that.
How many times does he say it? He says it a lot.
Like 20 times. He's like, "Sorry."
Dude, the horse chase scene.
Yeah,
my horse is getting tired.
Hurry up, my horse is getting tired. Sorry.
Dude,
and then she's like, "How long have you been a spy? You've been lying to me." Sorry.
Oh, the sodium pentothal scene. I love that.
My favorite fucking scene in the movie.
High as fuck. He kills both of those dudes. Throws
and
like
the TV show. In the TV show, it's the opposite. They give her the sodium pentothal, and she kills everybody.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I liked in part 2 in the original where the fucking the Uzi scene where she drops the fucking machine gun down the stairs and like accidentally. What was it?
Yeah,
that's like a Mac 10.
It was a Mac 10.
Mac 10. But that's one of those scenes
which, by the way, would never happen.
No?
That would never happen.
Okay.
The guns don't work that way. But
some
that's
guns
fine.
do. It would have been cooler if they had used
They do not work. No guns work that way. They do not go off.
There are guns that have faulty triggers and shit like that, like recall cars.
Guns do not go off when you drop them. That does not happen.
Really?
That's movie. That's as we would say in the joint. That's Hollywood as fuck. That does not happen.
Okay.
No, that does not happen. I was a weapons instructor in the military. It does not happen that way.
I'll take your word for it. I promise you. Good job.
That's funny, Enzo. You mentioned the truth serum scene. That's what in the Critical Drinker group I quoted that scene. Even played the clip, and I got fucking banned on Facebook for like a week.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, you can't be talking about that. First, I'm going to kill that god over there with the protractor.
I
thought
hit him with the protractor.
It's like
use a human shield.
I was like, I linked the fucking clip from YouTube and copied it verbatim, word for word. I'm like, this is a YouTube clip. You're banning me.
You didn't put it in asterisks. You didn't put it in asterisks. You know how Enzo? Do you know how embarrassing it is when my moderators get fucking flagged on the group and we catch a charge from that? We're still sitting out. We're still sitting out one from one of my moderators, and then like 6 months ago, we were sitting out one from Dark Hour because Dark Hour said the N word. Not the N word.
Nuclear.
The one from World War II.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's why
recently Nazis. I can say it on my channel. I don't care, guys.
That's why I was mentioning.
If my channel ever gets nuked, I got all my Wii watches on a hard drive.
How did you not get Nerdy Film Girl on our stream, man? She's the best.
I don't know. Pop in, you Nerdy Girl. You want a link? I'll send you a link. You know, shit.
Yeah, because you're saying it because Wes
wide open.
You guys saw a couple days ago because I actually saw Sisu a second time and I put down in the group drinker group like, hey guys, this film was about. And I'm not going to put this on Facebook who he's killing because if I put down who he's killing, Facebook is going to flag our group because I put down he's killing, the N word. It's Christ, man.
Oh, awesome scene from Aliens when Ripley is loading her weapons in the elevator. Yes.
Love it. Love it.
They definitely did a bridge version of that in Avatar 2, which I appreciated, but it was not as good as the fucking preparing scene when she's getting in the elevator and she's like breathing, snapping her neck. You're going into the nest of the monsters, like holy shit.
That scene is so good. That's Pete Cameron.
She's
right
like
there.
Taping the fucking two machine guns and the flamethrower together, and
the pulse rifle and the flamethrower together. She's got. Yeah, goddamn, she's
just like Predator.
Such a great scene.
Predator, most good like the preparing for battle montage. There's always got to be like one of those preparing for the final act. And that was the thing about Avatar 2 is like they do it and you don't realize like we're jumping into the final act already. Like the whale's got a thing on it, and you're like, we're gonna help the whale, and you don't realize like that the last hour of the movie is that one fucking
Can
thing.
I say why? Can I tell you why?
Yeah,
because everybody's fucking blue and it's all animated, and it doesn't look like anything in Aliens.
No, of course.
And I know Benjamin has already spanked my hand once about this, but I'm gonna say it. In Aliens, you have this industrial background that's falling apart with this human flesh character with weapons going against this biomechanical alien,
strong female.
Whatever xenomorph thing. And it has a bunch of contrasting elements. It's called juxtaposition. Whereas in Avatar, everything is blue, the background is blue. It's like that fucking 90s song. I'm blue, da ba dee ba do ba ba da ba dee. Everything is blue, so you don't care. There's no stakes in it. Because you don't give a shit. The only thing that was good was that one of his kids got killed. I was hoping they were all going to get killed. And then, maybe wipe out the entire race.
Wow.
That would have been great. Destroy the Na'vi, and then him and the wife come in like, they pull insurgent stuff, and, avenge their race. Something like that. But no, of course, that's not going to happen.
No. Well,
so
as far as like Aliens, there's no doubt Aliens is better than Avatar 2. But I will say, like, one of my favorite things about Aliens, or the xenomorph in general, is how the hive does. The alien hive is giant fucking one color black shit. They apparently, how they make the nest, the aliens, they use their maw. It's that saliva that they're constantly dripping. They kind of kiss the walls. This is like in the comic books and stuff, but like they kiss the walls, and that's how like a hornet does, like wasps. They build the nest.
Enzo, are you familiar with the term show not tell.
No,
Are
of
you
course.
familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like in Aliens, you have the scene where she accidentally walks into the nest with the queen and she pops off a round from the flamethrower
Mm.
and points it at the eggs in order
Yeah.
to say like, hey, back your shit up or I'm going to start fucking murking shit in here.
Of
And
course.
the queen, there's no dialogue. There's no dialogue. And
Yeah.
she tells, she like, however they communicate, she tells the drones, hey, back up. This bitch ain't playing around. Okay. Then you juxtapose that against, Avatar. And it's like, bro, I didn't mean to cause this problem, bro. I'm so sorry. I meant to not offend this one guy that we're trying to hide with, bro. But
Yeah.
I'm here to sacrifice myself for you, bro. And it's
Yeah.
just like, dude, come on. This is just
Well,
it's just trash.
I think what happened with the Avatar was like, it's like he's going into a trap. He's going alone, like they said, but he doesn't know he's going to get killed. But then the whale
Yeah.
does his thing. Also,
What-
James Cameron gets very pissed off when you call these Tulkuns whales, apparently. He gets very mad. So I try to keep calling them whales because that's
Yeah.
funny.
It
It's
didn't
clearly a
work, yeah.
whale.
Yeah. It was gonna
I
fuck
did
the
think
power.
that it was going to be heavier on the anti-whaling aspect of it, but it really wasn't. It was more like protecting that one specific whale.
Yeah.
I thought they were we're gonna kill the whole whale race, and that would have been too much of a plot point. Like I said, I liked how it was like a smaller plot because it was easier for my dumb brain to follow.
Listen, Cameron's been famous now enough and long. He's been in Hollywood enough. He's been in enough blood rituals and murdered enough children. So like he doesn't.
He might be
not
one of the
alleged-
good ones. I
Allegedly
think.
my ass.
Yeah, right. Yeah, allegedly
Yeah,
my
yeah,
ass.
right.
So he doesn't care about that. He's so disconnected with reality, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. He wants to live in his Pandora blue world and all that shit. I get that, he's killed enough children. He wants to live in like blue world Pandora. I get it. It makes sense, I understand that. But the problem is like I don't want to watch it. Like it doesn't interest me. Like
You
it's
could definitely argue these movies are way too long. Like at this rate, we're talking about like a 20-hour franchise. Like that's how long it's going to take. It's going to be like the Harry Potter movies with their
he
8
ain't
movies.
he is not gonna live that long.
So you don't think he's going to finish the 5, 6, 7 movies or whatever it is?
I guarantee you he won't. This is
All
going
right.
to go the same way as the Divergent series.
I'm not a betting man,
they were
but I
like,
don't care.
Where they were like, they got to Allegiant Part 1
Yeah.
and they just like fucked off Allegiant Part 2 and they were just like, well, we're just not going to do it. Oh well, just deal with it. It is what it is. It ended where it ended. Sorry.
All right, so like not counting I mean, I guess obviously not counting Piranha 2 or Avatar 2 or Avatar or what are like the low points of Cameron's career besides his personality, obviously, like count all that stuff. I mean,
I think the low point was
dick.
Everybody was there with like when first off he endorsed Terminator Genesis. Then of course,
right.
Yeah,
he
he
endorsed
did.
that.
Yeah, he did.
Then of course, I was even amped up like, okay, maybe he decided to say this stuff to save face. I watched an entire hour interview with him and Tim Miller, and he's like, hey, listen, I'm making Avatar 2, but I'm there with Tim, giving Tim input, and I've been working with Tim and giving Tim points about how great that Terminator Dark Fate's going to be, and I'm bringing back Linda Hamilton. James Cameron's like, I swear to you, Terminator Dark Fate is fantastic, and you're like,
I gotta say, I like the Alien franchise more because
Christ.
Terminator got more fucked over the sequels over time, whereas Alien got less. Even though Covenant and Prometheus were terrible, they were less terrible than Salvation. Remember when Terminator 3 was the worst Terminator movie? And I remember thinking Terminator 3 was the worst movie, but it wasn't bad. Like I remember I liked the ending a lot with the fucking Judgment Day happens.
the ending's
and I was
the
like,
best part of
that's
that
great.
movie. Yeah.
Saves the whole movie, honestly. It's like, hey, this movie's kind of funny. Everyone dies. 3 billion people die at the end of the Terminator 3.
I've seen the Drinker said this as well because I remember actually in prison reading the Terminator Salvation book, and that's a fucked up part is the Terminator films as a premise like Salvation. it has a good idea where you make Sam Worthington, I know like Wes said they were trying to cram down her throat, but the premise of what he was in that film, the concept was pretty cool. Where
I agree.
I mean, the concept of what Sam Worthington character was, where Skynet fucked over the human race so bad, where they put a fucking Terminator into a human hybrid, but then he overrid his program.
Yeah.
But like, it's the idea, and also this was the first Terminator film where we've seen John Connor older and we've seen the future. It's
Also,
you know.
But the big twist of Salvation was, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, the twist of Salvation was Worthington's character sacrifices himself to donate his fucking heart or something to John Connor to keep John Connor alive.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what the original ending was gonna be?
Yes, I read that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was gonna be. I would say we talk about it on another stream, but yeah, basically they're gonna open up John Connor and realize that
Benjamin
he was already.
No. Benjamin said that.
Yeah, it's all good, Ben.
Thanks, Ben. Awesome. I feel bad.
Ben, feel free to say that out loud, Ben, instead of just private messages. Hey, I gotta go, guys.
Ben, I had if you're still listening,
he had a booty call. He had a booty
That's
call.
That's cool. Fair enough. I don't blame you. I wish I had one. But you know, I had a great chat with you. I'm glad.
Ben's good people.
Yeah. I hope we didn't take over yours because I know like me and Wes, we kind of went back and forth. I hope we didn't interrupt them. Like,
we are.
Ben, no, I know. Ben, we're it's it's hard to get in edgewise that way. You got to kind of force your way in, But
like,
Ben,
I got this much left, so
Ben is a gigantic movie cinephile. He likes all movies.
Yeah, he's
like myself.
very he knows a lot of shit. I liked everything that he had. His input. He's
also an amazingly talented tie-dye artist. He makes some of the coolest tie-dye shirts I've ever seen. I still have yet to get one.
He should have put a plug in for his thing.
It's Liquid Light.
Liquid
Light is his name on
nice. We got to put that in the thing.
I'll try it.
That's the thing about
it's gonna be on social somewhere, Twitter or Facebook or something. Liquid Light. I know it.
That's the thing about the group is like you don't have to agree with everything. You can completely disagree. Me and Chris will disagree about, or Blue Collar will disagree about a lot of shit, and we're still
exactly.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
I was so excited about the stream because you have been saying for the past week, I fucking don't want to talk about this movie. I hate this movie. It's irrelevant. I'm like, dude, this is why I want you on here, man. I'm excited.
I think me and Wes go back and forth with movies, but in terms of TV,
we always see eye to eye. Yeah, we do.
And I still keep saying it. Wes is fucking for me, and I say this as a friend, but also a whatever.
Oh my god,
like he's 10 out of 10 with fucking TV recommendations. Like
you follow.
I'm about to get Showtime just to watch Yellow Jackets because Wes keeps saying watch. Yellow Jackets.
It's so good. It's so good.
I've heard good things about it. I with me, I've said it a million times. Like, it's harder to get invested in TV shows. You tell me about a movie I should watch, I'll check it out. You tell me it's a fucking show, it's like, man.
No, I get that. I totally get that. When
I'd rather just YouTube. I'd rather just YouTube with people instead of watch 10-hour.
I hear you. No, I hear you. I hear you. In 2020, I got out of the joint and I started picking up. Oh, look at me watch the show on Netflix, and then I don't know who fucking posted it. Somebody posted a meme in the group, and it was I think it was one of our mods posted a meme like, "Hey, Netflix, hey, I don't want to subscribe to you anymore. Hey, we got this show we want you to watch. Nah, I'm not interested. No, it's really good. Give it a shot. Oh, okay. Yeah, hey, I like this. Fuck you. This show sucks. We're canceling it. You know what I mean? It's just and that was the way with a lot of stuff. So the thing, for instance, Chris just mentioned Yellow Jackets right now. I'm so scared because it's it's a mystery box. I don't know if you guys know that term.
Sure.
It's a mystery box show.
Jar Jar Abrams.
Right. It's one of those type of shows, and I'm like, please don't fuck this up.
See, I don't trust him because I
don't either. But you
tell me Yellow Jackets is good right now. I put a pin in it. Cool. But you tell me 5 years from now, after the show's all said and done, it's great. I'll check it out. Right now, we're gonna watch Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul back to back because we know they're good. Exactly. I can't get burned by Game of Thrones. Again.
I think Blue Collar told me the other day, he was like, you gotta check out Peaky Blinders. So I got Peaky Blinders. Was that you, Blue Collar, or was that somebody else?
Somebody else.
Nah, I've heard good things about Peaky Blinders.
I did see Netflix just added the final season 5 Better Call Saul. I thought that final season was fucking amazing.
Right. I gotta say I like Better Call Saul more than Breaking Bad.
being
I
the
do
admin. Go ahead.
No, see, I do admit the first season of Better Call Saul is the slowest. So I do
Love it.
Once they add Gus and Mike, though, that's when it kicks off.
I liked it for being slow. It was like Matlock on acid. It was so good. The first couple seasons,
Yeah.
it was so fun because it was
You know,
very different from Breaking Bad.
Being the admin, I get like almost every other day I get a recommendation like, hey, you got to watch this and, blah, blah, blah. Or thank you for watching this and telling me like True Lies, like thank you for telling us that True Lies sucks. So we didn't have to watch it, like that. So I get so much stuff and then I'm like, fuck, man, there's so much stuff that I got to look at.
Yeah.
And
it's too much.
Yeah,
it's not so much. It's too much. It is too much.
Yeah,
There's too much content out. It is fucked up.
Yeah.
And especially you guys, I wanted to talk about the AI cinema, the Gen 2. You've seen this shit. I don't want to share it, but like, dude, we are there. Like the AI cinema, it's give it a year. Give it a year where we're going to start getting our own individual tailor-made entertainment. It's 5 years from now. I guarantee it. It's so spooky. Like right now, the AI art, what it's going to be doing is replacing special effects. Like just get this Gen 2 AI art, AI cinema to generate explosions. Like see what it can do with just generating explosions. It's like amazing. And like people have been making fake trailers. Everything from the music to the narration to everything you're seeing is AI generated. It's weird.
I do a joke when I haven't told her yet, but after that South Park episode with the chat GPT, I downloaded it for the hell of it just
it's great
for comedy. So she's not watching this, but a couple times she started texting me. I texted her back through the chat GP and she didn't fucking know she didn't even realize it wasn't me. And I'm like,
wow.
That's fucking freaky, dude.
But I don't recommend using chat GPT and that stuff for that. But what I do recommend, I think chat GPT, like a pro of it, like replacing Google search engines, because like normally what you do is you got to go ask Google, blah, blah, blah. What is this? Then you get a page. Then you want more information. You got to go to another web page or another hyperlink.
Yeah.
Whereas with ChatGPT, you just ask it, hey, what is this? It tells you, okay, well, what about that? And it just tells you, it just gives it to you. And it's just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about Google is like
Google's terrified right now.
Yeah, my girlfriend is currently locked up. And she's been locked up for like the last couple of years.
Whoa!
And
he's got a type.
Stop it!
Not even gonna joke. Sorry to hear that.
So anyway, she'll just be like, she'll ask me a question, and if it's not something that I don't already, she's like, well, why don't you just Google it? And I'm like, okay, honey, I understand Google it, but like you gotta understand, like you can literally type into Google enough times to where you come up with the thing that you wanted to know in the first place. So it's just like in the older days, even 5-10 years ago, you could type in like, how many years did Andy Dufresne do in Shawshank in Shawshank Redemption? And you could type that in and get a pretty solid close answer. Whatever. Now you can literally Google it enough times and come up with 20 different answers. So, with all the different shit that's in there. So I try to explain that to her. It's like, Google is not what it used to be.
I'm going to ask fucking Chat GP about that question.
No, yeah. The worst thing about Google is like you go ask something about Google and you see it says like you get 7 million results, right? But just click like the far page. See how many pages you can actually load. You can really only load about 7 or 10 pages, and then it tells you that's all of it, that's everything, and everything's from like the same affiliated news sources and shit. And it's just like, dude, I thought you said it used to pull up millions and millions of hits. I want to go to the backlog of what Google's saying.
So West literally says, in the Shawshank Redemption, Andy Dufresne, played by Tim Robbins, served 19 years in Shawshank State Penitentiary for a crime he did not commit. That came from Chat GPT right here.
Yeah,
just for the hell of it.
19 though. 19 years is a long time.
I downloaded for the comedy, but now it's actually gonna scare me. I'm eventually gonna tell her.
I had an argument when I was living in a veterans dorm back in 2020. When I first got out of the joint, I lived in a veterans dorm, and the movie was on our big screen down in the day room. And there was a guy, we got to the point where the sisters are messing him up. And I said, this is my biggest problem with this movie is that he took 2 or 3 years to like figure out a solution to deal with these guys when I would have just knifed him up immediately. You know what I mean? Like, why is he going through this for 2 or 3 years getting graped.
Yeah.
And one of the other guys in the dorm was like, they never graped him. They tried, but they were never able to do it. And I'm like, no, they definitely did. I was like, I've read the book and I've seen the movie 20 times. They definitely did. And he's like, no, they didn't. And I'm like, you want to bet? And we wound up putting money on it. And so I went and got my computer and I said, was Andy Dufresne graped in the Shawshank Redemption? And you know,
I'm gonna ask
of course it says yes. And then but he Googled it 10 more times to come up with, well, it's never definitive whether or not it actually happened. Like, I know it happened. I read the book. I know 100% for sure because they go into detail how he has to use like toilet paper as a makeshift tampon to stop the blood flow after it happens to him, and like go into great detail about it. But you know, I'm just saying, like, you can now Google things enough times to where you'll be right no matter how ridiculous your scenario is or whatever.
So I'll moderate that. So I put down, was Andy graped in the Shawshank Redemption?
Definitely.
ChatGPT says no. Andy, the main character, was not graped in the film. While the movie does depict an instance of violence and sexual assault, these are not directed at Andy himself. However, the character of Andy does face other forms of mistreatment and abuse during his time in prison.
I disagree. I don't. I
that
think he was.
right here.
Yeah, but
So,
all right. We already know ChatGPT is problematic because it has like it does have tailored results. You know, it won't let you. But I'm sorry, but I have to agree with Toxic. Like, yeah, he was definitely like Morgan Freeman basically says it. He says it in the narration. Sometimes
he says sometimes he fought him off,
sometimes
he couldn't.
And it's very clear that the main sister, who was interviewed by the drinker, by the way, I think you said that, right?
Yeah, he was.
So I'm gonna try. That was ChatGPT. Now I'm gonna try Google and see if Google is different. So
go for it.
Yeah, Google is going to be different because you're going to get people on forums who are saying their own personal opinions. But yes, I mean, I like how they left it open. I mean, honestly, it's classy. It's classy that way because then we can argue whether or not Andy was raped. We can argue about it. It's so fun.
There's no argument.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on this one, Toxic.
They pan the camera away.
Yes. It's called tastefully. Tastefully showing
you do not want to see what just happened to this dude. Like, we know what happened to this dude.
Sometimes I think about like the kind, like what you're talking about, like with Avatar, like being way more bloody, you know, and like with Game of Thrones, with how fucked up some of it was, you know, like
the first result I put down, does Andy get, I'll just be nice about it. Does Andy get graped? The first thing that pops up right on fucking Google, and you can read it right here. It says, the prize. Yeah. It says, yes, Andy.
Yeah. Thank you.
The first thing Google says, yes, he gets it in Shawshank.
Yeah, it's just implied. It's implied. So if
shortly after Andy is convicted and sentenced for the murder of his wife and arrives at Shawshank Redemption, he is the target of multiple by a prison gang called the Sisters. That's the first thing Google pops up. So
they're literally called the Sisters, man.
Right. For a reason. They weren't starting a book club with him. Listen, hey, we gotta get nerdy. Hey, we gotta get Nerdy Film Girl on that May 18th.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
We gotta get her on.
That is something I want to discuss whenever we're tapped out on talking about Cameron. But yes, the top 3 stream, Nerdy Film Girl. If you ever want to come in on any of these streams, you know, we do this every Monday, and we got one May 18th coming up. That's a big one.
Yes.
We're doing that on my channel or your channel? My channel.
It's not my channel. I don't have enough followers to.
I only got 156 followers or 160 subscribers.
Like, I have like 5 followers.
Okay.
Like no followers. I guess if you didn't know this already, Enzo, maybe you didn't know. Maybe Dark Rider didn't tell you. I am the guest appear, like I just appear on Blue Collar and Dark Hours channels. Like I don't actually like you know, I'm not like the guy. I don't have like a following.
Enzo, he's
you're
always
like you're more like guest director, really. You come in and you just start telling everybody what's up. Yeah,
Toxic,
it's cool.
Toxic is he's always slipping in the back door. So
well, that's the other thing is like I do have I do have a touch of the tism though. So I remember last stream you were on. I remember you were like snapping your fingers at me like, hey, back to the subject, boy. Like I appreciate that kind of shit.
But when he called you ADHD, I fucking laughed. If I was pissed my pants. He's fucking
right. Yeah, and you know, no offense to any.
I'm grabbing. Hey, I'm going on a beer run. You guys want something?
Yeah, sure.
It's Miller Lite because we don't do Bud Light.
I'm like, I still got like a third of a cup here.
God, he did a Bud Light joke. Yeah, we know what to do.
It's gonna be Bud Light's gonna know it's gonna be serious when like Coors becomes number one all of a sudden randomly. That's gonna be like a big wake up call to people. I think it might happen.
No, we all know it's all friendly, busting balls and having fun. Because like I said, unlike Hollywood, we can actually do comedy here and have fun with each other. Like,
Nerdy Film Girl, like I appreciate you watching, but Matt, you too. Matt's been on a few of the We Watches. He was on Vampire Dog, Vampire Motorcycle. He was on the Hitman. But Hitman. Nerdy Film Girl, like, the whole thing. Devin too. You guys, I love you all in the comments. I love you watching. But if you guys ever want to come on, that's kind of the main appeal here. Is
I've definitely noticed it too.
The actual talking.
A lot of people they're
not doing this for the views. I don't give a shit about views.
Well, not everyone's like you and me. That it does take a certain kind of.
I miss Hyson. I hope Hyson's okay. I do like the comments. If you got to come in and just say your mind on the comments, please. I definitely don't have super chats. I don't care about any of that. Just your comment will be highlighted. Hopefully,
that's something me and Dark Hour both asked various times. Like, hey, do you guys ever want to do super chats? I'm like, maybe one day. But
Dark Hour is pretty. I have noticed Dark Hour is that is one thing. A criticism I'll give Dark Hour is like his I'm gonna mute Toxic real quick because he's got a fan. But Dark Hour. Dark Hour does he's bad at reading the chat. I was the same way. I'd be on his stream a couple times, and I plan to go tomorrow. There is a stream tomorrow.
There is?
Apparently.
Please remind me because I'm drunk, so
I'm down. I mean, I gotta take my Uncle Dino to his like big medical checkup. So, but I should be back by like 5 o'clock or so. But as far as like what Dark Hour is bad at like highlighting comments. Even if you're not gonna read them all out loud, like I definitely like to just kind of like bam, one of those, just kind of put them up there and just kind of, even if I don't say it out loud, I want everyone to get their moment.
Well, I always feel bad. It's like you guys, you always keep plugging these things. But like today, between starting a new job, talking with you, doing stuff with the missus, it's like, guys, if there was 36 hours in a day, I still wouldn't have enough time.
I mean, I need as far as like, watching my We Watch videos, like watch those whenever you get around to them, man. Don't worry about it. But as far as like you being on a We Watch, we've got to watch Speed ASAP. Like as soon as you're ready.
Why Speed?
Because he's a fucking bus driver. I want to watch Speed with Blue Collar.
He's right. That is, that's still poetic justice.
It would be so fun.
It's like watching a military film with Wes,
Wes, I know you mentioned From Dusk Till Dawn. That was like actually the first We Watch I technically recorded, but I only released a commentary track of it. So I'm thinking like 1 year from that release, I'm going to turn it into a We Watch. But maybe I'll re-record it. I'll have to re-listen to it. But as far as like,
I love From Dusk Till Dawn.
But get on Discord. I mean, I don't know if you're on Discord, but that's how we do. Okay,
I am.
Cool. Because
that's where our backup site is. The guy that started the group for the Critical Drinker. Tom Stafford, he gave me the keys to the kingdom, and he gave me Discord as well.
So do you ever plug these streams and such on there, or are there a lot of people on that Discord presence? I should get on that Discord server, by the way.
You should get on that Discord. I don't know. I let Tom run that. Tom is like he's a sailor now on the 7 Seas, and I don't mean that figuratively. I mean that literally.
Give me his info, maybe.
I will put you guys in touch with.
But as far as you come. I'll get you the Dorkside Theater. The Dorkside Theater, like I'm trying to keep my server private. So like, it's only for people who come in and can watch movies with us every Tuesday.
It always seems like I know more than I actually do. Like, listen, all I know how to do is run my fucking mouth.
Sure.
Like, I rely on Blue Collar and Dark Hour. Like when I do a video. Like all the videos that are on my channel, like they've edited it or put it together and shit for me. Like I have no idea what I'm doing. Like half the time, all I know how to do is get on here and just run my mouth.
Because my YouTube channel was linked to my Google. It used to be called Enzo from Toast, which was my old band name, and I had that email since high school, I remember changing the name. I was either going to change it to Tales from the Dorkside or Stupenzo. And obviously I chose Stupenzo because it's my channel. Yeah. It's like, I'm going to be putting other stuff on it besides Tales from the Dorkside. The We Watches are just like kind of a new thing, but like the reason why I did this channel was because I was planning on doing like a big quarantine concert with my band Fecal Pickle. And we came up with this big 15-song like epic live stream, right? The idea was like all of our friends were doing these like live stream concerts because everyone was thirsting for entertainment, you know.
Yeah.
And my friends at Purple Bee, who they're really good at the live stream stuff, they were doing these concerts, and they still are actually. But Purple Bee, check them out. But these quarantine streams were becoming a new thing. But I was like, why don't we make like an edited one with like special effects and like editing and like transitions, and it becomes like bigger. And I had this whole thing like scoped out. And we got halfway through, and then the pandemic kind of ended, or more like fizzled out, especially here in Texas. So a lot of people started going to real shows, and nobody started caring about live streams anymore. And then on top of that, Bo Burnham's special came out, which was basically exactly what I wanted to do, except his was like Bo Burnham's Inside is amazing, but
Bo Burnham's Lower Your Expectations is one of my favorites.
They're
songs.
all great. Bo Burnham's great. But like that special was amazing, although the whole point of that special was like the quarantine beat him. Whereas like our quarantine special was too hot for 2020, too hot for fucking YouTube, because we were very like, go outside, you know, go out. Like all the songs we were doing is like one Granddaddy song.
Yeah.
Take the lock off the door, go outside, leave the light on the porch, you know, that kind of shit. Positive messaging, you know, like, hey, everything's going to be all right. That was kind of the appeal of the Fecal Pickle concert that never happened. And maybe in the year 2025, I'll fucking release it, you know. But we had like half of the songs like ready, and we were going to like premiere them live as if they were live. But then all the editing would have happened, and you would have realized like, oh, there's trickery here. Oh, okay, it would have been fun. But anyway, my YouTube channel eventually just evolved into you know, goofing off about shitty movies, watching Blank Check with my cousin, you know.
Yeah,
The hell.
you know, the thing with this is like it kind of evolved because I had wanted, as soon as Tom handed me the keys back in 2021 of this group, you know,
2
I was
years?
just
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
As soon as he handed me the keys, I was like, well, I want to do what the drinker does. And then I tried to keep getting a bunch. I wanted to have like a thing on the because we have, you know, on the drinkers page, we have like all these people from all these different countries. I wanted to have like a constant thing. Like when people like logged in, they could be like, hey, who's on right now? You know what I mean? Like who's, you know, like Jack Burton talking on the fucking ham radio on his truck.
That's
like,
kind of what some of these voice chat channels are on Discord.
And that's what I wanted. And I had talked to my friend Devin, who you've met now. And you know, I had said, you know, like, hey, let's do something like this. And it actually wasn't until Dark Hour came in and he was like, hey, you know, I'm Dark Hour, you know, and I love the group, and you know, I did a live stream with the drinker, and you know, I'd really like it if we could do like a live stream, like with just some of the mods and do this and that and whatever. And you know, I was like, yeah, man, that sounds cool. And like I got it got stopped for a little bit because I looked it up, and I saw that the live stream that he did with the drinker was the worst, like a movie even worse than Avatar, Last Act Hero. And I was like, oh wow,
God.
this is total dog
this
shit.
Is so funny because like Russ wasn't even here and you brought it up. That was
and I was like, oh, this is terrible. Okay, well, cool. I'm glad you got to meet the drinker, but like this is like really bad. Like this is disgusting, and I hate this movie. But I was like, okay, let's bring you in. And then he kept working on me, and I'm like, all right. And then he was like, hey, do you mind if I plug a couple of my YouTube videos? And I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And it just kind of evolved from there. Yeah. And now we're sort of like, you know, like 3 degrees of Kevin Bacon away from the drinker. And I love that. You know what I mean? Because that was the whole point of all of this was just so that we could be YouTube creators and do our own thing and talk about shit that we like, or even shit that we dislike. You know, like, I mean, I get it. You know, I get it's trendy to shit on stuff. And so, you know, that's why I tried to point out the fact that I am a huge Cameron fan. Yes, I have spent almost an entire stream shitting on Avatar, and I'm not going to say I'm sorry, but at the same time, I do love James Cameron. I love his movies. I love his work. He's amazing. Am I going to go see any more Avatar movies? Probably not. I mean, unless like somebody comes to me and goes, "Hey, man, you know this one's dark and bloody. Like, check it out.
Enzo, I,
Yeah,
I guarantee
I might.
I guarantee he watches Avatar 3. Put
Yeah,
money
I
on
mean,
it.
sure.
You
It's his job.
will-
It's his job.
you-
I'm saying. I'm afraid.
I mean, it might be my job. Yeah,
So-
unfortunately.
But,
Yeah,
but
go
you're
ahead.
saying, how is the Discord server now? Is it not really that busy? You're saying?
No, it doesn't have a lot because
Traffic.
it was attached. Yeah, because it was attached to the first drinker
Okay.
group,
Oh,
and
okay.
we got zucked in like 1 year ago last
Oh
week.
Christ!
We
We
got
got
it.
we got
yeah.
we got zucked.
Yeah.
We
We
could
got
try
zucked
to.
hard.
We could try
We-
to bring some because that is the appeal. Like if you don't want to be actually streaming yourself on YouTube, but you want to be talking with people on pulp culture topics with strangers, having a Discord server just running all the time, like some of these servers I'm in, there's just always people in there talking about usually drugs, but it's like it'd be cool to be in like a movie run page where that's why I got on Discord to talk about movies.
Yeah.
But all the movie pages I'm in are text based, and that's not kind of what I'm
Yeah,
for.
but like the other thing too is this: we had you may not know this, but we had a group chat with the drinkers page, and people were like, there was a couple of people that had reported stuff, and we were like, okay, obviously that's a red flag. But then when we looked at it, it was like the stuff they were reporting was like child. SO stuff
posting all kinds of awful shit.
Yeah, it was like really bad, and I was like, okay, we're shutting this down. You know what I mean? Like, so
Discord is kind of the same.
Yeah, and but when it's attached to something that has that kind of a platform like Facebook, it becomes another thing, and it's just like you try to, like it's 24/7. Like there's people in the like. Almost 50% of our membership is the UK.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's crazy. So
that explains why they're so humorless. No, I'm joking.
So
I definitely go on the EFAT page and I'm like, hey, if you guys like EFAT movies but want more jokes, check out my movies. And they're like, no, we actually don't like jokes. We actually prefer the
that was a good South Park voice. Holy shit.
That was a good South Park voice.
You did it. You did
totally, hey buddy, if you like this kind of humor, if you like this kind of humor,
that was really good.
But yeah, it's one of those things where like this is why I always keep at least one member of the admin team is from the UK because they're watching it when we're not. You know what I mean? Like they're keeping up with
the
it.
Night shift.
Yeah, basically. I mean, and that's what we've called the last couple of guys. We'll be like, you're the night watchman because you're watching it when we're not. It's kind of funny.
The North.
That it's one of those things where it's like it's weird because it's like you have this person, this entity, this YouTuber from the UK, but most of the people on his authorized fan page are American. So it's kind of funny that's the thing. But he gave us his stamp of approval or whatever, and that's why we keep it in the feature page. Well, but yeah, it's
maybe
it's
the
one of those
Discord
things
page.
where
Maybe call the Discord page just like the drinkers movie page instead of like the critical drinker, just in case any fucking ridiculous shit. Because like, you always kind of like, it's cool. Like even the Facebook page, like, but it is cool to kind of, it's always cool when something starts out as something and branches out into something bigger and cooler, but I love the drinker page because it's definitely like, it's so funny because it's like a bunch of like-minded people. But I definitely disagree with like a lot of people's like I can't tell you how many people who were on your post, Wes, shitting all over Avatar were the same people like praising Bullet Train as one of the greatest movies of the fucking past decade. And I'm just like,
you don't like Bullet Train?
I liked it, but it's just like I don't understand how you would like one and hate the other. It's like that's the baffling kind of thing I'm trying to wrap my head around. But it's all fun and games, who cares? You're allowed to fucking like whatever and hate whatever. It's all just it's all
that's
just
one thing.
Chill,
that's
man.
one thing, Enzo. I've noticed that everybody, but Wes, you, me, every single person have their guilty pleasure films. As simple as that. And
you can't control what you like or think is funny.
Avatar is definitely for a lot of people a guilty pleasure film. Even Drinker said it himself that guys, listen, I love Armageddon. He goes, I'm the first one. He said on 3 different streams, like I understand the fact that the plot is stupid as fuck. It's a dumb fucking movie, but I love it.
But Armageddon got a Criterion version. Even like, critics agree because like Criterion movies are only reserved again for movies that have like really like paved some kind of like new forefront in pictures. And really Armageddon was like one of the like the pinnacle of like these like summer blockbuster 90s movies. Like Armageddon
I worked at a movie theater when Armageddon was out. And let me tell you, that thing was out it came out July 3rd, 1998. And we had it until December 1998.
I could say every one of my friends went to see Armageddon like twice.
Yeah. When I tell you, and they had this thing in the movie theater called Theater Radio Network where they played songs from movies that were playing currently. So they had that fucking Aerosmith song. And then, like, if you had to go clean the theater, you had to listen to it. And then, if you were out working out in the common area, you had to listen to it. It was all like I can't even hear that song anymore. It'll make me physically ill.
You know what's scary though, West? Because remember back in the day when they had like pop-up video and stuff in VH1 MTV. Until that point, Aerosmith never had a #1 song until that fucking.
Is that right?
I swear to God,
right?
That was Aerosmith's out of their entire fucking catalog.
Really?
The 80s, 90s.
No shit.
That was their very first.
But they had always made
song.
like top 10 and top 15 and shit like that. Right? Okay.
But until Armageddon, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing was fucking. Let me say, I was born in 1981. My parents raised me on Aerosmith. That was their very first #1 song.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Exactly.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
I'm like, holy fuck, you serious? Jesus Christ. So, yeah.
Wow.
Like you said, but it's like Celine Dion, Titanic, but I don't want to miss the thing was everywhere. Yeah.
Again. Yeah. Thank you, Enzo. Enzo, we got it, buddy. And Celine Dion's fucking Titanic song.
Yeah.
Swallowed up like we had that on the Theater Radio Network. It was always this. It was always like, and you're now in the Theater Radio Network. We're gonna play Aerosmith. Don't want to miss a thing. And next we'll be playing Celine Dion from the Oscar-winning motion picture soundtrack to Titanic. And it's just like
this is your captain speaking. Prepare to rock out and get your feelings moved.
Exactly.
Jeez. But yeah, that I don't like the Celine Dion songs too much because it's too dramatic. The keys. There's too many minor notes in there, sharp notes. Too many black keys being hit in that song.
Yeah.
Whereas like when you strip the song down to just a basic melody, like the Aerosmith song is a catchy melody, and it's sweet. It's a ballad,
Yeah, try hearing it twice a day.
No, I know. I'm sure any song drive you nuts.
Yeah, looking right here. Okay, this is not September 5th, 1998. I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. Their Armageddon power ballad penned, becoming their sole #1 in nearly 25 years after the band first appeared on the Hot 100. That was after 25 years, their first #1 song was I Don't Want to Miss a Thing in 1998.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow. You want to Google something fun about Aerosmith?
Sure.
Yeah. Google how long it took for Steven Tyler to admit that he was Liv Tyler's dad.
He didn't even meet her until she was like 16 or something, right?
Yeah.
Liv Tyler.
He met her, like there's a story of him meeting her and seeing her for the first time and being like, oh my God, who's this beautiful girl? And then it kind of dawns on him, this is his daughter. This is the girl that might be his daughter. And even then after that, he still had to take some time to like admit it. But
yeah.
Wow. But as far as like, oh God, I lost it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Liv Tyler found out Steven Tyler was her dad at a concert when she was 8 years old.
Oh, but how old? It was only until she was pubescent that he had met her or something like that, I think. Maybe look into that. I don't know. But as far as like karaoke, I've done a shitload of karaoke songs, like like almost 900. And the hardest song I ever sang is Aerosmith. It's the one that goes, what's the one? Oh God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, it's not Don't Want to Miss a Thing. It's the one where
elevator.
No, it's the thing about Steven Tyler is it's like he's got 4 lungs. I don't know how he has the breath capacity, but it's the one that's like, I can't know the words. Whatever. It's a very hard song. Very hard. There goes
it
my
Janie-
old lady with another
Oh,
diamond ring.
yeah, that's a great song. Yeah.
What's the name of that song?
I don't know, but it's good.
Tell me what it takes.
Tell me what it takes.
Yeah.
Tell me what it takes. Yeah, that's a fucking
good one.
hard ass song. Woo, it's hard.
Mine is, you know what my go-to karaoke song is?
Please indulge me.
It's Scotty Doesn't Know from 2004's. I'm not kidding.
That's
kidding.
That's a great
ask
one.
anybody
Jesus
here in
Christ.
Lawrence, Kansas. Whenever there's a karaoke jam, I will find it and I will go sing Scotty Doesn't Know.
I'll do that next week when I get back from out of town, 2 weeks from now, and I'll tell you how well it slays. I'm sure it will. It'll kill.
It slays every time, because every time I get up, I always get up and I say a different name. I'm like, this is going out to the nastiest little sex puppet I know, Amber.
Oh,
happy anniversary, baby. Or I'll just say another random name.
Scotty doesn't know.
Yeah, Scotty doesn't know. Yeah,
so
they love that.
Yeah,
I
can't find it. Wes it's basically said she knew that he was her dad, but he never officially came out. I'm trying to find it.
I remember there's like an interview of him like talking about meeting her for the first time, and maybe she was an 8-year-old girl when he's talking about it, but I don't know. But there's a video of him being like, "Dude, who's this beautiful girl? Who's this beautiful girl in front of me? I have no idea." And turns out she was my daughter. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of how the interview goes. Maybe it's some Mandela effect thing where that actually never happened, and I'm remembering a dream I had from. I don't fucking know.
Hey, circling it back to Avatar. Do you guys think? Because I'm looking at our screensaver here. How popular do you guys think this would have been had the Na'vi people not been like this beautiful, big-eyed, innocent-looking, humanoid?
That was done on purpose.
I agree. Yeah,
like I said, but District 9, like if they were prawn, if they look like giant shrimp monsters.
I agree.
With insect legs. That would have been a little,
because we all know it's like
you would have been like, ew, Jake Sully, you're a pervert, dude.
It's like, I mean, even Zoe Saldana, even in a blue form, I still want to fuck her. Like,
yeah,
right, yeah. Zoe Saldana in Avatar form and in regular Zoe Saldana form is hot either way.
Yes,
a lovely woman,
a lovely woman. Like there's no difference.
Coming up, guys, she officially said that this is her last time she's ever going to be Gamora. Officially, she's done. So
coming up,
I mean, who cares?
There's going to be some kind of like clone. Like, how is she back anyway? Right now, like that's what I want to know.
Listen, Zoe Saldana is fucking really overrated. She's overrated as fuck. Like go ahead.
This was something that I had a problem with the movie, with the fairy wings that make you breathe underwater. I thought that was a little hokey. I was thinking, like for instance, earlier on when the kid is like they're bad divers, they can't keep up with the water Na'vi. I assumed it was going to be like Water World, where it's like, oh, they don't know how to breathe underwater yet, like in the Abyss. Dude, the scene where they put the mouse in the pink shit, that's a real mouse in real liquid breathing real fluid.
No, yeah. When I did underwater training in the airborne, I found out about that. Like, I was like, that's like I thought that was just Hollywood shit.
Crazy
but they were like, when we did, we used to do this thing where they would throw us in a pool and we would have to hold these fake M4s or M16s, like that were made out of rubber. And we would have to like paddle. And then if we went down, they wouldn't let us get to the surface. They would give us more like oxygenated water in order to like breathe that shit in order to like keep going with the mission and shit like that. Like, I thought that was fake. I thought that was just Hollywood shit. Like the whole, breathing in a certain amount of water. Like you like, what does she say in Abyss?
It's like when you're in the womb. It's like when you're breathing fluid.
Yeah.
You know,
like
how do you think
embryonic
babies breathe?
fluid? Yeah, exactly. Like, and your body will remember and stuff like that. Like, dude, like when I tell you that I must have swallowed like 20 gallons of pool water, I'm not exaggerating. When I did that kind of training and shit like that, like it's crazy, But yeah, it's that's one of those things. It's just like, the what do they call it? The Duke's ex machina.
Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah. It's just
Right?
like
It's like when something
okay.
just shows up at the last minute and saves the day all randomly, you know. But
It's like,
yeah.
oh, cool. We have this thing that will save us underwater. So,
Yeah.
oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, I thought what was going to happen was it would have been an easier fix because, like, you know, I did like this scene right here where he's like, get on the airship and he gets on the fucking machine gun and he's like, all right, settle down there, kid. Like, that was a nice touch. But here's my favorite guy right here. But let's see, I'm skipping towards the underwater stuff. I assumed there's the fucking hand. That's a real hand, blue hand, painted. That's why it looks so real. But anyway, I'm sorry, we get into the shit where they're training how to dive. I assumed what was going to happen was like, oh, they haven't learned how to use their gills. Like maybe they have like the Na'vi have a way to breathe underwater. Now, obviously the Na'vi can hold their breath much longer than a human, but I was kind of let down when I realized like, oh, they just have to hold their breath longer, like slow their heartbeat, like Free Divers, you know, that movie, Big Blue. You ever see that one?
I have seen that. It
That's-
was Luc Besson.
I love
Luc
that
Besson movie.
Love that. Showed that to my chick recently. She loved that one too. Enzo the diver. That's why that movie has a special place in my heart. I want that robe that Jean Reno has, that big red bathrobe. It says Enzo in like white cursive letters in the back.
Nice.
But yeah, like I like this scene too, where she's like touching him, like your heart rate, it's too fast, you know, and everyone's like kind of laughing at him, like because he's horny. That I gotta say, aliens or not, like all the sexism jokes were funny in this movie. Like when the girls are fighting, Kate Winslet and Zoe Saldana start like cat fighting each other, and the men are like, please apologize for my mate. She is exhausted from traveling. Don't apologize for me. They start hissing at each other.
How dare you? How dare you?
That shit
Yeah,
was
you
so funny.
patriarchy. How
was
dare
just
you,
like-
patriarchy?
No, it was more like the catty girls together, you know. It's like two cats in a box, like they always start fighting, you know.
I mean, you know, I'm so
No, I
I'm
know,
so
I know,
disappointed,
I know.
and
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed in
And
Kate
me.
Winslet.
Oh,
I just watched Mayor of Easttown on.
I thought it was
H-
okay, but I kind of predicted where it was going. I knew who did it.
You're a
Hmm.
liar and a fat face. I don't believe you knew that. That's
I did.
bullshit.
I called
Bullshit.
it.
You did not call that.
I watched
shit.
it. Me and my mother watched it together when it first came out.
No,
I still liked it
no.
immensely. No, but it was one of those things where because I called it, I liked it more because I was right. You know, it wasn't like
No,
I got lucky.
you-
I got lucky. You know,
There's
because
no
it could have
way.
been anyway. No, I was like, because it's like red herrings. You know, it's like it's the retarded boy somehow. I called it earlier. And it made no sense. So then. Luck. It was like
I'm laughing at future Enzo having to fucking to work to get rid of all the shit that we've said on this stream.
oh,
and
I'll just
other
nuke the
streams.
channel. One day I'll just nuke the channel, and then there'll be a Stupenzo too.
He's like, I'm just gonna nuke the whole site from orbit. This is the only way to be sure.
Sigourney
It's the only way
Weaver.
to be sure. It's the only way to be sure.
I
Swear.
mean, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I've always told people, hey guys, if you ever want to cancel me, like and subscribe to my YouTube channel and start watching
go.
everything. And you know, but don't report me just yet. Wait 5 years from now and really compile the master list. You can
But
really cancel me
Keep in mind that I had just seen Mayor of Easttown and I binged it
recently.
right before I saw Avatar 2, and I'm just like, I'm like, Kate, why are you doing this to yourself? Like, why are you doing this to yourself? Like,
Because
it was
James
like
Cameron gave her a huge stack of cash and she got to
Well,
do a bunch of
okay,
motion capture
well,
motion capture acting.
well, duh. Obviously, that's
You
the
get
reason.
to prove yourself to the other.
It's like Elizabeth Shue wins an Oscar for Leaving Las Vegas and then does fucking the Val Kilmer spy movie,
the Saint.
The
Saint.
Saints. Holy shit.
You know, I
She also
mean,
did Palmetto, which was goddamn. That's a terrible movie, but she is hot as fuck in that movie.
Yeah.
Man, she's hot as fuck now. I mean, for being honest.
Do you guys see
Kate
Hamlet
Winslet.
too?
No.
I heard of it.
It's very, very funny, and Elizabeth Shue plays herself, and it's my
Nice.
favorite Elizabeth Shue role. She's
Wow.
not very sexual in it, but goddamn, it's like one of the-
Elizabeth Shue is the reason why I've had a crush on thick, curly-haired, blonde, big buxom fucking chicks for my entire
I mean,
life.
Hollow Man.
yes.
She's hot in that one.
Her and Homelander though. Just,
Her and Josh Brolin. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen Homelander.
Yeah.
But
You haven't seen
Elizabeth
The Boys?
You seen The Boys?
No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting
Dude, really?
specifically for
What
him.
are you doing
Dude,
with
I'm
your
waiting.
life?
I don't want to watch it until it's
Waiting
over.
for what is 3 seasons have been out.
Yeah.
It's like I said, I've
3
got to watch. I'm going to watch
seasons.
Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul instead. I just got done watching The Sopranos. I got to watch The Wire.
You're crazy.
I gotta take my mother through the first 3 phases of the Marvel
You're
movies. That'll
crazy.
take some time.
Yeah, there's some scenes.
There's no rush.
There's some
no
scenes.
rush
There's some
to
scenes
watch
where
The Boys.
Well, for her there is in season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Stubenza was like, "Hey, I'm gonna wait to see Godfather 2 until I see
until Godfather 3 comes
4.
out.
Until Godfather 4 comes out, I'm gonna wait. I know it's been."
No.
years.
It's different with movies because movies you can watch them, as standalone.
Okay,
There's
cool.
breaks, but series especially with
cool.
you know what I mean.
Cool.
Cliffhangers drive me nuts. Cliffhangers drive me fucking crazy.
Stubenza was like, I'm gonna hold off on X-Files until the next revival of X-Files in the next 20 years happens.
Dude, the thing is, I've seen the first 3 seasons of Better Call Saul, and what was another one? Oh, Barry. I stopped watching Barry because the first 2 seasons,
it's so good.
They're
so
great,
good.
but they both end on massive cliffhangers. So I'm just waiting until this final season's over, and I'll just rewatch the whole thing. Because the cliffhangers drive me nuts, dude. Because if you're gonna end the series, I really think these miniseries should be 4 movies. If you got 4 seasons, it should be 4 movies and hint at a sequel.
Yeah, I hear you. You have to. I think we touched on this earlier. You have to know which streaming service you're dealing with. With Netflix, you can't trust them.
I've said this before.
HBO Max,
yeah.
you can kind of trust HBO Max.
HBO original content has always been great since the 90s. Since the 80s when they first started making original HBO movies.
Yeah. They're gonna finish what they start. They're gonna finish.
Remember HBO America Undercover, and they'd fucking do those crazy documentaries where they just show you unflinching, full blown crackheads. All that stuff. I remember watching that shit as a kid. It was awesome. Taxi Cab Confessions.
I can say, Enzo, watch season 1 of The Boys, and with Elizabeth Shue, you will never look at milk the same way again.
Never.
Do we see titties?
No, but
shush.
Okay. No. Because I just want to know. Because then otherwise, I just Google it right now. I'll be like, Elizabeth Shue.
Listen.
Either way.
Just watch The Boys. You can.
Yeah, I will. I mean, it's definitely
take my word for it.
I also want to watch Invincible too, but I mean, I'm gonna wait a while. I mean, because I know the comics are great.
I'm definitely with Wes, where it's people gave for some reason The Boys season 2 and 3 a lot of shit, and I'm like, I recently just for the hell of it rewatched season 2 and 3, and I'm like, I don't know, especially season 3 of The Boys is really fucking good.
Blue collar. Remember in the group in I think it was the older group, not the new group. But remember when they were fucking doing? They were like, The Boys has gone woke, and I'm like, are you retarded? Are you retarded? Do you need to go see a doctor?
I'm sure.
Do you need a Kit Kat? Do you need
I'm
to lie
sure
down?
with every big production adaptation nowadays, there's got to be give and take. There's got to be okay, we'll turn this character into a lesbian if you make me kill. I don't. I don't know.
The Boys is so anti woke. It's not even funny.
Yeah. I think where I came from is because
just because something is violent or raunchy or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean it's anti woke. So but I haven't seen The Boys, so I don't know exactly.
But the thing is, I was seeing this, but not because the Drinker even said this is why the Drinker hasn't reviewed season 3, because you had guys like Mahler, Nerdrotic, Geese and Gamers all say, hey, Drinker, watch season 2, and then The Boys become super fucking woke. And now it's the Drinker. He reviewed season 1. He's yet to review season 3 because he goes, I'm so scared to watch season 3. And I'm like, dude, if you watch season 2, I mean, and me and Wes could break down all day. There's so much satire and how much I think people took season 2 way out of context. They didn't
way out of context.
I agree.
See, that's kind of the thing, especially with what Wes is talking about, and also with what what Blue does with going to his movie membership theater, staying current to current pop culture, where it's as a YouTuber, that's kind of a no-no, I guess, but it's just with The Boys right now, what I'd rather be doing than watching The Boys right now and playing the waiting game, I'll just start reading the comics maybe.
Yeah.
So that way
No, don't do that.
I know it's different. I know it's vastly different. And I know The Boys. I know The Boys.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I got other things to do.
I'm actually friends with a YouTuber who did a whole series about how the comic really shits on the content. and it's mean spirited, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not
No, I
like
hate that stuff. I hate that stuff.
yeah, it's really bad.
Cynicism.
Cynicism. Yeah, it's so
you need
bad.
cynicism in small doses for it to be
Right,
effective
like
and
the
work.
show is so much better. It's so much better than the comic. Like
I'll show you guys
like,
something real quick. Popped on my YouTube Shorts. This is why I said with the whole political thing. People say like say Family Guy. Family Guy's gone full woke, right? And this was
Really?
that's what I'm saying. But people said love or hate Ben Shapiro. This is it, Ben, right? This is hold on. Pop this. It says Ben reacts to Family Guy, and it said people like, oh, Family Guy's gotten so fucking woke, and I'm like, hold up a second, right here.
Excuse me, ma'am. No porn at the bar. Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender. Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
exactly.
So
exactly.
how is Family Guy woke then?
Well, it's
Not
funny
at
because
all.
like
Not
what's
at
funny
all.
is like you could have like make a joke like that and make fun of wokies, but also make fun of base people.
What's I'm saying?
Base people aren't like you're not allowed.
Because-
It's not like I'm never
because
saying like we're not allowed to
even
make
like
fun of
South Park-
fucking Trumpers and base people.
Let's say Family Guy has had some episodes that make fun of Trump, but even like in West, I'm sure you guys probably saw this. Family Guy, South Park this season, even erotic was praising South Park. The last episode of South Park this season was shitting all over fucking Trump. And I'm like, hold on a second, guys, you can't get mad they're shitting on Trump because for 5 episodes in a row, all they were doing is shitting on the left. So it's like you gotta if you guys want to shit on the left, let them shit on the right just as bad.
But I also appreciate how South Park, like they're shitting on Mr. Garrison. Trump doesn't even exist in South Park, which is clever. You know.
But no, but that's what West would see this shit, and this happens with Family Guy. Oh, Family Guy's fucking super woke because they made fun of fucking Trump. They just made fun of transgender people. So you can't get fucking mad that Family Guy is too woke. They
Make fun of
everybody.
Make fun of me. Make fun of me. Make fun of you. Make fun of
people are always like, why are you so cynical, Wes? Why are you so cynical about like all this stuff? Like because I have to look through 50 fucking potential posts a day. And like, half of them are, anti-establishment, and then half of them are anti-woke, and I'm just like, like I can't even watch certain stuff because it's like it's already spoiled for me. Like I can't watch I can't watch fucking Mandalorian. I can't fucking watch that. If the drinker doesn't spoil it, then 20 fucking members are gonna do it. Like there's almost 7,000 members in that group. Dude. Like, and I gotta read all their fucking content.
I'm at the point. I'm at the point of disinterested where I don't even watch the EFAPs of the Mandalorian anymore because I don't even care to that level. I don't even watch the fucking reviews of them.
Like when the drinker comes out with a new open bar or whatever, like every week, right? When he does that, I check to see who he's got on there, and depending on who he's got on there, that's what I'm listening to.
Sure.
Like if he's got people on there that I don't like, and this is the problem with the problem is now because we've become so famous that like now Dark Hour is like he's like in the group. He's like, I'm like, oh well, he's saying
don't shit on YouTubers on his channel. You can shit on whoever you want on my channel.
He's like,
it's your opinion.
No, but like he's like, I'll put on an open bar.
I don't like
Dark Hour's in the open bar with these guys, and I'm like, well, now I gotta listen to it because Russell's in the he's in the street.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like before, Russell was sending a super chat in and shit like
again,
that, and now he's sitting there talking with these guys, and I'm like, well, fuck, now I gotta listen to it. You know what I mean? And then like Chris or Blue Collar will send a super chat in talking about that, you know, and then. Or then like Drinker will give us a shout out and it'll be like, hey Wes, Lord of Toxicity, blah blah blah. Like I love the fact that you guys got the Facebook group, blah blah blah. You know, so like now I gotta listen to it. But you know what I mean? Like you know, I can't even not differentiate anymore because I gotta like pull it up and just go, oh wow, because it's now this whole like we've been like kind of inculcated into this YouTube universe. You know what I mean? And it's funny, but at the same time, it's just like it's kind of political in a way too.
Yeah. There are people in this YouTube sphere that I'm fans of that I don't agree with, like your boy Zach Comics, Comics Matter with your boy Zach, Diversity in Comics, whatever you call him. He is the worst taste in movies. It's a fucking appalling. And then like people like Az heels babyface, like, yeah, technically I agree with everything he says, but fuck, he's annoying. He's you know
No,
he's
and that's
like he's annoying.
that was the thing that got me kicked off of one of the streams. Was like I was like, man,
I would like to be on a stream with Az. Don't get me wrong, and nothing, no power to him, but goddamn, he's just grading Australian dude.
What was your friend's name that was on this one earlier?
Ben.
Ben was like 100% in opposition with me, but we still had a good conversation. You know what I mean? Like me and
all about,
Chris
are you good people? Are you antagonistic? Well,
like I listened to one of Dark Hour streams, and what was the one he had a couple weeks ago where he had the two people on, and the one guy was like,
oh yeah,
the movie guy and he was like, he's never seen Star Wars before.
Yeah. We talked about this last time, but I don't want to grade on that guy again. But like what you're talking about with like Rags, for instance, like Rags is very confrontational.
Dude, remember I was linked that to you and West.
I like Rags.
Yeah, I like him too, but I mean, I would hate to be on the stream with him because he's like one of those dudes that's just like.
I told you guys that. I remember linking that to because West wanted a reminder. I linked that to you, and so where it's like, what was the thing? And it was Drinker and Rags talking about Hell House, and I'm like, out of everything I've listened to Drinker now for 4 or 5 years, and to this day, out of anything I've ever listened to, and I sent that in fucking group chat. That's the most uncomfortable fucking stream I've ever heard. I've ever heard Will / Drinker. I mean, it's like Will. I started feeling sorry for Will really listening to it, and
you don't like Rags because he's a very rude contrarian naturally. I don't trust him because he's a furry, and prior to some of the I don't know if he is. I assume he is with all his like wolf profile pictures and stuff. I think he is.
Yeah.
I mean, if he isn't, please correct me. I don't care. I mean, furries.
100%. That's why I was like happy that Wes listened to that.
At the end of the day, yeah, go ahead.
No,
it's all fun and games. Yeah,
like that's a painful fucking stream. The fact that he still has it up on his channel, dude, man, that's
well, like Wes, like I was excited to have you on here because you've been very like, fuck this movie, I don't want to talk about it, and I'm just laughing every time you say it because it's like hell yeah. And my whole thing with bringing you on here, imagine it. Like my whole thing is like I just want to pick your brain a little and be like from a place of love. Like why do you hate this movie so much? Imagine if I was like in here like trying to fucking argue with you, like no. Dude, look, imagine, like, see how much better it is. No, like, I'm trying to convince you, like, what is the point of that?
Yeah. When you guys were all,
I still like disagree with you, but I mean, this is fun, I don't care.
During that point earlier in the stream when all you guys were sucking Cameron's cock about how good the fucking the special effects were and shit, and I'm just like, I could give a fuck less.
Weta's really,
you know what I mean?
Like,
I'm just like, okay, cool, but like again, but I come from it from a different standpoint. One, I don't do drugs, so I'm not going to do LSD and watch the fucking movie. Two, I can't see 3D, so there's that. And then 3, I value story before I value anything else because I'm a writer, So I mean, like and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Like we all have different, like me and Blue Collar have been together for like now what fucking 2 years now.
Dude,
Jesus Christ,
I've lost track, man. Yeah.
I've been with fucking girlfriends less time than you, Chris. So I mean, it's just like he and I have very different a bit. Like the one thing I will say is that he and I both have a huge love for cinema. His is probably more than mine because he has that Regal app. He can go to the movies like every other fucking day. Me, I mean, you really got to get me in there where I'll go and I'll flash my military ID and get like a discount price or whatever.
I was this close to seeing Avatar in theaters December and going to specifically on mushrooms, but it was going to be super crowded, which I was prepared for. But what I wasn't prepared for was like a freakish like winter hellstorm sweep through, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that. So but in hindsight, I'm glad I waited 5 months to watch it and watched it in the comfort of my own home and watched it a couple times and realized, it's pretty good.
If I had to watch it, if you're like, Wes, you got to watch these movies, I'm glad that I watched them in the big screen because I mean, absent of that, Like, there's no way. There
Yeah.
really is no way. You're like, Wes, I need you to cut my toenails and put them in alphabetical order in the length of which they are. I would rather do that for you than watch Avatar again on fucking like regular TV. But like in the movie theater, at least I could say like me and Amber, we had a couple drinks and we're having a good fucking time, you know, and I was just like, okay, cool. Like it's fine. But like I think I said in an earlier stream, the time when I went into the bathroom to piss out all the beer that I was drinking and the fucking whatever, that was more enjoyable than the actual time of watching the fucking movie.
All right.
Those movies are just fucking straight trash.
I could just imagine how bad people had to piss like after like these movies, you know, like
especially
every movie's like 3 hours long.
It's a no bullshit. I put this entire thing into my coat, and then I downed this whole fucking thing while watching the film. And
Jesus,
exactly.
Nice rock and roll. Yeah, I think Dark Hour. I want him to get on, but he said he hadn't even seen it yet. I was like, that's hilarious. That's like more shit.
What?
Yeah, I think he might have watched it. I told him check it out. I mean, so it's HD. It's on the HD copy's online now. Check it out.
But, well, you know, the thing about it is like Dark Hours now, he's way too famous for now. He's way more famous than all of us now that he's been like the critical drinker is like,
I just hope he doesn't
him out of
forget the little
obscurity.
people.
Like, yeah, he's like every now and then he'll post something and he'll be like, hey, I'm gonna post it in your group, Wes.
Now I just know I know
Mondays me anymore.
Mondays are normally kind of bad for him anyway, is what I know. Yeah, Tuesday's his day. I don't know if he's doing a stream tomorrow or not.
I was gonna say, Enzo, before we get too into it, like, no, it's like Wes bust-balled about how dumb he is, but like in all fairness, I've said this for years that the way he runs the fucking Facebook group, I said whenever I know eventually me and Russ will get monetized, but people ever say, hey Chris, you want to make a Facebook like Blue Collar Loser group? Fuck no, go to fucking join the critical, because Wes has shown me that like it's for before I even met Wes, I'm like, hey, does a critical drinker got a Facebook group? After talking to Wes, I'm like, I'm never creating a fucking Facebook group because you said it's a fucking full-time
It's
job,
why I
man.
wanted my Discord server private, because when you have a public Discord server and you invite everybody, it becomes a hellhole. That's like you need moderators and admins, and it's like, no,
100%. No,
I want like 25 people in my Discord server tops, and then like have some guests cycle in maybe later.
Try 6,500 people.
And also the fact that like, well, recently, Enzo, you didn't see this, but like, because there's remember the second group, Wes, we can talk about the it's called the Critical Drinker Unbanned group, and this one guy, this one guy called Wes a total piece of shit of a human being. And
he said Wes is the Antichrist. He's the total piece of shit. He won't let us post nude pictures and fucking all like he won't let us do stuff that'll get the group zucked.
Like Wes said, like
I've definitely seen people complain about Wes specifically on the drinker page, like in the comments. Like, there's one admin that's like, fucking rules with an iron fist, and he's a damn.
To be fair, I do.
I think it was like in a Nerdrotic page or something somewhere else.
To be fair,
I was banned from the drinker page.
Yeah,
I disagreed with one of the admins.
I do rule, and you know you've called me out on that, Enzo.
I think it's funny. Like, I think it's your page. Do whatever the fuck you want.
You're banned. But dude, the thing about it is, go ahead.
I've had comments removed and flagged by you specifically, and you're like, "Don't do this shit." I'm like, "All right, sure, no problem, whatever."
Yeah, but like the thing about it is like, it's been a long time. I was a member for a year, and then I was a moderator for a year, and then after that, like he was like, "Listen, I'm going overseas. I can't do this no more. You're the most active person. I'm going to give you the keys to the kingdom.
Yeah.
Do what you do." And the way that I got rid of all the other people except for Quan who were in there. And I was like, listen, I'm going to run this the way that I run a military unit. You guys, each person brings a different thing to it. And I'm going to give you a different task.
Yeah.
And then you do it that way. And then I won't micromanage. And then after that, you know, if you have a problem, you come to me, you know, but at the end of the day, whenever new members come in, or when you look at the group, it says Wes Kelly. So it's just like my name is attached to it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And like you have like the drinker himself is like, oh, Lord Toxic, Wes Kelly. Oh, you're running my Facebook page.
Yeah.
Cool. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So like my name is attached to it, so it's like I can't get away from that.
And,
You know
and
what I mean?
the two things that will back you up, and Enzo, because you're not part of the mod team, is like number one, whenever people say, "Oh, Wes is being a certain way," I've shown guys, because as being a moderator, I've shown guys screenshots. So listen, you think Wes is being a fucking dick? Wes does not own Facebook. In case you guys didn't understand this, and the shit we've been nailed for, I've shown motherfuckers screenshots. Hey, look, listen, guys, here's a screenshot on my fucking phone. You wonder why Wes is a certain way? I'm not making this stuff up. And like Wes, you guys think because you're on Facebook and you're whatever, you're Joe Blow who joined the group and stuff, you can fucking post pictures of like whatever, like a blue Navi pegging a Smurf or some shit, and you may think it's cool, but Facebook, it nails us for this shit. That's a problem. And
Yeah, and I've seen
So,
Wes be
you know.
reasonable in his own comments on the
Yeah.
page, moderating, handing down the law.
And I'll say within the drinker, and the drinker himself has said this on multiple live streams. He's like, guys, trust me when I say this. He's like, we know this on YouTube right now because obviously Enzo, your channel isn't as big. When the guy has 1.7 million followers, he's like, guys, trust me when I say, if I went to a Reddit or something or a sub thing, drinkers even said that I am very selective in what I say on my channel because he's like, if I joined a podcast, I would talk very differently. He's like,
Yeah.
I curb my language for YouTube's algorithm. So
yeah, I mean, on my channel, it's whatever. I mean, especially this channel. I mean, who knows?
But no, but it's like I will forever fucking defend Wes because people think fucking Wes is being dick. I'm like, no, he's not being a dickhead. He's been doing this shit long enough, and I have, and other people in the moderator group that we've seen Facebook. There's a reason we had to make a new Facebook group for.
Right?
Yeah.
Simple as that.
I wish. Yeah, I wish there was a more popular platform that we could do where we could just like say whatever the fuck we want to say it, and even like listen. I once got on a drinker live stream back before I was even I think I was in the group, obviously, but I wasn't even a moderator at the time. But him and that one guy that I can't stand were doing a rewatch of Soldier. And I got on and I said a quote from Soldier.
Yeah.
And I got a fucking 20-day Facebook and YouTube ban.
Yeah.
Because I said a quote from the fucking movie. Like I'm not trying to be a dick, you know
exactly.
what I mean? Like it is what it is.
And even drunk, I won't forget this neither. Enzo was like, there was this one guy, I forgot what post it was. I made a fucking post. This guy posted against me, and I'm smart enough to know that this guy was joking, busting balls. I even hit like the laugh reaction that this guy was he was joking with me. Facebook, not me. Facebook fucking banned him. I wrote him directly, said, dude, I thought your shit was funny as hell. I know you weren't being serious, but like I didn't fucking ban the guy. Facebook banned the guy. So it's like we see this shit all the guys. It's like I would tell guys and West tells
goddamn sentinels, guys, man.
It's like
fucking sucker bots.
It is not us doing this, guys. It's fucking it's the algorithm. So it's like stop shitting on fucking West. West isn't an asshole. West knows the algorithm.
West is an asshole, but
I am an asshole. Yeah. I am an asshole. I am an asshole. That's true. You know, it's true. You know, but you know when you have like try to wrap your mind around the thought like that critical drinker group, the unbanned is like 300 people or whatever. Okay, great, good. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. You know, hey, do what you want to do. But like this is 6,500 people. Yeah. Like I can't even like try to tell you like I'm on this thing 20 like you know when I'm at work I pull up my phone whenever I don't have an order or I don't have a customer you know like I'm looking at my phone because I'm just like I'm dealing with some kind of mess or whatever and even with guys like Chris who are great you know even though Chris is kind of an alcoholic wet brain and he forgets what day he's supposed to do question of the day
he's
and
not
stuff
wrong.
like that you know but you know I have different guys that deal with different stuff and I'm like hey, you know and they're always questioning me and they're messaging me hey should I you know ban this guy or give him a 10-day restriction blah 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 and I'm like hey listen whatever you think it's great you know I got you you know blah 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 but I would love to just have a site where we can just go hey I love Harry Potter God bless you I love you know I've never seen Harry Potter I don't give a fuck about Harry Potter. I used to date a girl who was obsessed with Harry Potter. I will never watch a Harry Potter movie. I don't give a fuck about none of that stuff. You know, I've seen, obviously, you know, my opinion of Avatar. You know, if you love Avatar, God bless you. Yeah, I'm not gonna ban you from the site because you like Avatar. Like, good, like I go for it. Love Avatar as much as you want. You know what I mean? Like me personally, I love Mystery Men. I love Creed. Guess what? I love Brie Larson. I love
Wait,
Brie
what?
Larson. I love Brie Larson.
Nice,
I'm gonna
nice
say it
tits.
right now.
Nice tits.
Go ahead and screenshot it. Make a video clip of me saying the guy that runs the Critical Drinkers fan page loves Brie Larson.
About
Yes,
those
I
feet.
do. I love her. I love her. I think she's great. And I will keep watching anything that she does because I think she's fucking awesome.
Kate Winslet.
You know, I love
Okay.
Kate Winslet. I love Kate Winslet.
I agree with
I
that.
love Contagion. We watched that. Everyone watched that again recently, right?
It's a good movie.
But yeah, she was good in that one.
Mayor of Easttown. Mayor of
Mhm.
Easttown
Yeah.
is great.
No, but it's like you said, Enzo, earlier, because you mentioned this with comedy. It's like I said, we can, all three of us universally, we all love Tropic Thunder. And because we like this, we can sit right now and hop on Facebook and we can type in Tropic Thunder fucking quotes and get the fucking group banned. That's how
Yeah.
bad the shit
Yeah.
is.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like I said earlier, the fact that I shared a YouTube clip, the exact fucking 1 minute clip, and I typed out exactly what Arnold said, got me fucking banned for like a week and some change for copying a text from a YouTube clip. Like, so people want to shit on West. I'm like, well, guys, you fuckers don't see what we see.
Yeah.
Simple as that, man.
No direct actions of violence or anything like that, right?
It's why I understand the drinker. Drinker's got 1.6 million fucking subs. He's doing open bars and super chat catch-ups. He's hopping on Nerdrotic or something or Doomcock. And Drinker's like, guys, I ain't got time for that shit. And I'm like, I 100%. I don't have time for it. I don't have a million subscribers, so I get why the Drinker wouldn't want to be a fucking part of this group. It's too much fucking work, man.
Mm-hmm.
And like Wes said, and all of us, it's not like me and Wes or you, Enzo. None of us moderators, we're not getting paid for this shit, guys. Come on. I have a job to be up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to actually go to fucking work. We're doing this shit because we love the Drinker and we love talking about movies and cinema and things like that. But,
Yeah. I mean, as far as like Facebook is, it's like, yeah, it's a boomer platform. Twitter, it's too toxic, but Twitter doesn't have groups and events and all that cool stuff. They got private chat rooms and stuff like that. But and Discord, yeah, I mean, if this was a giant Discord server, it would also be a massive undertaking. Definitely more involved for admins and stuff.
Yeah.
I got friends who run these Discord servers that are like busy, like voice channels. People are just always like young people are just always like in channels, like talking to their online friends nonstop.
Yeah.
I swear to God, these people never leave their offices. They never leave their computer.
We call that chronically online.
Yes. And yeah, and guys, and you guys know this stuff because obviously, like, Wes and Spencer, you guys are 18 years old, and my kid's 15. Like, guys, I love doing this stuff with you, but it's like I have to be to work in the morning. I want to go to the gym. I want my girl. It's like I love my phone, but like I'm not on my phone for 20 fucking hours a day. And nowadays there are some people that
terminally online. There you go.
It's disturbing, man.
It'll kill you.
I'm on sometimes online, but like fuck, some people that's all they do. It's like, dude, go jogging.
Back to like the early Comicsgate stuff back in 2016. That was one of the early criticisms of these like editors and writers who were making these shit comics, like Squirrel Girl and the early Captain Marvel stuff. It was like you would notice that like Heather Antos and Kelly Sue DeConnick and all these other fucking bitches, they would just be tweeting 1,000 tweets a day, and you're like, these people. Why don't you get off of Twitter and edit the comic book and fix the spelling errors and shit? And then you tell them that, and that was, sexist harassment in the workplace for female comic writers, Yeah. And you're like, you dumb bitches. Oh, well, whatever.
Or not to mention how many people, it's like they have a Twitch channel, and they have a friend of theirs or moderator running their fucking Twitter account. It's this is me tweeting. No, it's not, dude. Because you were live streaming for fucking 6 hours when you're live streaming Fortnite or World of Warcraft. You weren't fucking on Twitter. Calm down with the bullshit. It's fake as fuck, man.
Well, like I know, like one of our friends is going through personal drama with his like friend who's not a friend or whatever, and it's like dealing with like actual shit. And it's like, dude, I've lost friends just for saying like I don't think Gina Carano should have been fired.
Yeah,
and it's like good, fuck them. Can't wait to run into those people in the real world again. and just being like extra nice to them. Hey, how's it going? How you been?
You know that Mike Tyson quote where it says, "Social media has made it so easy for people to forget what it's like to get punched in the face when you say
Fucking
some shit."
100%, dude. That's
Oh my
why
God.
I mean, Wes, recently I posted that, you guys probably seen this, when Kevin Smith was, it's like, but I still, no matter what you feel about Kevin Smith, Jay and Silent Bob, fuck the ending when fucking Jay and freaking Kevin were going around different parts of the country and stomping the shit out of these fuckers online. Like, we've all been there, man. How many times have you read a tweet or Facebook or Reddit article where it's like, dude, if I met you in person, I would kick the ever living shit out of you.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Yeah, that's the other thing, though. It's like you get up to these, like if I, my Gina Carano contractors, if I ever ran into these people and I'm real nice to them, how much you want to bet they're going to be extra nice to me, act like nothing ever happened? Like, I doubt they're going to be like, motherfucker, you still say that crazy shit? I would go into their face and be like, hey, so you still think that Chris Rock was in the wrong when he got slapped in the face by Will Smith?
Jesus Christ,
like,
yeah.
do you still think that 3 years later? I'd love to talk about that.
What is it on Enzo likes to say? He's like, let's go online. Let's go live.
Let's do it live.
Let's take it live.
Oh yeah, definitely with disagreements. Like, there's no nuance when you're dealing with text. Like, getting on, we're gonna have a debate or a discussion. Like, let's get on video. Let's talk. And none of this avatar shit. No offense. I mean, you're doing that for connectivity reasons. I understand toxic, but like people's face and you're that's the other thing. These younger people, these goddamn kids these days, they're losing touch, especially real children nowadays. They're losing touch of like facial expressions and like what the hell this shit, body language, what it even means.
That's why, and I was happy that Drinker himself, he wrote me on Patreon when I first started my channel, and I'm coming up to a year mark. But Drinker even said, he's like, hey, Chris, he's like, dude, the format you do, he goes, it's a lot harder than most people think. And he goes, it's a very hard algorithm. And yeah, and so because it's one thing if you have a 5-minute video and you never show yourself. It's just, voiceover is a lot easier versus, like you said, if I'm happy or sad or expressing emotion, looking to the camera, it's one thing versus
100% agree.
I'm just 100% agree. I'm just reading off a script that's pretty funny. I'm doing preset footage, but the fact that Drinker said to me, he's like, dude, your format is a lot harder. And the fact he's like, I respect you and I give you credit for doing, and that's what I was like, that he's like, you are doing the harder version. And I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna make a YouTube channel, fuck it, go big or go home. I want to do the hardest version. Because
I 100% agree, because and all the shit that I talk, Lord of Toxicity and all that bullshit, the end of the day, all of my videos, if you go to my YouTube channel, all of my videos are voiceover stuff. I'm talking about like a show that I like or a movie I had some personal affectation towards or whatever, and it's almost always a voiceover showing clips from the movie or whatever, edited stuff. Whereas Chris will do his thing, and Dark Hour too as well, and Enzo as well. Yeah. Will all do their thing where they, they're showing their face and they're doing their thing. I'm not afraid to show my face. No, it's a technology thing for me, but at the end of the day, I get it. Like, when your face is behind stuff, like I have a couple of groups that I'm in that I participate in here in my town here in Kansas. And, once your face is behind stuff, it's easier for you to be on, the receiving end of an attack. Yeah. So, you make something like that. Like I'm astonished. I am literally astonished of how much great content comes out of Blue Collar Loser and Dark Hour. You know what I mean? Like their content comes out. Obviously I'm subscribed, duh. But I get a hit every time their stuff comes out. I get on it, I look at it, I listen to it, or I watch it, and I, like and I'm already subscribed, obviously, but I like, and then I make a comment about it because, it helps the algorithm. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's just like they are able, you're welcome. They're able to do this kind of stuff, and they are, they threw a couple like quick edits in, and they do a couple, like cheesy, like Chris will always have a little bit of what was that I was teasing you about on that other live stream? Like you always have the one thing from the Blacklist, where it's like,
Yes.
oh, it tastes
So good.
so good,
Yep.
and then you'll always have something from
Jack
you know,
Reacher.
yeah, it was like,
Yeah.
oh God, this is great. Let's get drunk, and then you'll have something from I Hate My Job from Will Ferrell.
Oh yeah.
So, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at it and I'm just like, this is
Yeah.
all good, new content, and I'll
Yeah.
throw a thumbs up on it, and I'll throw a comment on it. Whereas like my stuff, if you look at my stuff, is just like basically like, hey, I like the Americans, and here's why. Or hey, I think that gunpowder milkshake was a piece of shit, and here's why. Or or hey, I like This Is Groundhog Day is a really great movie, and here's why. Blah blah blah. And that's the kind of stuff I do. And is the stuff that I do less because of that? Not necessarily, but I will definitely say that like you guys put your face behind the stuff, and
Yeah.
it's really amazing, and I appreciate that. You guys are, and this is why Dark Hour has, he's kind of what did the guy say the other day? What did Little Platoon say the other day? He's like, or Critical Drinker even said, he said, hey, he's doing the rounds because he's getting out there, and he's getting well known. It's not always easy to do that. It seems like you could just post a video on TikTok, on YouTube, or whatever, and you could just say, hey, I love Spider-Man Homecoming because it's fucking awesome, or I love Chinatown because it's great, or I hate She-Hulk because it sucks. But at the end of the day, you got to put your face behind it, and when you do that, you're taking your personal stuff and you're throwing it out there. Like me, like my next video is going to be on the Covenant, and I know Blue Collar, I know you did a video on it too, and I enjoyed it, I liked it, and I put a comment on it. But at the end of the day, like I have my certain feelings towards it, and when I post it, it's gonna be a little different than what somebody else may or may not do, and it's like right now we're doing this thing about Avatar, Enzo finally watched Avatar. Like he waited, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I remember like the past like 4 or 5 streams we did together. I remember saying like, I'm going to see Avatar next week.
I'm going to see Avatar. Right. I remember that. And it's just like, he's like, I finally watched Avatar. Here's what I thought. Throwing out your idea and your opinion about stuff is not always the easiest thing to do. Putting your face behind it is even more difficult.
For sure.
Putting your name behind it is even more difficult. Yeah, we all have YouTube handles. I get it. Stupenzo is Enzo, and Blue Collar Loser is really Chris.
Yeah.
And Lord of Toxicity is really Wes. I get it. I got it. But at the end of the day, it's just like you're putting your name, you're putting your vibe, you're putting your riz, whatever behind what it is that you're putting out there, and you're just saying, hey, this is my take on this. Take it or leave it. And at the end of the day, that's how somebody like the Critical Drinker became famous. That's how he came out and he was like, hey, guess what? I like Rocky. I think Rocky's fucking badass. I want to talk about it. I like Clan of the Cave Bear. Those were his 2 earliest videos.
I mean, and then, if you're entertaining to listen to and you got something worth saying, then go for it, and that's the thing is like, I've had people tell me all my life I should be a fucking stand-up comedian. And it's like, I don't want to do that at all. But I can do this shit. This is easier. I get to be funny talking to my homies about stupid movies all day. Whatever. But as far as like, me, like, like I'm definitely slapdash. These live streams are easy as fuck to do. And then the We Watch videos are also very slapdash because I assumed they would get struck or taken down. And also, the way that they're kind of improv comedy, that's kind of why I make them very slapdash. But with like, starting next month, June, the end of June, I'm going to start like doing my actual, like, I want to do some pre-edited videos, and I want to do like deep analytical movies. I don't know if my first video should be about the Big Lebowski. Like, I'll ask you guys, like, I'm either thinking about the first, I'll do both, but first video should either be about the Big Lebowski, like how it's only funnier after repeat viewings. Really kind of talk about like that aspect of the movie, how it's like, You watch it for the first time and it's kind of underwhelming, but it's only funnier if you get to know the characters more. All the jokes are character based, and really just dive into that aspect. The other video I want to do is kind of talk specifically about Traffic and Saving Private Ryan and how those two movies, this is way bigger video. This will require way more editing, but like these two movies like started so many visual trends with deep directors and photographers in the early 2000s. Like so many movies started doing like the filtered lenses, like the blue, like I'm doing, or the yellow for Mexico, or like also Saving Private Ryan started that like trend of like the high frame rate, just like really dive into all the movies that were taking from that inspiration.
One, I love the fact that you use slapdash 3 times because that's the name of my first novel.
Cool.
And then 2, I would love to talk about Saving Private Ryan with you. That would be amazing.
Oh yeah.
That's definitely one of my favorite movies. It's very formative. It came out about a year before I joined the Army. And it's pretty incredible. So I mean, it's completely up to you, but that's where I stand on those 2 topics.
I'll tell a quick personal story for you guys. My grandfather passed away, and he was in the military. For some reason, he never talked about it, but I'll never forget that at his wake, we actually someone had a TV there, and we had Saving Private Ryan on fucking repeat at my grandfather's funeral. And we just watching it over and over and over. And that's in the Drinker. Even the Drinker said that on one of his streams that he feels like for him that Saving Private Ryan for the Drinker is his favorite war film of all time.
Yeah,
that's a fucking powerful movie.
So I'd love to do we could do a discussion Monday, June 5th, the day after D-Day, if you guys want. Talk about Saving Private Ryan. Wow, that's such a fucking good movie.
Well, I also like to what Wes was saying, because I'm drunk now, but like I said, even though it is the critical drinker, the fact that sometimes he puts books out, but like when he had Sam Jones on from Flash, it's like, technically speaking, everyone knows the critical drinker, but like, his name is Will Jordan, and putting himself out there as Will Jordan, that is hard. And I'm not sure if you guys have noticed this, because remember for the longest time, I noticed that the first, I'm going to say year of fucking live streams, he first popped up there like Wes, but Wes has connection problems. The critical drinker, it was always the Avatar, and I noticed that his first couple fuck open bars, he was a lot more nervous than he is now, and it's he's got a lot more confidence of showing his fucking face.
I got a big notice about like when he joined our Facebook group. I was
did?
Yeah, I was told like hey,
did.
keep that on the DL. Like this is Will Jordan, like, and then even Dark Hour was like, hey, don't, I was like, well, if I don't
tag him in anything.
Yeah, because the thing is like every week when we get new membership on Monday, it gets like, the names all pop up or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So like,
he's got a common name though, so
Right. Well, but those of us who are in the know who he is. And then like Russell Dark Hour was like, hey, maybe don't post that. I'm like, well, if I don't post it, then people are going to be looking for it.
Yeah.
So it's like, I was like, Will is a grown ass man. He knows he can deal with his own things. Like he posted a video at Comic-Con specifically to say, hey, I know this group exists. Thank you for doing this for me. I appreciate it. I advocate it, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to 100% be involved in it, but, great. And then he decided to join it on his own. He probably
also disagrees with many of the fucking takes on the page. Like who knows?
He may,
probably. Let's be real.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of opinions on that page. Shit.
Yeah, when I've sent him super chats, he has not had any bad words or anything like that. So I'm just like, I'm taking it as like, he's good with it. Beyond that, one day I might be doing a group chat on Blue Collar Loser or Dark Hour. I have no doubt of that because they're both extremely talented and, the stuff they do is
a lot.
Very good. So, like I said, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can nitpick as much as you want, but he posts the stuff. People like his content. We post as much stuff, and we control in the best way possible. Like I have one specific, like, this might surprise you, Enzo, but I have one specific moderator just to post his content from Twitter and YouTube, and
I've noticed her
like that. Like, like that's her whole job, is just to do that.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like,
and it's been
you
good.
know,
That way, also,
else.
there's no argument of like people trying to race to see who's the first to share the shit. It's just a better method.
Right. And so I don't sharpshoot, like what they do. And, at the end of the day, we're all just like, the thing that makes me the happiest is when people are like, hey, I like blah, blah, blah movie, or I like blah, blah, blah TV show. Do you guys like it? Yeah, I like it. Here's what I like about it. No, I don't like it. Here's what I don't like about it. Oh, okay. Here's this, like, that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
I don't like all this, I know my name is the Lord of Toxicity, but I don't like to see a bunch of toxic shit, where people are like,
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And I've joked about it before. It's like that movies for guys who like movies. And it's just like definitely a bunch of like, smooth brain meatheads. I don't like movies with explosions in them. And it's fine. I like movies with explosions in them too. But damn, every once in a while you want to watch like a good sleeper,
Man, if you guys could see the amount of beer cans that I have assembled
from the stream.
It's amazing.
I love, dude. That's what I'm saying. I know
it's gone. The whole bottle's gone. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, it's like I don't really care if someone watched this whole 4-hour stream, but God bless you. Please come in on the next one, and if you want to actually come in, please. But I just like talking for 4 hours.
Get some friends too.
Now I gotta say, like, it is sad when someone does something like this by themselves. That is like streaming for therapy.
Yeah.
I don't. That's weird. This is like, hey, bro, time with my out of state dudes.
That's
fellow nerds.
I can never watch Twitch stream with some guys.
I mean, look at this. You got one guy in Texas, one guy in Kansas, one guy in New York.
It's true.
I can't talk. I can't talk to my bandmates this thoroughly about every movie,
Honestly, Enzo, I've said that with you. It's like, it's amazing. Before I started my channel, I have like 15 friends like, Chris, I love your channel. I love talking about so-and-so, but they won't sit down like how the three of us, I've known these guys for 15, 20, 25 years, and they won't sit down with me for 3 hours and talk on YouTube like how you guys
That's crazy.
It's also like part extrovert. I am kind of extroverted. I'm a performer.
Me too.
I get on stage,
too.
man. I'm a damn.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's like one thing where if I hop on Xbox, if I'm playing like whatever, I'm playing like the new Jedi Survivor game, and I hop on or Call of Duty, I hop in party chat. And a friend of mine's like, Chris, we should actually record some of this stuff. I'm like, guys, we've had some very deep, great conversations on Xbox party chat, but they're scared to, like, even with how Wes has the avatar, but he has the avatar for, said fucking for reasons, technology reasons. But I have friends who love my stuff, but they won't come on with me. It's a
duocracy, man. It's a duocracy where, like, what they really want is they want someone like you or want someone else to just start recording it on their own.
Yeah,
because that's kind of what I was doing with my cousin, because we're playing Jackbox games on his Twitch channel every Sunday, but then we started watching movies on the Discord, and like the we watched the first one, we watched Congo. Then we watched Stripper Zombies with Alexis Texas.
Jesus.
Then we watched what was You Got Served Revolution? No, Step Up Revolution. That's what it was called. The breakdance movie. We watched like 3 movies, and we were like, we gotta start recording these. And I just did it. I just got to OBS, learned how to work it. So now I'm just running it. And it's just one of those things where it's actually pretty easy once you figure out how to do it, but it's a duocracy. It's like you keep talking about wanting to do something, just do it, man. And especially with like the screen capture, doing it on the computer, it's all possible and easy and free. Like, you can get so many open source platforms and programs that can do pretty much whatever the fuck you want. The computers rule, man. And obviously you don't want to be on the computer all the time, like terminally online, like we said, but also it's like, I don't need to actually go to an actual bar and talk to you guys. I don't need to fly. You know, my bandmates, I can't really nerd out this hard with them, and I can't fly up to New York anytime I see a new movie. So the computer is great for this, and it's awesome. And if other people want to watch and enjoy and join in, then yeah, hell yeah. But as far as the We Watch videos, like, yeah, definitely trying to get people to, you know, laugh at those. And hopefully I can turn some heads with my analysis videos towards the end of the line. I want to go like deep thought, transformative. I want to like, hey, remember, did you ever see, you know, Traffic or no, what was I saying? Yeah, The Big Lebowski. Like, do you know it's actually about coming to Christ or no, whatever. I don't know. Some kind of, I would love to do stuff like that where you kind of just like really transform people's eyes.
Yeah, we could definitely talk about like the movie Grease, where like that she's dead the entire time, and like her brain is losing oxygen, and that like the entire
I've heard
Grease
that
movie is her like, you know, Danny is trying to save her, he dies trying to save her, and then like her brain is like losing oxygen, and then like they're flying up to heaven at the end of the movie.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to like do too many like, and also like not really limit it to movies or pop culture even. I would love to do a video about Elvis's long lost twin. You know, I would love to do a movie about, like, I could do an analysis video about how terrible the Baz Luhrmann Elvis movie was. I think
we could do an analysis about like the Highlander TV series. We could do that.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Or just Highlander 2. Dude, comparing Highlander 2 to
fuck
Highlander
you
1.
No, fuck you Highlander
just like,
2.
Honestly,
exactly. Like just like do a full blown breakdown of the drop in quality.
I gotta ask you guys now because I'm drunk enough, but I remember because again I was like 9 years old when Highlander 2 came out because I love Sean Connery. When I was 9 years old, I loved Highlander 2, but over time, I haven't seen a movie in 25 years. Wes, why is Highlander 2 so hated for it? Because as a kid, I loved it, but
it changed the mythology,
lore breaking.
Yeah, and it turned it into like aliens and shit like that. Like it's crazy. And then like 1 year later, they redo the whole
Highlander
thing.
3.
No.
Director's
to
cut.
1992, they redo where like everything that happened in Highlander happened, but it wasn't the end of it. Like it was just like it happened, but it wasn't the complete end. And then they had Connor and Duncan in the first episode of the first season.
Yeah.
And then the TV show went like, it was like, this is what it would really be like if there was immortals and they lived in this world. And I jumped on that show, and goddamn, like that's the best show. It's free on YouTube. It's free on YouTube. Watch it on YouTube. You will love it.
Tales from the Crypt is on YouTube. What else is free on YouTube?
It's been a long time, but I remember the Highlander TV show. The Highlander TV show, the opening had Queen. Queen did opening fucking theme song for that show. Yeah.
You know what else is free? You know what else is free on YouTube? G.I. Joe. Type in G.I. Joe on YouTube. They have a live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. G.I. Joe.
The one with what's his name? The Channing Tatum?
No.
It's like all the
80s
shows. Okay,
the 80s cartoon is 24/7.
Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter's in there, like 24/7. But I'm just saying, like, if you want to catch up on, you know, if you don't want to get Freevee on your Amazon Prime or whatever, you can go to YouTube and you can watch all of the episodes of Highlander. It's amazing.
Nice. Well, yeah, I mean, back to crazy ass Cameron. What he's got next is like 5 more Avatar movies, and then that's it. He'll probably die.
He's gonna die way before that. He will die in the next Avatar movie.
Assuming he never dies. Like what do you think he's got next?
He wants to film 3 and 4 back to back.
He filmed
So-
2 and 3 back to back concurrently.
So yeah,
And
so-
he didn't
sorry,
even
sorry, 4
start
and 5,
filming
yeah.
2 and 3 until all
It's right,
5
you're right.
sequels were
That's right,
completed in
right.
script form.
Avatar 3 is done filming. It's just they have to fix the VFX stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
it's like photography for a third film
the
is
fact,
done.
I do appreciate the fact that he's not like just kind of leading us off into the mystery box trope where you just
Yeah.
you just
Cameron.
fucking at least he's got an ending figured out, for
No.
his shit.
Cameron, you are so. I'm done.
He's got like he's got 5 different screenwriters helping him write 5 different movies, and each screenwriter is tackling their own
Jesus.
film, and
I-
they're all like doing it together. It's insane.
It
It is
so
a massive undertaking. Good or bad, you got to admit the guy's tenacity. The guy's fucking.
That's what I said.
Of all the movies he could have stood on, of all the franchises,
I think it's because he already
The
proved himself
Abyss-
with Titanic. Titanic was
The
his chance to
Abyss- The
Yeah.
Abyss or Aliens or Terminator. This is the one that he decided to go really.
It's like I
Really?
do agree with
Well,
Wes with that.
technically, it was Titanic that he went all balls to the wall on
Yeah.
because he put
For
all of his
Avatar.
chips on the line for Titanic, and in the end, it paid off. But yeah,
Well,
now
that's
he can do whatever he wants. He wants to
Well,
just do
that's
Avatar.
the Enzo. Even watching my friend's house, seen this at home. The fucking level of detail for the second Avatar. It's like I said, there are certain scenes where it's like whether it's Zoe Saldana or Sam Worthington, it doesn't even look like Sam Worthington in CG. It looks like Sam Worthington in blue makeup because it's that photorealistic, and the amount of detail to the film is amazing. Now imagine if you put that kind of work. I do admit, like to Wes's credit though, make Terminator fucking 4 and put that level of detail into Terminator
Yeah,
4.
exactly.
It would be a
Thank you.
fucking masterpiece. So it's like
Here's
yeah.
what I want to see with a Terminator movie. You know what? I want to see like a full blown this is what the problem I had with Terminator Salvation was. It was all the chips were there. It's like post Judgment Day, man versus machine, but we don't have the blackened sky like we're supposed to have from the fucking nuclear fallout. And we don't have. I want to see a Terminator like actually terminate. Like, because there's always the scene where the Terminator grabs the person and fucking throws them. Like, I want to see the scene.
Have you seen? Okay. Have you seen the Sarah Connor Chronicles?
Yes, that was great.
Everyone said like that TV show back in the 90s storyline
That
wise
show.
was fucking awesome. Holy
Was
shit.
so
like,
good. It was
So here's
so
how,
good.
like,
was.
imagine if we will, you got like a post Judgment Day bunker with like human guards by the door, like 2 of them with machine gun or plasma rifles in their hands. They use the plasma rifles because bullets are no more, and plasma cuts through the fucking Terminator, skeleton. And then out of nowhere, under the door, like a metal like puddle just kind of like slides under the crack of the door, and then spikes shoot out of the fucking puddle, killing both guards, and then the spikes retract, and then 2 like sentient like T-1000 guards look just like the guards, pick up the guns. Now they're like running through the base, like showing exactly how dangerous a T-1000 could be if it was like fully unleashed, like taking your hand off and like throwing it like a ninja star in someone's head or something. Like there's so much shit a T-1000 could do.
Wow, you just put more story arc into what that bullshit that you just popped off at the top of your head.
Improv.
Then Avatar 2 had in the entire.
I thought you were
movie.
gonna say the Terminator sequel is like far Genesis.
No. You just did more right now at the top of your head than the Avatar 2 movies.
Thank you.
Could even come fucking close to.
I showed that on Facebook too, where someone showed the opening. That's what pissed me the fuck off Dark Fate, because I went to go see Dark Fate. Dark Fate, at least the first 3 minutes, give them credit where, the fucking de-aging on Linda Hamilton, Arnold, and Eddie Furlong,
great.
That was fucking perfect.
Well, it wasn't even de-aging. It was literally actors that weren't them being like face mapped. Yeah. So that was even weirder.
It's like that's what I first seen Dark Fate. I'm like, the opening 3 minutes, it sucks killing John, but I'm like, but in terms of a technological standpoint, I'm like, dude, that was fucking magnificent. Like that looked like Edward Furlong from 1991. Like that's creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Like story wise,
can I real quick out of the drinker group, can I say some of the answers that I got, because we have a thing, Enzo, you may or may not know, we have a thing called Question of the Day,
of course,
and so today,
I want read the comments, please.
Yeah, because I said the Avatar franchise, cinematic masterpiece, or overrated steaming pile of dog shit.
Yeah.
FYI, some of your mod team will be discussing this tonight.
Yeah.
Take a look if you are so inclined, and I gave him the link. So here we go. So I'm gonna may I give some of the answers?
Just burn
Sure.
through.
Okay.
Don't give any names.
Visual-
I guess.
Okay. Alan Spider Lord Ward says visually and creatively astonishingly, narratively astonishingly bad. John Hoyt, I enjoyed the first one in 2009. I thought it was a visual masterpiece, probably the best 3D movie that ever came out. But I saw it once, and that was enough.
Okay.
No desire to watch the new one.
I won't fight that.
Stop. Pause real quick. Quick
Go
tangent.
ahead.
3D movies. Avatar 1 looked great. Everything else, like Clash of the Titans and these other movies that came out after that, looked like trash, except for Up. Once I started seeing Pixar movies in 3D,
Yeah.
those are the only ones I fully recommend watching in 3D. Anyway, continue.
Fair enough. Lee Robert, he didn't say anything. He just posted the shit emoji.
Oh yeah.
Rick Straub. It's neither, in my opinion, just a generic James Cameron action flick with awesome special effects. I don't get behind the hype for it. I haven't seen Avatar 2 yet, but it's the first and my least favorite James Cameron movie. I can't believe he'd make something so generic. Chris Berkey says Avatar movies are a lot like console exclusives that launch with a new release. An empty, visually engaging tech demo with little significance. The order 1886 of movies, if you will. I don't know what that means.
No,
But,
that's great. I agree with that comment.
Michael Sark.
Yeah.
I have personally felt it was an overrated, steaming pile of dog shit
Jesus.
since the first one.
Like,
good for you.
Saying it's a tech demo is accurate. Saying it's a fucking giant steaming pile, an affront of all that is holy, it might be a bit much.
Yeah.
Continuing on Michael Sark's comment, could not believe how much worse the second was. All hype over groundbreaking visuals and absolutely everything else being completely absurdly stupid crap. Hate me if you want. I do not care. I love Cameron's other films, Aliens being my fave. Good for him. I was really, really psyched for Avatar. Could not have been more let down. John Wright says, absolutely mid. Matthew Moses says, can't muster a single fuck given to about this film. I might watch in pieces when it's on a streaming site at no additional charge. The runtime is more than I care to endure and is sitting in the most synopsis and reviews make it looks like a snooze. I'm not going to even try to pronounce this name. Samiyatak Duto. See, again, this is an international group, so we have people 6,500 people. Formulaic story, beautiful visuals, knows exactly how much it needs to do to impress people. Avatar doesn't try to be a masterpiece that stands the test of time. It tries to give people a good time, a temporary bliss, a movie that would go to the theaters and nothing less. Okay. Oh, fair said. And then a couple of people saying fair said, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Dave Norris, story is king. You can have the best technologically advanced movie, but if the story doesn't go grip on me, then what's the point? I cared very little for the first one, so I didn't watch the second one. Okay. Stephen Lamb says, Blue People, boring, bland, sci-fi flick. Avatar, The Last Airbender and beyond. Fun for the whole family. Who gives a fuck? Chris Bard says, the first one was so bad, I just can't fathom its success. This new one seems to have had less of a hype. Like, I'm not even a third of the way through the fucking comments, guys. Like
Maybe
I'm
we'll
just-
we'll resume the comments when we
I was-
sign off, and you can just
Yeah.
keep reading them.
I was
Yeah.
nice.
Get back.
I made a comment. I was civil. So
Oh yeah,
Did you? I can't
Yeah.
even find Chris.
I
Mine's
didn't
I
make a
on
can't even
comment.
find you in here.
I figured you can hear all my stupid opinions on my stupid
you know
channel
what?
if you want.
Fuck, I'm gonna find it now.
Chuck. Okay, some of our regulars are in here. Chuck Senhausen says,
Oh,
"Meh."
Chuck.
He says, "Meh," with the what's your name? The guy from fucking the Nerd Show. God
Big
damn,
Bang?
there's a
Big Bang.
yeah,
Theory?
Big Bang Theory. Thank you. God damn, there's a lot of comments in here.
That's kind of what I was
Jesus.
saying. Was like definitely a lot of disparaging comments on that page, which I thought was very humorous. Because like I said, like just a month ago, we were doing it was John Wick 4 time, and everyone was like, John Wick, yeah, woo, wow, and it was like cool.
Well, but
there
John
were
Wick
some
was
people-
awesome.
there were some
okay.
people that didn't like it, but I mean, it was definitely like they were the minority.
They
That's
were in the
fine.
minority. Yeah.
I like big, loud, dumb movies, which wouldn't Avatar count? I don't know.
I mean, Chris, if you were to put Avatar 2 against John Wick 4, what would you say?
Oh, I'm picking John Wick 4. I'm not
Okay.
gonna lie.
All right, cool. All right, well, I'll check John Wick 4 out then, because I've seen the first 3 and they're good. They're fun.
And this is also why, like Enzo, like I said with Wes, I like talking to him about, from like when we did the first John Wick from a military standpoint. My favorite scene in the entire fucking film was the dragon rounds. I said, Wes, okay, now explain to me, is there any realism with this dragon rounds? He goes, fuck no, it's all
None.
Hollywood. But even Wes is
None.
like, but it's
Hollywood
so
as
awesome.
fuck.
But it's also awesome to watch.
Yeah, it's great to watch. Like I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
It's amazing to look at, but I mean, it's not real. I mean, it's just like there's no, you can't do that in real life. Like that's your weapon would melt. Like
I had
it's just
shared
like,
my favorite was in part 2 where him and Common are like shooting at each other with silencers above like 2 different stories in front of all these people who are like oblivious, that was like one of my favorite parts.
That was like, believe it or not, that was more realistic than the fucking fireball.
I like that scene because it was humorous and badass at the same time. You know what I mean? Like if you could be funny and awesome. So again, back to True Lies, like, dude, you're fired. That's like one of the best death quips ever. As I fire you, you're hanging onto a missile and I shoot you into the bad guy helicopter and kill everybody. It's like, dude, G status. And save your daughter, because like that would have all been for naught if the daughter had fallen off the F-15.
Listen,
killed.
I'm gonna tell you right now, like I am a huge Walking Dead fan.
Mm-hmm.
Did I follow it through the
I
whole
love
thing?
the books. The books are so good.
Okay. Did I follow it through the whole show? No, I didn't. I did not.
Everyone quits around season 3 or
me personally, I couldn't because I was locked up.
Oh.
So like, but I will tell you this, like there's like shit like at the very fucking beginning of the show, like like Rick tells, like they're about to stop the bank robbery guys, and he's like, he tells this guy, like, take your weapon off safe and focus on what you're doing. Like the dude's carrying a Glock. There's no safe on a Glock. So it's like, and it's stupid as fuck. I mean, I get it. I understand, but at the end of the day, it's like story over subtext.
The problem with Walking Dead is there's no levity. So it's so morose and dark and
agreed.
And it just goes on forever. And there's no point. What is the point? What are the characters like aiming for? Just more life of strife. That's kind of why Alien 3 gets a bad rap. But Alien 3, to its benefit, is only 100 minutes long. It's not fucking 7 seasons of fucking.
Well,
it's we're all gonna die. No point in anything.
I did watch the end of The Walking Dead, and I did like what they did with Negan.
Cool.
So
yeah, I heard Negan had I didn't watch it, but I heard Negan had a pretty good character.
Pretty good character arc.
Yeah, and on top of that, now Negan's getting his own show, so which is a shocker there. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, because they can't just let it die because it's a zombie show, pun intended, but also because it's AMC's like big thing. Like what else does AMC have? They had Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Those are over.
It's gonna die. It's gonna
Yeah.
die because
They had Fear the Walking Dead, which I watched the first season of, and it was meh.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna die. They're gonna die.
The
you know?
zombie stuff, the Walking Dead zombie stuff, and same thing, definitely with The Last of Us. These new zombie things are turning into like the Godzilla movies, where it's like we focus only on the human family,
Yeah.
and then the monster shows up sporadically. That's what these zombie things are becoming, where it's
Well,
like
I
and
don't
it's
necessarily
not necessarily a
have
bad thing. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
but
necessarily have a problem with that.
It's a trend.
It's all in how it's done.
28 days later is basically like zombies, or sorry, excuse me, infected, and then military assholes, then infected. That's kind of the formula that I think is better. And also like, back to Godzilla movies, and also like what you guys were saying with like the first two Avatar movies are like the Na'vi versus the military. Godzilla versus the military is always been my favorite, but like you gotta start bringing in the other monsters eventually.
I can say one thing, guys, like because obviously during COVID and stuff, the first film I seen post COVID was Nobody, and Nobody may be a simple film, but the second film to see in theaters, period, post COVID was Godzilla versus Kong, and yeah, no doubt, I'm not going to debate that the script is stupid as fuck, but it did like $800 million because everyone was so after 2 years of lockdown.
Ready to go to a theater.
They just want to see a big monkey fight a big lizard, and that's it. And of course, at the end, they fight Mechagodzilla.
I knew Mechagodzilla was coming, so I was excited.
Exactly.
I think
everyone knew that.
I think this is going to be an extremely good topic on our next stream.
Yeah, sure.
When we do it on May 18th.
We could hash out those details right now.
When we talk about like our top 3 of 2023 and our top 3 of the things that we are excited about for 2023. I think
is it top 3 lists you're saying, or one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like the top 3 that you've enjoyed up to that point.
It's gotta be something from this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like I watched What's Eating Gilbert Grape. I fucking loved it.
No. Fuck off.
Yeah, right. No, that doesn't count.
No.
That's a 25-year-old movie.
Yeah, I just watched Chinatown for the first time, and it was amazing. Yeah,
sure.
No, eat a dick. No, we're not doing that. Like, it's the 2023, motherfucker. Like,
my friend hates fat people.
we're talking about that, and it's just like, what are you excited about for the rest of 2023? What have you been excited about in 2023? That's what we're talking about.
Real quick, I did for my comment. It was from 9 hours ago, and all I just said was that for the Avatar thing, I just said that I get the issues people have with the story, and I said, but from a visual and technical standpoint, both films are a masterpiece. So I agree with you. I said I do see the storyline problems. I said, but we talked about this entire stream. So from a technical standpoint, said some part of me had to respect the fact that the work Cameron put into that film. That's why I feel like I'm more forgiving than you are for the film because of that. Yeah.
That's cool, Chris. Yeah. When we do the 2023 thing on May 18th, is Avatar going to show up in your 2023?
Avatar won't count because it's 2022 technically, right?
No, it's 2023.
I think I remember December. I did for 2022. I put Avatar as my number 10. Out of all my top 10 films, Avatar 2 was number 10 on my list because I'm like,
it was 2023. It came out in 2023.
All right, cool.
No, it came out in December. So
IMDb.
That's why I said. That's what I said. Avatar 2 was my top 10 film for 2022.
It doesn't matter.
No, because Cameron was smart. Cameron put this shit purposely out during Christmas.
I'm intentionally not going to put Avatar 2 on my list because we've already talked about it for 4 hours and 15 minutes.
That's why I said. I put it as number 10 because I'm like, why it's a weak storyline from a visual standpoint. So.
Well, what was funny is like, the criticism, like, oh, it's been done before, but like, how many times has like the revenge story been done before? Like Nobody, Sisu, John Wick, Spit on Your Grave,
movies, movies and TV.
It's always good.
What is your top?
Yeah,
by the time we get to 2023 of May 18th, what is going to be your top 3, whether it be
I will form a cohesive list. I will form a cohesive list very soon.
Avatar 2's official release date was December 16, 2022.
Okay.
And
Fair enough.
and
Fair enough.
you know what came out before Avatar 2? Black Panther 2.
Oh God.
Yes.
I that is one of the only that movie I noped out of after the funeral scene, and then the Marvel logo comes on, and you're like, oh my God, and it's like what 10 minutes into the movie, and you're just like, nah, not gonna watch this. That's kind of where I was just like, I gave it a shot, and I was just
like, listen, you don't have to tell me because I know we're gonna deal with this later in a couple weeks. But like, what? Give me an idea. Like, what are you guys looking at?
Wait,
top 3 stuff still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guardians 3. That's all I want to say.
Yeah,
really?
As far as like what I'm excited for, definitely Oppenheimer. I am kind of on, flip a coin if Barbie's going to be awesome or terrible. Who fucking knows? But I'm excited to see it regardless. Oppenheimer's probably like number 1. And then number 2, I'd have to look in, or number 3. I'm sorry, I'd have to look into like what. I know there's some good stuff coming at the end of the year. I haven't seen Evil Dead Rise yet. I need to check it out.
Dude, I've seen it twice.
I want to see Bo is Afraid.
Enzo, we're gonna talk about what we have seen.
Right. I'm going to see those hopefully before
that has blown our skirt up.
Sure.
Okay. In 2023.
I will binge some cam copies of some movies just to be able to talk about.
And then we're gonna talk about the 3 that we are excited about.
Of course. I got that. I did send a Twitter tweet to Bex, and told her, I don't know how Twitter messages work, if they go on unread file or something, but hopefully her and Nerdy Film Girl invitation to you as well. I mean, you're not watching right now, but if you are later, whatever. Anybody we can think of, anybody want to come in on this May 18th stream, we'll find a couple of 5th member.
Please do.
I'm just saying.
I already know my top 3. I got my top 3 already.
My top film, November 10th, 2023, The Marvels.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're a liar and a fat face.
I'm excited.
You're a liar and a fat face.
Did you say that to everybody, or just me? I thought you just said it to me one time. I was like, oh.
Yeah,
okay. You just say it to everybody. All right.
The Marvels, holy Christ! No, I'm looking forward to actually seeing the Marvels because I can't wait to see how many fucking videos are going to tear this film to shreds. Like, holy shit!
Dude, watch it be awesome. Like, fuck, who knows? Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I think it's gonna be an awesome movie.
I don't give a fuck if it's good or bad at this point. But like, that would be funny if it was good. That would be funnier.
It's not on my top 3. It's not on my top 3, but
when I think in terms of comedy, like it would be way funnier because like we've been doing this stick for 5 years now, watching shitty movies and watching the funny commentary about them on YouTube. But damn, it would be awesome if for once like the funniest thing happened ever. Like, oh my God, the Marvels came out and it rocked. Everyone would, oh my God, like that's not gonna happen, obviously, but that would be the funnier thing to happen for sure.
I mean, that has happened.
Yeah, with other movies for sure. Yeah, sometimes things come out of left field, and you're like, you know what? It wasn't bad.
Anyway, at the end of the day, I already got my 3 choices. It's gonna be. Go ahead.
You want to do the stream, but we'll do it on my channel, I guess, or if for some, whoever else.
Well,
else knows it.
I think for the top 3 thing, I think that's gonna wind up being on Darko's channel.
Sure, if that's that'd be ideal, obviously.
Well, I think because he's already said yes to it.
Well, if you guys are doing like an actual drinker page sanctioned thing, I mean, I don't know what page, what stream platform you want to choose. I mean, it's up to you guys, really.
I mean, at the end of the day, yours is sanctioned too, just so you know.
It's not. Sure. I prefer, let's do it on someone else's channel. I mean, that'd be fun too. I mean, like I was like, because it's like all of a sudden a lot of pressure for me. It's like, oh, I got to find people and do stuff.
No, not at all. But I mean,
Wes is like in my chat, like, yo, man, message this person for me. I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, I don't know. I'm just a humble YouTuber.
I mean,
no, I appreciate it. No, and I definitely have. I have, yeah, exactly. Like we got the for this stream, this was a good trial run, and definitely less technical difficulties than the last few streams. I know I definitely on my end, the internet booster definitely helped. I got a signal booster. The first time I had it, it was in a different room. but I put it somewhere else now, and it's definitely doing its job.
Yeah.
And as far as you, Toxic, you had no Minecraft issues, which is cool.
No. Yeah,
So,
and she's
yeah.
been she's been
Good
playing
shit.
her video game for the last few hours. I would definitely like to get who we want to get on the next one. And I would like to get I'd like to get a good
I don't want to have I don't want to have a situation where we invite 10 people and we have too many people saying yes they're available and then we have to turn people away. I'd rather ask one person.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Sure.
No, I'll tell
I like to
off.
ask one person one time, and if they say yes or no, it'll depend if we ask another person,
Fuck them.
Because right now we're just looking for one member, right? We have 3 to 4 people already.
It's me. No, yeah, it's me, you,
probably
Blue Collar,
maybe Devin.
It's Devin, and it's fucking Dark Hour, and then we're gonna get one female YouTuber,
a sixth member.
So
we're only looking for
nerdy film girl. So,
I mean, if she's willing, I mean, I've been told. I mean, I am friends with 5 different female YouTubers, and 2 of them have already said no right off the rip. So,
sure.
What's
the other thing is, you want a female YouTuber or just a female in general? Because I know some.
I want a female YouTuber. I want a female YouTuber because I want to one, offset this fucking sausage fest, and then 2, I want somebody to how you brought me in on this one. I hate Avatar. I want someone to I want someone to check us on our opinions.
Oh, of course. Also, I would. Yeah. Someone. What was that? What was that one lady who likes She-Hulk? We'll get her. No.
It was Nerdy Film Girl.
Oh, it was her. Yeah. That was her. Hell yeah.
Okay. I agree with.
Yeah.
I listened to that stream. It was as soon as she said that, I almost crashed my car. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. God, and she's so fucking hot too. That's a crazy thing. It's she's fucking gorgeous as fuck.
She-Hulk for a girl like me in my 30s. I have 2 sisters in their 30s, and Chris. My sister Jamie just turned 40 technically. She's like, but it came out. She's like, fuck She-Hulk. I'm like, I love you. You're my younger sister.
Yeah.
And my sister,
but She-Hulk. Like I said, Chris, you know me. I don't want an echo chamber. You can have a disagreement.
100%. Yeah.
Totally fine.
That's what I love about you. The fact that you will shit on Avatar and so many times Creed 3. You and me were going back and forth, but Creed 3, and I had so much fun. And I agree with you. I just said I did feel like the final fight between those 2, something was missing for me. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But,
it's cool. No, cool. No problem. But I if she claps back on us, no problem. I just want to have a female in there to break up the sausage fest.
100%. That's why I said people can like or hate. Geeks and Gamers, Jeremy said, guys, I bust balls all the time with Young Rippa and Nerd Rock, these guys, but Jeremy's like, we're all friends. All of us.
Yeah. I did message that one lady that Wes told me to on behalf of, I was basically like, yo, you know me from that Boogie Night stream you were almost on. And I don't know how Twitter works, if who knows, maybe my fucking message will be unread for 2 months or whatever. Who knows? But
we'll figure it out. But again, it's 18 more days away or 17 more days away. So we'll get it figured out.
Sure.
But, good stream.
Hey, you want to keep reading those comments, and I'll sign us off that way. That'll be funny.
Go for it.
Well, Enzo, the only thing I want to say is before we
head comment? Out of here, you want me to the comments from the Critical Drinker?
Yeah. Pull that back up where you were and just go back to just reading them when we sign off. When I play the music, you just keep reading it until we. But we can say we can say our final thoughts real quick.
Okay, I'll read you the last 5.
Yeah, not right now. Not right in a second. Let's do some final thoughts.
The only thing I want to say is when I was watching, that's why I said in my video, The Covenant, I literally saw 0 marketing for this film. As I'm watching it, I'm in a theater. I put my fucking film on vibrate. Halfway during the film, I was in the thing. I was like, I want to hear Wes's opinion. So as I'm recording this,
damn good movie.
as I'm editing this stuff, all I kept thinking the entire time was like, I've seen the film a second time. I was like, damn, how is Wes going to react to this? And as soon as Wes commented, when Wes gave me some compliments on that video, because like, you know, this, Enzo, whenever you put a video out, you're always curious how people are going to react. And I was so nervous, like, because Wes's opinion means a lot to me. And The Covenant, that's why I said in my video, so far for 2023, it's in easily my top fucking 3 films. So when Wes commented, that meant a lot to me. It really did. So thank you.
Nice. Well, yeah, I mean,
it was a good fucking movie. Shit.
Fucking incredible movie.
Yeah, I know it's like hard to get people to watch these We Watch videos, but definitely I want you guys to get on one of these, because that's the real fun of it, is
trying.
Fucking watch. Yeah, no pressure, no nothing. We got other stuff planned. We got May 18th. And then like I do like this idea of June 5th doing a Saving Private Ryan stream.
Yeah.
And then
absolutely.
Maybe I'll try to work on that Saving Private Ryan video I was talking about around the same time. We'll see.
Well, you know, we all joked about this, Enzo, and especially Wes. Some people out there in YouTube, in the Drinkers fan group, hey guys, I'm on 5 or 6 different streams a week. I'm like, dude, if you're doing 5 or 6 streams a week with 4 or 5 hours, unlike me, you're not going to work in the morning. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah, and also it's hard to like,
yeah,
you know,
Jesus.
Streaming too much definitely means like your edited videos take a back seat, you know?
Yeah,
exactly.
And I don't want to do that. I like making these We Watch videos. That's kind of like new for me. And like, until I start getting tired of watching these dumb movies, you know, like I'm running out of dumb movies to watch, then maybe I'll get phased. But like, I'll try to do these like analytical, like big videos, like only once in a blue moon, like once a month or so. And then once a week, still keep the We Watch videos churning out, you know? But just because, like I said, they're so Wes's favorite word, slapdash, you know, I just kind of crank them out.
I mean, it not only is my favorite word, it's the name of
your book
novel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Check it out. Slapdash. Get
tomorrow,
it on Amazon, right?
Or tomorrow, Wes, definitely remind me about the question of the day, because
it is on Amazon. Yep.
I've already forgot the question of the day.
The question of the day was about.
You forgot the question of the day?
For next time, the next question of the day?
Tomorrow's my turn. I've already forgot.
Today. So. The question of the day was.
You had talked about something that would have been a good idea. It was
Kingdom of Heaven.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're talking about director's cuts and stuff.
Yeah.
We're talking about director's cuts.
Yeah.
The question of the day today was the Avatar franchise cinematic masterpiece or overrated steaming pile of dog
I'm
shit.
saying my turn tomorrow.
Yeah,
so.
Your turn should be. We were talking about doing something. You were talking about something about doing about the director's cuts.
Yeah.
Which one's better? Which director's cut's the best, or something like that.
I'll try to remember in the morning. So.
And Wes, I got the comments pulled up, so if you want, I'll sign us off with the comments.
You go for it.
It was a great stream, you guys. I'm glad you guys made it out. I'm glad we talked for 4.5 hours.
Hours, thank you, and a whole bottle gone of liquor. So.
Yeah.
Love it.
If you saw the Miller Lite cans in here, you would shit yourself.
Awesome.
It's crazy. There's like 20. There's 27 different cans in here. That's crazy.
With mediocre stories with rather on the nose and preachy themes, but they aren't bad movies, entertaining and visually spectacular. But I think the anvil-like nature of the themes keeps me from the kind of engrossment that Cameron wanted. And as an avid world builder, I feel in particular, the second movie really bothers me with the villain's motivation. Unobtainium was a bit on the nose as a MacGuffin, but at least it asked an interesting question. Earth's survival and humanity's future was at stake. Do we have the right to despoil some other world to save our own? That's a rough one. You emphasize with the people that are looking for a way to find the middle ground, and you understand the villains. Avatar 2 basically doubles down on the bizarre MacGuffin, but removes the all possible gray in the morality. Is it okay to murder a whale that is equivalent to a human in intelligence in order to synthesize anti-aging pills? No, obviously. What the fuck?